Boots on deck, cause we're going out there. Don't care about the dress code. Put it on, let's go. Girls go wild, cause we're going out fresco. Ha! No need to perform. Hands on our bodies, gonna keep us skills warm. We need social reform, cause we're just so criminal. Linguist subliminal, damage is minimal. Top percentile, largest fraction. Massive attraction, girl action. Stop that, I'm gonna need a reaction. Drop that, you already got your reaction. Me, I'm gonna keep on smiling. You're gonna need restyling. I got a quote back from the jeweler. You're getting 20% cooler. Yeah, own this beat. You can call me a king or a ruler. Filling on bass, getting horse in a mic. We're getting 20% cooler. We had a great day out, calling my name like Ferris Bueller. It's time to wrap this up. We're getting 20% cooler. 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 Reduce that triple designator right now. I think they're on my level like a rebel in a bunker getting shot with a mortar. Bump up and down cause I think you're order. Place your hand on my thigh, don't be coy, I can hear you sigh. Grinding your hips, I'll be flashing my pink, and in 10 seconds flat, you'll be back with a drink. Whoa! Bring out the Bacardi! Swing that sparkle up in the body, it's hot that. Like a phone in a Cold War room on the third floor, knocking on my front door. Me, I'm kind of a rarity. You, work that dexterity. Lean back now, here's what I meant. Getting caught up by 20%. Yeah, own this beat. You can call me a king or a ruler. Filling on bass, getting horse in the mic. We're getting 20% cooler. We had a great day out, calling my name like Ferris Bueller. It's time to wrap this up. We're getting 20% cooler. 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 Yeah, own this beat. You can call me a king or a ruler. Filling on bass, getting horse in the mic. We're getting 20% cooler. We had a great day out, calling my name like Ferris Bueller. It's time to wrap this up. We're getting 20% cooler.
And if I wasn't muted, that would be good. That would be good. We've been doing well recently. We're not being muted. It's been one of those days, one of those periods. Thank you all for your patience, because this was meant to be a stream yesterday, wasn't it? I know I had to move things by a day. It's shocking. Some of you may be asking why. Some of you may already have some idea why I moved things by a day. So. Where do I begin? So, okay. This stream, for those of you who are like, what's your opinion on the Mali mod call? We are going to go over some of, but not all of the Mali mod call. And you will see why. Because during the Thunderdome streams, I mentioned that I would be going over the Mali mod call. And this caused a little flurry of activity as people put the Mali mod call out. Now, we're going to go over some of the stuff around that, because you might think, Beckett, if you're going to release a call, why would you say that you're going to release the call? And the truth is, I was kind of interested to see what would happen when I did. Because this wasn't widely known about. Now, right off the bat, and I'm going to say this a few times through this for people who come in, catch up, all that kind of shit. I would have had no suspicions, no questions about the Mali mod call if the Mali mod call had been a stream, a one-on-one call, or a public stage. I would have been like, yeah, that's normal, right? Like, go to Lio, call Lio a cunt, fair game, awesome, based. And many of the takes within the Mali mod call that Mali herself makes, I've either said on stream, or I hold myself, or I have said in some other place. Part of the Mali mod call, and I said this to someone last night, is there's nothing in it that's new. And the fact that it's a mod call rung a little strangely to me, because it reminded me eerily of the calls that Lumi and Peaches set up to kind of create evidence against Lio that he was an abuser. And that struck a chord to my interest, especially when I watched bits of it and I found out that the Sasu call was kind of just glossed over and defended. So and my take with the call generally when I found out it existed was, well, of course there's a Mali mod call. The Rin call's just been leaked. So everyone seemed to scrabble to protect their credibility by doing the, the very sensible thing of throwing Lio under a fucking bus, which, again, cannot stress this enough, based and hilarious. But but then I got to thinking, who would have vested interests at the moment, currently, of throwing Lio under a fucking bus? And let me tell you, it's been an interesting couple of days for that. So I'm going to be helped this evening by Monstrous, but we've got a range of things. I've got about 5 calls, I think, to go over. And as I say, we can't do like the full amounts of all of them, but we're going to try and get to all the important bits or whatever's interesting or relevant, okay? And we will talk about the Gulag call as well. The Guac call as well, because well, I had fun. Okay. With that, let's bring in Monstrous. Monstrous.
What? I'm here.
Good. Well done. I'm proud of you.
I'm here.
Well done. Okay.
Yay.
Okay, let me share a screen to you. Where are we?
Thank you. That was the longest intro ever, by the way. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Was I stealing your attention? That's very sad. How fucking
Yes,
mean
always.
of me. Mean of me.
How
Okay.
could you do this to me?
I know. Okay. 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 So sorry, bear with me just 1 second. I just need to read something. When someone sends you something, I'm like, oh my god. Okay. Right. Okay. So first off, let's go to this. So for those of you who have seen the guac barrel call that happened between me and Crystal yesterday, one question I got asked, in fact, one question I got asked is, why was I asking Crystal about the edited length of her version of the Mali mod call? So before we get to the Mali mod call, I just want to explain this because I think it is relevant. So this is Kumu's stream from like the 5th, a couple of days ago, a day or two ago, or a day ago, whatever. Okay, let's just have a little listen, shall we?
Ponder credit for that anymore. I'll tell you why in a moment.
One thing I do find interesting is, why have they taken such issue with my version of the call being released? Because, what version did they send Beckett? Is it an edited version? Is it trimmed down?
Well, I mean, I have Beckett added. We can always ask him.
Yeah.
I want to let this play because this is actually quite funny. I just love the way Kumu describes me here.
I would love to know, because why take such issue now? Because the call is going to be covered tomorrow, so we can compare calls.
Yeah. I don't know if Beckett watches my streams, but I do know that typically when you invoke his name, he hears about it. So if Beckett...
I love that. He makes me sound like a fucking demon. If you invoke Beckett, he shall appear. Oh, that's fucking hilarious. Okay, so first off, I heard this and I thought, that's very interesting. I wonder if our calls are edited. Maybe Crystal's right. I wonder what our calls are like. So I went and took them and I found out that mine was 20 minutes longer. Which, made me question what the fuck she was talking about. So the reason the guac barrel call happened was because when I found out it was 20 minutes longer, and importantly, what was cut out of it is I haven't listened. I haven't had a chance yet. Maybe we'll get to it tonight to listen to that last 20 minutes. But what caught my attention was the fact that the bit that it cuts at is the point when Dorito, Crystal's partner, comes in. Which, maybe nothing. I think it very likely is. But if you're on a public stream saying, well, Beckett's call's edited to make Lio look good, and then you cut your partner out of the call, I'm gonna become suspicious. So I ended up going and I literally just went into Guap Barrel to say, like, what the fuck? Why is it in your call, Lio, but not Crystal's? And then when we were having that conversation, and also a conversation around Ponder and Crystal and the Molly mod call itself, Crystal came in. So I'll reiterate this later. It'll get very fucking boring. But that is the reason that the kind of guac barrel call even happened. Go on, Mon.
Can I also make mention that nobody told Crystal to get into Guac Barrel? I don't even know what link Crystal even got. She just magically showed up, and we were all kind of confused as to why she would even bother coming into Guac Barrel.
Yeah, it's just a bit odd. So the timing was odd for that. Crystal came in and asked a lot of questions. If I'm honest, I'd already been, and I think because that call was released and a lot of people had questions about, well, why was Beckett asking the questions to Crystal? I'd already been DMing people that morning about Crystal, basically, and going, well, this seems weird to me, and well, actually, we'll get to some of that. So let's go to the Mally mod call. There we go.
Mally mod call.
Fuck me. Yeah, and let's get to this. Now, one important thing that we're going to be doing while we go through this is this little list of questions here. Okay? Now, you might think, Beckett, why have you got a list of questions from Crystal? Because Crystal gave these questions, seemingly, to Mally to ask to Lio. Which, you might say, well, what's wrong with that? Crystal had the ability to ask Lio these questions and chose not to. And all these little things that I'm going to show you as we go through kind of put little dints in some of the narrative Crystal has put out over time, which has been frustrating for me. But let's get to the mod call itself, because I know people are interested to hear what Mally has to say. And again, it's always nice to see Lio confronted. That's always a good fucking time. Oh my god, we'll get actually into it.
Why is it so quiet? Hello, I'm here.
Hello.
Get to that bit.
Who's messaging? Lio, I have.
These calls need timestamps.
The time or place for us.
In check that they know what's going on. If anyone would like to explain that.
I'm not sure what exactly Ponder would like to talk about. I specifically want to have a talk about these kinds of discords, and I'm not sure if anyone else is chiming in.
Okay, bet. I shall continue.
Sorry, that was a little bit vague, but if I'm starting, then you'll find we'll get into it quick enough. So is that good for everyone?
Yep.
Totally fine.
All right, coolio. I'll try not to take up too much of your time with this. I'm also going to be running off sort of a surface level knowledge in that most of us here have seen the discourse around.
So here's, right off the bat is a really interesting point that kind of caught my eye. Obviously, Mally knows about the Rin call. And like anybody else who heard the Rin call was like, this is there are issues with this fucking call. I don't want to get into the Rin call. It's been gone over by people in detail, and Lio's defending that call. Because of course he fucking is. Okay? Of course he is. What bothers me about this, though, is that Mally seems to have had conversations with Ponder and Crystal leading up to this. And again, not one of them mentions the Sasu call. And we're going to see the fact that the Sasu call and issues, and the fact that Monstrous seems to have little issues with it, is brought up during this.
Specifically Lio and Senate and all that kind of thing. And I want to bring that up so that we don't retread old ground, because we can waste tons and tons of hours doing that. So I'd like to just talk about things that I'm expecting we all have a basic understanding of. So I'm just throwing that out there. So I specifically have 3 questions I want to go over, and we'll go from there. So my first question is, why does Cat's Lair still have a peanut gallery? And anyone that's a mod here, more than welcome to answer.
For the sake of transparency and
Yeah.
sometimes the peanut gallery.
Questions up?
Yeah, so we'll go for this. If this serves perfect conflict resolution, why do tensions and threats still arise during calls like the one with Rin? What steps are being taken to truly facilitate productive dialogue? The mod team is supposed to hold you accountable, yet in the Rin call, no one challenged any missteps. How can the community trust the honest critiques will be welcomed when lapses occur? Which is, again, from Crystal, a little bit of a weird point, because Crystal was on both the Rin and Sasu call. I can sort of understand why you wouldn't want to be seen asking that fucking question. Given the pain your actions have previously caused, why are you so driven to position this server as a leader in conflict resolution? What motivates this aspiration for atonement? If somebody came forward about being groomed, how exactly would you provide trauma-informed support and guidance on proper reporting channels? What safeguards ensure victims need to take priority? Ultimately, what is your long-term vision for the conflict resolution initiative? How will you ensure success in truly facilitating healing? Jesus fucking Christ. I cannot, again, Mally in the call is like, these servers don't fucking work. Mally is right. Everyone has said this. Everyone knows this to be true. None of this helps. You mentioned having previously caused pain through your actions. Can you elaborate on what harmful impacts resulted from your past conduct? Why should the community trust you now to lead responsibly on sensitive conflict resolution matters? You aim for this to be a space for healing, but hurt has occurred here as well. How will you accountability address and remedy any harm caused within the very server under your leadership? So those were Crystal's questions, and I think actually two of them are almost word for word.
Gallery is able to bring about things and knowledge that we do not have about a situation or about a person that might be important.
Okay, so they're a research
However,
measure?
They can be, but I also note it's important to note that they are not allowed to ping the individual, and we also have a specific role now, thanks to Crystal, who is able to work her magic, like she always is, to make it to where the individuals we bring into are not able to see the side chat. And the peanut gallery is incapable of talking.
So they're just your Twitch chat, essentially.
Sure, we'll go with that.
Okay. Why do you still have accountability calls in here?
Because sometimes I feel it's needed, especially if we're trying to help a situation or deal with something.
Okay. Well, what makes you think that you're in any way the appropriate person to still be doing that?
Because if we were to get down to semantics of that, nobody would be.
Sure.
So this was probably my first issue with this call. What makes you think you're the person who can have an accountability call? And as we listen through this call, I have that exact same question for Mally. And that's what this is. This is an accountability call. I'm not gonna nobody should be pretending otherwise. What makes Mally think that Mally should be the person to have this silly little accountability call? It's fine if you want to criticize Lio, call him a cunt, whatever, but this is goofy. This is so fucking goofy in the grand scheme of this call.
I think part of the problem is as well, the way I look at it is this, because I can see Streamline. Thank you, Streamline. I'd like to clear something up quick. Mally was not aware of the Sasu call with Ponder and Crystal. She thought they were referring to the Sasu call a year prior. Yeah, no, I'm absolutely fine with that. I think part of the problem is that they didn't make Mally aware. So Mally comes in and goes for the throat with Lio, which again, I don't like the accountability stuff. I've said this about Leia as well. I like Leia, but I think trying to hold people to account on the internet is fucking ridiculous. But if you're going to do that, and then you look at things like the Sasu call and everything else, how do you look at people like Crystal and Ponder who are aware of these things and covering up? And we'll get to Crystal's response to the Sasu call.
Well, and it's not just that. Not only did Crystal and Ponder go to Mally, they purposely left out their involvement in the Sasu call, even after I brought it up. No one said anything. The Sasu
call comes up in this mod call. The Sasu call comes up in this mod call. Ponder uses it as an example.
Right.
Yeah, that's sort of a cute answer and all, but you are someone who has done this for many years now, and you've proven that you are not the right person to do this. You've caused a lot of harm, so why are you still here?
All right, I'm going to answer that best way I can. Number one, a lot of harm. I guess it depends on what direction you're going with that. And secondly, the follow-up question would be, if that is the direction you're coming from, why do you think you have the ability to come and tell me that I shouldn't?
We're not talking about me right now. We're talking about how you've handled things that you've organized.
Oh God.
I'd like to stay on that point.
Okay. Sure.
Thank you.
Then let's stay on that point.
Okay. So, do you want to, like, I guess, try again in why you think it's appropriate for you to
I find
still
that to
do
be
this?
so fucking petty, but okay.
Because I think once tailored out of the problematic behavior or the troublesome aspects, that it's still a beneficial thing to do.
Okay. So you have
And again,
things to learn,
I
you're
still
saying.
want to help people.
Okay,
Clearly.
you're saying
And I
that you
think
have
I
things
have
to
for the most
learn.
part.
Okay, but you're doing that on the job, so to speak, and while you're doing that, people are still getting hurt. Like, it's great that you're
I
having
hate this
personal
point.
growth
It's
and you're
so
figuring
fucking
shit
lame.
out. That's wonderful. But you're doing it at the expense of other...
Like, I get...
such a gay
So, like,
word.
I think part of it as well, and I said this, is like, again, none of this is new to me. But do you know, there was an interesting point somebody said about something that was said in Cat's Lair about someone else not infantilizing Rosa. And I realized that, like, a lot of people's exposure to the Rosa call was through, like, kind of like breadtubey ACC, where it's, like, overly emotional. So I sort of get it. And, like, at the same time, I've not seen Mally around, like, or at least if I have, I haven't known. So I can understand the need to, like, want to take the hit, but the fact that it's in a mod call just makes it frustrating. And also, I think it's strange, at least on the impression, again, that the person speaking, and I know Ponder had mic issues and technical issues or whatever, is Mally, not one of the mods, and particularly not Crystal, who, to be clear, has said multiple times Crystal's reason for doing any of this or getting involved with Lio was to hold Lio to account, both in calls and out of calls, which I just don't see the fucking evidence for.
vulnerable people. So if you cared about victims and vulnerable people, you would stop doing this. So why are you still doing this?
Who have I hurt?
That's such a
I'm
Oh
asking
lord,
who I
okay,
hurt.
let's go down the list, shall we? Okay, so most recently, obviously, you have the situation with Rin. There's obviously the Rosa call. You've hurt people in much less severe ways, like obviously your friendship politics and all that kind of thing. I might throw myself too much into that because that's more of a personal thing. There's that, God, I forget their name, the kid that you called their school. That was not cool. There's probably
Yep.
countless peoples I don't even know the name
Obviously.
of. But I guess you want a list of people that you've hurt. So you're aware that there's
I'm
like
asking who have
people.
I'm asking. You said that I've hurt people concerning this.
Yes.
Who?
Oh, sorry, I want to clarify one thing as well, because something was clarified to me. Because, sorry, it's something I saw Mally post in the chat. So I asked this question as to why it was a mod call, and that's because that wasn't Mally's choice. I want to make that really clear. That was what was offered to them. So I did ask the question. Part of the reason I didn't go live yesterday is because I had all these fucking questions, and I went fucking digging. So I don't want it to be one of these things where I'm like, Mally wanted the mod call. As far as I can tell, Ponder wanted the mod call. That seems to be what's come through
That was
to
the
me.
impression I had too.
And then brought
Right.
Mally in. Now, my thing here is I'm like, it seems like a weird thing to bring someone into who's not a mod. That's all that's offered to them rather than something that's public. I was also, so I said earlier as well, I wanted to see what would happen if I mentioned that I was going to cover the Mally mod call. Fuck, that is a weird tongue twister. It's killing me. And one thing that was really fucking interesting was I'm not gonna lie, I was expecting, okay, Mally to be like, okay, I'll just fucking post it, so just get ahead of it. But it wasn't Mally just posting it. It was Crystal going to Mally and going, why are you posting, like, why is this come up? And then Mally going, I don't know, I don't care, why haven't you posted it already? So, yeah.
Who have I hurt in the recent calls? Because
Well,
you cite Ren,
okay.
but
Oh,
nobody
hold on,
actually
I was
hold
told
gonna
me what
say,
I've done wrong.
Please hold on, you're doing that.
Go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say I asked Crystal that exact same question, like, why did you post it and not Mally? And Crystal said, well, because Mally doesn't have it. She doesn't own it. So in the call, Mally says she wants it to be public. She wants the call to be published. She thinks all calls should be published, which is fine. I don't even have an issue with that. But if that's the case, I don't know why a copy wasn't given to Mally to begin with. so that it could be posted, at least by her, because then since she was a part of it, at least then she would have it. Also, I want to make clear, I totally messed up what I was saying earlier. Sassy wasn't mentioned by Crystal or Ponder when they went to Mally, which is why Mally has no clue what I'm talking about when I bring it up. Sorry, that's what I was trying to say.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, because in some ways, it just seems like you've got Mally, who can go in completely disconnected with proposed questions by Crystal, take all the hits. Crystal not only doesn't have to own asking the questions to Lio, but also gets to go, oh, well, I'm done now, I'm out. Listen to, like, this mod call, like, we held Lio to account, I'm free, guys. And I'm just like, this is, and for those of you who are like, well, why is this an issue, Beckett? For those of you who've watched me go over this shit, this is the sort of shit Hidden did. This is the sort of shit other people did who wanted to get the fuck away from Peaches when they fucked up, and I really, really fucking hate it. It really annoys me when people are just like, oh, but my optics. Fuck off. Come on.
Thing again.
Someone asked in the
said when we
chat.
started this, we're going to be working on.
Go on.
Hold on, sorry, really quick. Someone asked in the chat, why didn't Monstrous give Molly the? God, I'm fucking it up. Why did Monstrous give Mally the call? Because I didn't have it. I'm not the one who recorded it. In fact, in this call I state that I'm outside on my phone, like listening to everything, and that I can't interject a whole lot. I didn't have access to it at all.
Yeah, so the person who...
I actually thought Mally was recording it.
Yeah,
I just assume everybody is recording it except me because I record nothing.
That's pretty solid assumption these days. Yeah, like, so the copy I got was from Lio, which again, like, this is why I checked, because I listened to Crystal say, is it edited? And I was like, well, Lio gave it to me, so maybe.
On a surface level knowledge. You know your own history. I know some of your history. Yeah. Most of the people here have either been here for some of these calls or have already watched them elsewhere. Can we not play the game of like, hey, can you prove to me this thing I already know? Like, unless, okay, let me maybe make this simpler. Do you think you haven't hurt people?
I think everybody has, so of course I have.
Okay, do you think you haven't hurt vulnerable people with these calls?
In some cases, I'm sure I have. My contesting
then why are
there,
you still...
I don't think that...
No,
go ahead.
Go on.
I don't know why you're getting frustrated with me. I'm keeping an even tone with you.
That's wonderful. I'm glad you're able to keep an even tone with me, but I am frustrated with you. That's why I'm getting frustrated. Because these calls are wrong and they should stop. And this Discord is wrong and it shouldn't exist.
Why are they wrong?
Because you're hurting vulnerable people. You claim to want to help people, help victims, and they're causing harm. Mm-hmm. So if you cared about them, you would stop. Why keep doing it?
Ponder, I saw you unmute. You can...
Again, want to point out, because I've already seen this, and because I'm focused very clearly on other people doing things, again, agree, I've said the same thing to Lio. Many of us have. Yeah, cat sled's not needed. Fucking kill it. Fucking kill it. All it does, actually, I will say this. Okay, so there's another element. There's another element as to why I looked at this call and was like, oh, for fuck's sake. Because I said like a month ago, I can't remember if I said it publicly or in a call, but I said the same thing will happen to Lio that happened with Lumi and Peaches. They're exactly the same thing. He'll end up in drama, and his mods will throw him under the bus to save themselves. And here we are. Here we are. Fucking Beckett's right again. I thought it would take longer.
Are we gonna get another 5 minutes of I told you?
Fuck, I might just do a stream of it. Might make it a meme. I might get a GIF. Fuck.
You can say something if you want to.
Honest Rocket left. Honest Rocket joined.
Bay, are you good?
Unmuted.
Ponder, you okay?
I think Bay's still organizing their thing, which is fine because I'm not
You said that on stream.
Based. This.
Based past Becca.
I saw them unmute, so I assume they had something to say. My answer, Mally, is because the 3 people I have brought in here specifically, the only 3 people we have had gallery calls over, are people who have hurt people on my staff or people who have harmed me. Or in one case, somebody that hurt a friend of mine and has been doing so for years.
Okay, so you have personal beef with them is the answer.
I have personal beef with at least one of them.
Okay, why is that now a public personal beef? Why are you wheeling this in front of gallery?
It had been. The problem I had with this person were problems they had done in public.
So yeah, it's a beef thing.
All of
so
them
it's not
have.
actually about helping a victim in that case. It's about airing out your grievance.
Yes, drinking game. Drinking game would be good.
It can be both, because in one case,
No.
it's a grievance, and in the other case, it's a victim.
And in both cases, you made the situation worse. So again, what's the end goal here?
I made it.
That's interesting. Where are we? What's the end goal here?
Is that on our list?
I think so. What is your long-term vision for this conflict resolution initiative?
Worse. How?
Really? Wait, you want me
Yeah,
to
really.
dissect? You want me to dissect how this was not a productive use of anyone's time and you just upset people? Because I don't particularly feel like that. Oh. No, you're fine, B. Is it? Do you
So
want to
I'm
jump
just
in on
supposed to take-
this, or is it
not-
you want to start your own thing? Okay, sorry, I just wanted to check. Go on. Lauren.
So, do you want me to take everything you're saying as factual and that it should be my value? Is that what you're asking me to grant you on this?
I'm telling you my value. You can do whatever you want with it. I
Okay.
think this is what I think. I think what you're doing is damaging, and there's no reason for it. And I think you should stop. And I think that you should at
Why?
least consider that.
Well, I'll tell you that I have considered it, and I still am in some cases, but I do not understand it. This is something I've walked through with multiple people. Even had a call about it today with somebody I barely even know who...
So, firstly, the gallery calls stopped. Like, after this was like the end of the gallery calls. There haven't been any more. Fuck. I can't believe it took. I can't believe it took this. But also, I can't believe that no one else. No. Do you know what's weird about the Ponder part? It's the fact that Ponder was there for the Rosa stuff. Ponder was there at the end of the Rosa stuff, saying, "You've all fucked up. Why are you bullying a mentally ill woman for 3 hours? Why are you drunk, Peaches? Why the fuck are you threatening to steal her essence?" And then you look at this and go, "Well, Ponder, you're still on the stage." And this is the same. This again, same thing with Crystal. We'll get to that. Like, why are you here? I know. So I can see people saying, like, "Well, I'm disappointed in Crystal, but I'm not angry." Now, look, none of this matters. It's all internet shit. But from my perspective, it looks like to me that Crystal has played both sides of this for quite a fucking while, and when, like, Crystal will make arguments of, "Well, I'm there to gather information for glitch tales. I'm there to, like, work out what's going on." And I'm like, okay, well, lots of people go to, like, Cat's Lair to get information. Lots of people even talk to Lio to get information. But they're not on the calls with Sasu and Rin.
They're not on the mod team.
They're
not on the mod team. They don't have access to everything. They don't have their hands in every pot. They're not going on every other stream talking about this or that or the other that has nothing to do with glitch tail or even helpless Peaches.
Well, the thing is as well, like, just being a mod doesn't mean you have to be on the calls. Like, there are plenty of people who have mod who aren't on the fucking calls. And, like, you say people pleaser, but and like, I've said people pleaser, but it's just interesting to see how much you jump around. What am I meant to think? Because again, oh fuck, we'll get to the Crystal and Local.
Wanted to ask about it. I do not understand why everybody is upset specifically about the Ren call, because we didn't hear this about the Sasu call, and we certainly didn't hear this about the, what's his name?
We didn't hear this about the Sasu call. Now, again, I'm really happy that Mally didn't pick up on this, because Mally is clearly in a rage zone, but it is interesting to hear it mentioned.
Rifleman J call.
Okay, I can answer that really simply
Those are the
because
ones
most
we
people
talked
don't
about.
know about those calls, and because the ring call
Right.
just happened after you supposedly were changing for the better. That's why people are talking about the ring call. It is the freshest in a
What-
line of fuck-ups.
What behavior was terrible in the Ren call?
Okay, fine, we'll play this game. was misleading that you got Rin into the call
okay,
the way
hold
you
on.
did.
Hold on. I'm not. One moment. I'm not playing a game, Mally. I'm actually asking you questions. If you think I'm playing a game, you don't have to be here. I'm having you in here because I want to hear what you have to say. But if you're going to sit here and tell me that I'm playing games with you and I'm asking basic questions with you fully well knowing that I'm not here to dick around, I don't appreciate that.
Okay, I disagree. I still think you're playing a game with this because I feel you already know the answer to these questions and you're just trying to make me outline them to you so you can catch me out in something. Maybe that's not the case. Maybe it's not intentional. That is how it comes across to me. But do you want me to outline it, or are you happy to drop that line of thought?
Go ahead. No, go ahead. Outline it, please.
Okay. So obviously it was dishonest the way that you originally got them into the call. They weren't supposed to be here for you to air out your grievances with them. You told them they were going to be airing it out with someone else, and then in the end you tacked on your own problems. That was inappropriate. You basically lured someone in and then waylaid them. And given Rin's crimes in these instances were personal.
Listen, I don't know why everyone's so critical. Lio was just at McDonald's. You ever been bored at McDonald's? Wanted to jump on a call and fight somebody?
At McDonald's and no Happy Meal for the rest of us.
Look, I'm not... See, here's the thing. I'm not going to defend the ring call because, like, I look at the first half of the ring call with Jin, and it's like, okay, you've got an issue, you sit down and you, like, kind of talk about the issue and try and resolve it, which is what Cat's Lair is billed as. But, like, Lio has a very different interpretation of conflict resolution. Like, bring Rin into fucking Thunderdome, or Guac Barrel if Rin wants to come in, because don't force people into fucking calls. But it is a different space, and this is, again, part of the problem with Lio's involvement in it, is that his view of it is much, like, harsher, and he's still programmed in a certain way. Now, Lio says he's trying to change. I'm not here to fucking comment on that. I would say it's probably going pretty fucking badly, but also, when I listen to the Sasu call, I know other people will say things like, well, Lio's the one who weaponized the treatment and everything else. Weaponized, like, how he was treated and the emotional stuff. And I agree with that, but also, it is Ponder who is psychoanalyzing a dude into a mental breakdown. I don't fucking care. Fuck Sasu. I don't give a shit. But at the same time, I'm like, it's not better. This isn't an improvement.
Should have just called him slurs. Like I said, they should have just bullied him, called him slurs. It still would have been nicer than what the fuck happened in that call.
Yeah, I
could not believe that call.
Some people are just going to respond better to something like Thunderdome, to something like actual blood sports. He's not changed. I don't think Lio is going to change. I don't think he is. But I think that if you're like, what's a good way to put this? If you're going to sit there with Lio and say, delete Cat's Lair, delete this, do this, it's not going to happen. And part of the reason that, because I know people are going to be like, well, why does Crystal matter? Why does Ponder matter? Lio is the issue. And I'm not denying for a second that Lio is an issue. I'm not denying for a second that Lio has hurt people. The point is that these things will still fucking happen. You get rid of Vita, you get rid of Coyote, you get rid of fucking FNGR, whatever, you still have the same situation because everyone just kind of does this thing where they go, oh, we can throw this person on the bus and then save ourselves. And I just fucking hate it. I hate it. It's so annoying. Thank you for the $2, Gatsby. If Lio needs a defense, he should have brought Zach. Fucking hell. Yes, Zach. Perfect defense.
I don't think Zach would have made a good defense.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be funny.
It's not appropriate. Obviously, there were the threats. There was talking about getting their family involved. Kind of just stuff we've seen before. So I feel...
threatened them. I never threatened them. Where does that come from?
Okay, obviously there's the threats of the family, getting them involved.
I didn't make any threats with the family. The only time I mentioned the family was to point out their inconsistent values concerning their father and the friends they have online concerning their public values. And I told them in no uncertain terms, I don't want to isolate you and I don't want to harm you. And if I had wanted that, I had avenues to do it. My point was, I'm not that person and I'm not going to do that. How is that a threat?
Perfectly honest, that is not what I remember of that call, and I would have to, again, get the quotes out, which I don't particularly want to do, because, again, that call has been gone over ad nauseum by so many people, and we're just rehashing old territory. I mean, Lio, do you... I guess, core question,
Wasn't this already explained to him? Yes. Everything that is said in this call, and this is nothing against Mally, has already been said at fucking length. Now, like, yeah, just based, like, because I don't disagree. I don't know why it's a fucking. Well, I do know why. I hate the fact it's a mod call,
Well,
but.
and even better is that before this mod call, there had been, I don't know, 2, 3 other calls, 4 calls that Lio had about this exact same topic for the exact same reason, just so it come over the. It's like Mally's not saying anything that Lio has not heard, like since the Rin call had released.
But yeah, I mean.
Also, I thought you didn't want to talk about the Rin call.
I don't want to talk about the Rin call. I fucking hate the Rin call.
Do you disagree that you make threats towards people and that you gather docs information or say you're going to reach out to people's families?
It's not something I've done in quite some time. I have done it in the past, but I didn't do it to Rin.
Quite some time.
This. Yes, quite some time, because I haven't had to deal with that level of nonsense, because I've had enough of dealing with child predators and other types of things that have constantly ruined my health. My mental health, my physical health, how I treat people. Yeah, quite some time.
Okay,
now,
and you don't think...
Oh, I should be clear, Mally and Lago, which there's no reason you should be aware of, but I also know that a lot of this stuff has been said to Lio by people who are like his previous mods, like more neutral parties. So like, yeah, like it's not just like the super critical side. It's been pretty rounded. The Rin stuff though.
Everybody from all sides.
Yeah, it's because a lot of people have questioned why the fuck Lio. Especially when he was like, when this was starting, and Lio was in quite bad terms then with the original mod team. A lot of them were like, "What the fuck are you doing?" And they were pretty upfront about it. I've seen those messages.
Saying you could do something isn't implied threats.
No,
you don't
I
think
don't.
Pointing out to a vulnerable. You don't think pointing out to a vulnerable person, I could do this to you, I could hurt you in this way, is not a fucked up thing to do?
No, because I'm trying to explain to them that I don't do that, and they're not in any sort of danger about it.
All right, at best, you're just handling that really poorly. At worst, you're being dishonest. I don't know which it is. Either way, it's inappropriate, and you shouldn't be doing that.
How is it inappropriate to let somebody who's vulnerable know that they're not going to get hurt?
It's the way in which you imply it. It comes across as a threat, even if you don't mean for it to.
In fairness, if the person doesn't trust you, denoting the terrible things that you could do to them, if they don't trust you not to do it, it would just open up their mind to the notion of, like, he can do all of these terrible things. What if he does at some point? And we have had instances where people have specified that they don't really trust you and that they're scared of you.
Rin is an individual who had not only stalked and harassed people like you, as you know, Ponder, but also had no problem using a platform that was supposed to be about victims to call me an abuser and to hash out personal beef with other SCC people. If they're able to do this publicly, why can they not be held accountable publicly?
Okay, I would like to point out, I know very, very little about Rin. The extent of my knowledge of the quote-unquote stalking was from, like, the 20 minutes I joined in at the end of the call. So... Well,
I apologize, and I thought you were more up-to-date on that.
Yeah.
That's my bad.
And of course, Rin is just a recent example. We're talking about this as a whole.
Okay, so you're talking about the entirety of things, not just the recent stuff. Okay, that gives me a little bit more context of your point here.
Yeah, specifically I'm talking about the existence of Cat Slayer and discords like it. I think they're a bad idea, and I think you should stop.
Close down the Supreme Court. Close down the fucking Supreme Court. Kill it. Kill it first. Let it burn. I heard on the grapevine. I don't know if this is true. I'm not in Supreme Court. But I heard recently, like, Hidden lost a load of members, and I think that's funny. I just wanted to say that I think that's funny. That makes me happy.
Okay. Why do you think they're a bad idea?
Because you're damaging vulnerable people.
As a whole,
You're making a spectacle of it. This is essentially... Okay, this is a blood sports content farm, and I don't know if people here are aware of that. Some of them probably are, There are some people on your mod team I'm very fond of, that I have great respect for. I believe they're trying to do their best. There are probably some people who are just here for the fun of it. And I remind that, if you want to do blood sports, fine. But stop dressing it up in the language of, we're here to help. Because it doesn't help. This is entertainment at best.
This isn't blood sports.
Based.
What's the difference?
I mean, yeah, I mean, actually, it is. Mally is right. Mally is right here.
Yeah.
Mally Low is wrong. This is
Yep,
entertainment.
right
This is what we're doing here. Fuck me.
What's the difference between blood sports and this?
Intensity, verbiage, and the actions taken. So you say I put vulnerable people in problem here. You're talking about the whole. In some cases, I'm sure I have, without question. But my question to you, Mally,
Where will
is, if you
hidden
don't
sandbox
tackle
go?
the people who are causing problems, and what happens then?
You are just not the person to tackle these problems. For example, if you said to
Why?
someone, oh, if people don't tackle crime, how do we stop criminals? Great, I'm not a police officer. I'm not qualified. You're not qualified for this. And you've proven through, like, what is it now, 2 years of build-up that you're not qualified to do this and that you're doing harm. So you specifically should stop.
Doing harm. Okay, so here's my question for you. Now, you're going to think this is pedantic. And
Shut it down, True.
To be so. I'm asking because I'm trying to understand. No matter.
Okay, do places like Catslayer do harm? Yeah, probably. Like, okay, at its core, yeah, probably. But also, I take it this way.
That's why you go to the Thunderdome.
That's why you go to the Thunderdome. Part of the problem is this, and I've said this all the way through. There are lots of people in, like, ArtCC and around generally who are fucking stupid. Like, you should be able to disconnect more, but also, yeah, like, the line for this is really fucking weird, because I know people who are like, oh, well, if someone makes a video on me. In fact, I've heard this from people during this. It's like, I'm really worried this person's going to make a video on me. They're going to do a stream calling me out. And fucking who cares?
On you, Becca.
What?
It's coming.
Oh, fucking good. Great. Talk about how much I love crabs. I don't fucking know. I don't. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. People have threatened to make videos on me before, and do you know what happens? I don't react, and they get fucking bored because I'm not that interesting.
No matter who it is, no matter what they do, they're
Everyone's just gonna make a video on me.
Ratio
I'll lose
here?
this shit one day. That'd be great. I can't wait.
You're gonna have to, ratio?
Okay, so anybody in any line of work is going to do good work and they're going to do bad work. So in situations like this, like, there's plenty of people I have helped, plenty of people that I have gone to bat for, plenty of vulnerable people that I have protected and I have tried to make sure are going to be okay. So my question to you is, the previous bad behavior that I'm working on actively, like, does that 100% just count against anything else I've done? Is that just to be, and I'm not saying this to be pedantic, I'm trying to understand.
You're essentially asking me if the good times negate the bad times.
Not really negate, more of like, I'm having a hard time articulating this, so I apologize. But my question is,
It's
like,
British
if
Keemstar,
most of the stuff
Jesus
I've done
Christ.
has been good and a bit of it's been bad, then why do I need to step away from it completely?
Sorry.
Hold on, J Cat. Let me talk to Mally about this, please.
Okay. I would disagree. I think the bad far outweighs the good in this instance.
How would you know?
Hold on 1 second. Zach, Beckett, I'm going to make an expose on you, get dunked on Brit. What are you going to do? Draw a recolor of my OC and then call it a new character? Would you fetishize it? Or
No.
I don't know, Zach. What are we doing?
No.
Because the bad's being covered the most?
Yes.
Of course it is.
Maybe it's a severity issue you're not understanding here. If I run a pregnant mother over
Beckett
with
isn't a
my
fighting game
car,
character.
but I do good deeds the rest of the year,
Oh, yeah.
should I still get back behind the wheel of that car? Like,
No, because you severely injured physically, possibly killing or deforming a pregnant woman.
yes, that is how an analogy works. You understand the point of the
I think there's a
analogy,
bit
not
of
the...
difference. I understand the point, but the severity I don't quite understand.
It's an extreme.
But
we're taking this to its extreme.
Okay.
That's what that is.
Okay. Okay.
It's the same concept but blown up on a larger scale. And again, the reason that you should not be the person to do this is you've proven that you're not the appropriate person to do this. Personally, I don't think discords like this ever work. I think this entire concept is inherently flawed because if we were doing conflict resolution, it would be in private. It would not be in front of a gallery. Like, let's be honest, Lio, you and I both know that when you actually want to resolve conflict, you get people into private.
Do you know what does work, Monstrous?
What?
Liking and subscribing to Cope and Seethe, and pressing buttons, and any super chats if you've got any questions. Those things all help. Thank you. Right, there we go.
Calls that don't see the light of day. I think that's when you're actually resolving conflict.
No, that's actually not true. Flatly, and
I got upgrades to pay for. What do you want from me?
Well, I mean,
you wouldn't have
if you're saying that you resolve conflict publicly, then I would know.
No, because not every call we have goes out, Mally. That's my point. Do you really think I release every single call we have? Yeah, it's in the server. It's a public server.
Alright, I'll take your word for that. I couldn't possibly know either way.
You don't need to take my word for it. I can show you the file size.
Yeah, he is telling the truth on that. Not all calls go out.
Okay. I mean, I'm pretty sure I've still just made my point clear. It doesn't really change anything on my front.
Well, then my question to you, Mally, is if servers like this never...
Thank you for the 5, Getsy. I appreciate it.
Personal
7
conversations between people. Actual conflict resolution.
So if we're...
Every conflict that I am aware of...
Okay, I should explain something as well, because I think this is important, because when I got told this, it was... Okay, I'm going to preface this by saying I think this is dumb as fuck, but I got told this by Lio. Thank you for the 2, Budgie. Moral of the story, touch grass every day. Also very true. So the way Lio views conflict resolution is different to how most people are going to view conflict resolution. Again, I think this is insane, but when I said this to Lio, Lio's statement was, well, conflict resolution means resolving a conflict. Sometimes a conflict is resolved by that person not being around anymore, and you can do that. I'm like, that's just blood sports. That's just screaming. That's not resolving a conflict, Lio. That is telling someone to fuck off. Just Christ.
And you know what, Beckett? There's a great server to do that now.
There is.
That you have resolved between people has not taken place in one of these discords.
It has, but let's go ahead and grant you that just for the sake of argumentation here.
Love you, Hos.
Okay.
No, I'm literally granting you that, Mally. I disagree, but I'm granting you for the sake of argumentation. Not every call is going to be about conflict resolution. Sometimes you just have to grab somebody who's being horrific and deal with it.
Oh, by the way, hi, Thuman. Yeah, okay, quick recap for those joining us, because Thuman's asking, that'll be nice. Basically, after the ring call got released, because calls are still happening in Katzler, a load of the mods got together and Mally was brought in to basically interrogate Lio on what the fuck he thought he was doing. Now, this also led to me digging into a load of things around the people who set up some of this call, because I have some other fucking questions about Lio's mod team. Again, never fucking ends. So basically this is Mally taking Lio to task over basically the way the Katzler's run. It's not new. It is interesting to see Lio confronted actually within kind of a mod call again, but it also, because I'm recapping here, it's the eerie similarities of what got me at first to the Lumi Peaches mod calls around the Raven period. Gotta love when Jannies argue and they're right. $2, Getsy. Thank you. Also true. Being an unpaid Janny, I mean, this is the thing as well with like Hidden. I'm on staff. Fuck off. Come on. Have some self-respect. It's like putting Reddit moderator in your fucking Twitter bio. Jesus fucking Christ.
Listen. And if we don't do it like that, how do you recommend doing it? Because you know just as well as everybody else that blocking doesn't always fix it. It certainly doesn't. So what do you recommend?
Again, I could be very wrong. One of these discords might work. I don't think they do. They might. I don't know. I don't live in that hypothetical universe. That's not my point. My point is that you shouldn't be doing this. Because you can't really seem to, what's the right wording here? You have a track record of not being able to differentiate who is one of those terrible people you need to grab by the throat, and who is a vulnerable person you shouldn't be doing this to.
So, for the sake of clarity here, so I can understand you, you think Rin's on the latter end of that, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So I'm going to pick your brain on that if that's okay. If not, that's fine, but I'm trying to understand here.
If it's relevant, then sure.
Here's where
Also,
I struggle.
Sorry, I do want to... Sorry, Big Cat wanted to pick a flaw in the logic from the previous point, so before we go forward, I do want to throw it to them real quick.
Okay, so to best
Sure.
explain everything with, if you're trying to focus strictly on the negatives, are you familiar with manufacturing having a failure and a success rate?
People are not manufacturing tools, so I
Answer the
understand where you're
question.
going with. I know, I understand where you're going with
That
this.
was
I don't
that was
think
such
it's
a
relevant
stupid
at
comment
all.
on Big Cat's part.
Just-
Okay.
Fuck. Ponder does this later where she's like, I can't remember what the fuck it is. Where she's like, are you familiar with this phrase? And it says the most like normal phrase ever. God, stop. Fuck. Oh, I hate this call so much.
It's basically
Big
the
Cat,
same
don't be a
argument.
dick to Mally. You don't have to be a dick to Mally. They haven't done anything wrong. So please don't.
Unmuted.
Mind if I...
Mally isn't... Hold on, Chris. I need to make this clear. Mally isn't some deranged lunatic or some unhinged scumbag that's coming in here to argue just because they're mad for no reason. Mally came in here, and I'm hoping, and well, knowing Mally, it probably is in 100% good faith. We don't need to be so directly answer the question. It's not necessary. That level of aggression isn't needed here.
I have a really quick question before
Sure. Oh, wait. That's you on the call, isn't it? Fuck.
we move on. Did you
Thank you.
watch, Mally? Did you watch the Satsu call?
You're gonna have to be more specific because I've seen like
The latest
think
Satsu call,
two.
the one that happened maybe in the last month.
I might have, but I've kind of reached my saturation limit with a lot of this, and the Sasu call didn't reach my important level. I vaguely remember Sasu, but
Hey, this might be a good time for some of the people who were on the Sasu call to step in and say, oh yeah, that's another call that was a bit fucking weird, wasn't it? That might be a good time for that. Now, fuck, we might pause here just for a second, actually, and go to this. Because we're going to look at the reaction to the Sasu call just a little bit. Just a little bit. It's like it's preamble. So, the Sasu call got released after this mod call. And this is what led to a lot of people going, oh my god, this is really fucking bad. Because it got mentioned on the Thunderdome, and everyone was like, there was a mix of people between the people who were like, well, Sasu's in mental distress, don't release it. And the people were like, who fucking cares? Why haven't you released it? But what's interesting here is when Crystal was first confronted on the Sasu call, now this got read out, these DMs got read out on the Guac barrel call, so I'm not leaking anything. But when Crystal first got confronted on it, Crystal was like, "Oh, it wasn't a dog pile. It wasn't that. I don't see the issue." And Kuma was like, "No, this is really fucked up. This is kind of messed up." Now, when asked about this and whether this was brought up to anyone in the mod team or to Crystal that the Sasu call might be a problem, I want to just go to that bit quickly. We'll go around here.
Specifically was jumping down Crystal's throat about this.
I believe so, yeah. From what I remember.
It was multiple. I'm gonna keep those people anonymous because I don't want can't be bothered with them. But like multiple people after the call, it's like the Sasu
Why
call we
can't you
don't
tell
speak
us
about
who?
because I don't really want to start yet. Like because I don't really care about their opinions.
I don't want to start shit. I don't want to start anything. I don't want to say who the people on the Sasu call, who had a problem with the Sasu call. I don't want to say who was jumping down my throat.
Were they just like typical peanuts, or were they
mods?
Mods, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I still don't get why you can't name them, because we know like who's all like,
especially because they get named like 3 days later.
Yeah.
From the mods, we could probably guess who.
I'll give one.
Got on your ass.
I'll give one. I'll give one to you, Kuma. I wonder who you're gonna say, Crystal.
I don't see how you telling us who jumped down your throat would start shit. You know, it's like they already started shit.
It's the cat slayer. You know what I mean by that.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
I think I get what you're trying to say. Like,
I'll give it a name though, which is you. Shocker, you're never gonna guess, but monstrous.
Shocker, you're never gonna guess monstrous. Now, here's what's interesting about this. Most people don't really care about Mon. They don't give a shit. But Kumu has said quite publicly that he doesn't like Mon. Now, if you're gonna say a mod's name that might endear you to Kumu when he's questioning you, isn't it interesting that you pick monstrous?
I'm not a fucking mod. I'm not a mod. I'm purposely not a mod. Fuck.
Isn't that funny, Crystal? And also, we're gonna go for this one again. Now, I think we can all agree. We can all agree that the issue with the Sasu call was the clear fucking emotional weirdness to it. Okay? Now, and Crystal's like, I immediately knew this. It was explained to me and I understood that it was weird that we'd driven a guy to the point of saying that he was going to rip his eyes out. And then I was like, well, that went well. Crystal was like, I understood when you told me.
Well, and it's funny because I repeated this so many times. After the Sasu, like immediately after the Sasu call, I jumped into a public VC in Cat's lair and laid out exactly what I thought was wrong. And in that VC, I told Crystal that she was soft and that she was passive because it would have been nicer to be mean to him. That's the funny part. This whole context is watered down. It's like only half the sentence was told to anybody. Oh yeah, like she just told me that I was too soft on Sasu. What? No, I find it in front of other people. This wasn't a private call. This wasn't a mod call. I did it in a public VC. You were too nice. You should have bullied him because it would have been nicer than to pull the psychological, I think I'm a therapist bullshit.
Yeah, because Sasu just gets kicked.
Twice.
Sasu just gets kicked.
Right.
Yeah. We'll get to another call where it's quite interesting what Crystal had to say about stuff like that. Anyway. Okay.
Throat. And don't get me wrong, I don't like Sassafras. I also believe someone should have dogpiled him, but I don't think it should have been the Senate.
It should have been Guac Barrel.
Should have been Guac Barrel. Where's the other one? Right, okay. Is it this bit?
So soft, it never should have happened kind of thing. And now it being approached from you guys saying the call was a dog pile. It's like, huh,
I mean,
fair enough.
The issue isn't that it was a dog pile.
Endless so based her.
I can't really articulate my issue. I just feel like that it was being treated like a police interrogation rather than trying to actually understand somebody and resolve conflict.
Yeah. No, I can get how that's seen, but I can give you the reassurance that
Crystal,
it wasn't.
Somebody in that call was like yelling at Sasu, and
so yeah, this is part of the thing. Like, if you're acknowledging that there are issues with the ring call, but because like it's largely Ponder who seems to be doing the fucked up shit. Now again, I want to reiterate the fact that Lio then runs with that in the Sasu call and goes on sort of utilizes that is also really fucked up. It's not great. It's not a good look, Lio. But again, when I listened to that, I was far more like, yeah, what the fuck is wrong with Ponder? Why are you doing this? Why'd you got to do this therapy shit? She mentions it in the fucking mod call as well.
I couldn't at all right sit here and tell you in detail what happened in that call.
Okay. Feel free to move forward.
So what I was getting
Endler
at,
is
though,
cringe,
that
but
if you're
Endler is
focusing on
free.
the negatives. Generally,
Don't be mean to Endler. I like Endler.
Kind of negative. So it's like, what's usually the kind of the news that usually gets talked about? It's usually the negatives. You don't typically hear about the positives. Just because it's the bad calls that get going out the most doesn't mean that a lot of good is being done.
Yeah, we already kind of covered that argument. That's the good versus the bad argument again, just with the industrial coat of paint. I guess if you want to talk more, I guess, hard numbers or that kind of thing, you could look at police conduct. I'm sure there's lots of police officers that do wonderful work all the time, but then they beat someone who didn't deserve to be beat, and now they're fired, and they should be. And I think that's applicable here. You can do a lot of good
Mally supporting the police, very unbased.
work, but once you've proven that you're not the appropriate person to be in a position
gay, do
of power,
crime.
you should no longer be in that position of power.
Record calls illegally. I don't fucking know. So say this shit.
I wanted to expand on because it was bugging me. Because again, I'll be voicing my opinions on the Vin call. As I said to you in private, Lio, I didn't like how things were conducted, but I didn't have the words at the time. Because when I was in therapy, when I was in care, I did what you've done in this call and explaining it, saying I could have done this, I could have done that, but I don't have to, I don't want to. These are known as where is it? As veiled threats or implied threats. This involves making statements that indirectly suggest potential negative consequences without explicitly stating that as a clear threat. This is when a person says, quote, I could this, or I don't want to, but I could, in order to create a sense of fear or unease in the other person. They're hinting at the ability and or willingness to do something harmful while maintaining the plausible deniability, since they haven't made a direct threat. Veiled threats are a form of emotional manipulation and abuse, and the goal could be to control the other person through fear.
My fucking god.
By creating a
I know, this is so long.
whole scenario of what they could do without clearly crossing the line into threats. This could make a victim feel scared of what could happen if they mess with you anymore. So we've
got to at least make it to 50 minutes. We've got to do better than Kristen Ark.
Even though you didn't directly say them, they are still.
Do we have to? Can we just pretend we're better?
Wouldn't threat come down to intent, though?
That
oh my god.
would be perceived by people. So while you might not have intended it, the people can still perceive it as them.
Okay, so, and just to pick your brain on this, how exactly should I have gone about voicing to Rin the fact that I wouldn't do something like that then? What type of comfort could I even give someone like that?
I would just say not to mention it, because it's the idea of, like, there's many things I could do what I would never even dream of doing. It's just like, why would I need to say it if the thought didn't even cross my mind? Because Vin has an incredibly terrifying living
Chat's
position.
asking for you to speed it up.
Yeah, just speed up. Fair enough. Let's go to 2 times. This is okay. Fuck. I'm trying to be fair, but like, fuck it. I hate it.
I'm trying to think of how it could be phrased. I'm going to use a quite dramatic example. It's like, let's just say me and Peaches were on good terms. It's obvious that we're not. But it's like, oh, Liar, I could forward all of this to Peaches. I could do this if I really wanted to. But I'm not going to, because, you know, I'm not like that. But if I wanted to, I could do that. That kind of idea. It elicits the fear of me getting in contact with someone who has hurt you in your life, and implying if I mess with Crystal, that could happen.
I wouldn't have even read that as a threat, Crystal, because we've had conversations similar to that.
Yeah.
So I don't read that as a threat. Go ahead, Mally.
Yeah.
Yeah, you asked how would you navigate saying that to someone who's vulnerable. There's kind of 2 quick and easy ways. A, don't bring it up. Like, if they haven't brought up the idea that you could do this to them, you should not bring it up to them, because then you're putting it on the table as a possibility that might not have even crossed their mind, and it's...
Okay, I'm actually going to skip over the Rin stuff before I throw myself off something.
I think that you should very
Thank you, me too.
why you're still running these discords when they cause harm to people, when you want to help people.
Because
I'm
I
right
think
by
it's a
the
matter of how I
ocean.
do it,
Beckett. It's so tempting.
Shut up.
as opposed to just the fact that I'm the one doing it.
You're gonna have to expand on how those things are different.
Okay. Give me a moment.
Hold on, what are we at? 43. Give me a second. Sorry, I'm just going to reload it and see if I can get my...
So you're cognizant of the damage that you've done, and you say that you want to help people. That's wonderful.
better
I think most
internet
people want to
backup.
help other people. I think that you should very deeply
My
consider
sound booster isn't working. It
why
makes
you're
me
still
sad.
running these discords when they cause harm to people when you want to help people.
Because I think it's a matter of how I do it, as opposed to just the fact that I'm the one doing it.
You're gonna have to expand on how those things are different.
Okay. Give me a moment. I'm trying to think of the right comparison here.
God.
Oh no,
Maybe
we
a
don't
case
need
study
it.
will help. Alright, so one of the worst instances of
You know, for a guy whose reputation is shouting at people, Lio gets beat, like, bullied by, like, general people and quiet people and people who I want to say slurs about an awful fucking lot. I just can't. I'm gonna repeat myself. I'm gonna repeat myself. During the whole Peaches thing, do you know what Lio should have done? He should have said, I like bullying people, rather than I got manipulated by a fat British person. That would have been less embarrassing.
Oh.
Christ.
kind of mess up would be Jibs. Do you want to maybe elaborate on that?
Can we not talk about Jibs?
Jibs isn't
Well,
here,
I'm
though.
sorry.
I feel that would be extremely unfair.
Oh, by the way, I spoke to Jibs recently. I just want to be really clear about this because, like, it's an annoying thing, but Jibs doesn't care. Jibs doesn't give a shit if they're brought up. They don't care. Just I know it's polite not to, but for anyone who's like, should you bring up Jibs? Sorry, Jibs doesn't give a shit. There you go.
Hold on. I think it would be extremely unfair to Jibs, because Jibs is on my staff. I think it would be unfair to talk about Jibs' situation when they're capable and on my staff and they're not hearing the call.
Thank you.
And for the record, I'm not. Okay. I am not. I am. Here's what I'm not doing. Like, period. There are a couple of things that I'm still somewhat tied to that I'll be working on. But as far as ongoing predator hunting, I haven't done that in a year. I'm not dealing directly with victims like that, especially if they're minors at all. Period.
Jibs is doing great.
I'm not going to sit here and make
Jibs
excuses.
Jibs is doing great.
Video games.
Back away from that.
Go
I've
Bobby
had a few
Van.
Talks with Jibs about that, but one criticism that was given to me that even though I think Stardust can be a bit of a pain in the butt, or was it Stardust? Monsters.
Give you the M-word parts. I never say the M-word. You're good. Thank you though. I appreciate it.
I want to say that was Barbie.
Okay, Barbie. Barbie's valid and perfect. That I've had a tendency of sometimes getting too emotionally close to some of the predation victims, and I did not have the tools at all. I spoke to them horribly, or I said the wrong things to them, or I lost my temper on them. I didn't have the tools for it. I didn't have the resources.
In the call. I have
wanted to
no
help,
clue.
but I was
It's
not
Crystal.
qualified.
It's Crystal. It's apparently Crystal. Like, I'm being told it's Crystal. I don't know. Maybe it's an unfair accusation because these icons are really fucking small. I can't see them, but like, I think it's Crystal.
That at all. So that you won't see here. I am avoiding that as much as possible. The only things I'm in somewhat relation to that is Indo's situation, which is complicated in and of itself. There's a few reasons why that hasn't been handled yet, one of which is the sheer amount of data behind it, and the second I'm not really at liberty to say. And there were some people in SCC that had wronged kids that I took to task, but it wasn't inherently predator hunting. So that I'm not doing. So if you're concerned about that, that's completely off the table.
I mean, I'm glad that's off the table. I specifically didn't mention predator hunting because I already knew you weren't doing it anymore. So yeah,
You
it
said
doesn't
Jibs.
particularly. Jibs is an example of
That
a
was-
call that was inappropriate with someone that doesn't specifically need to be about
Oh!
predator hunting.
Well, I'm sorry, I misread that. I do apologize. So are you asking me what I did wrong there and how I'm not doing it again, or can you re-clarify
I mean,
since
you're-
I've gone off into the weeds?
Again, you're cognizant of what you did wrong in that call. Like,
Oh, absolutely, without question.
And I think pretty much everyone kind of already knows as well. So I don't really need a play-by-play. It's more a question of, like, you can see that you did this thing wrong in this call, and then you kind of did it again
Oh
with
my
Rin,
God, the
and then you've
vaping
done
is
it
driving me nuts.
previously. And you're probably, like, 100% cards on the table. I can see this happening again and again and again, because nothing's changed here. Like, the only thing that's different is you had your own personal situation aired out to the public. Like,
Now, I disagree here. The mods in Catslet are much, much more cringy than the mods in Senate. I didn't think it was possible, but it has been achieved, and it is a legitimate difference, okay?
Like, you didn't step away
It
from
is
the internet.
such a
for
legitimate
fun and go to
difference
therapy
that I had to
or
step
something.
down from
You've
being
been here the
mod.
whole time, and the problems have persisted. So don't you think you should at least step away?
No.
Also, I don't think Valai is doing Bible readings anymore. That's a legitimate difference.
And for
No.
two reasons. Number one, like, you say the problems have persisted, but the
Fuck's
primary
sake.
thing I got concerning Rosa was about my ableism and my language. Only in the past, 3 days, Monstrous, has anybody brought up anything else concerning that call? So I'm kind of lost in the weeds on that one.
Right.
Again, sorry, go ahead, Monstrous.
Oh no, I was agreeing, but Mally, I understand what you're trying to say. I understand what you're getting at. I think what Lio is trying to say, because we are going off the beaten path, is that Lio and I have had a conversation how he wants to tie up the loose ends that he's already started, which I think is perfectly fair to want to do, because he feels that he owes it to the people, like Endo, for example, to tie up those loose ends, because otherwise Endo may not have anybody to go to, and Endo, specifically in this situation, is already being treated like a leper. And so while I understand your concern and I understand where you're coming from, and I don't necessarily disagree with you, Lio...
Really? I thought Lumi was the worst of Senate. Do you know what? I've got no idea. What's your opinion on Lumi, Monstrous?
I can't fucking stand Lumi. I can't fucking stand Lumi. I think Lumi's a two-faced bitch. And I look forward to the day Lumi decides to rear her ugly head. I'm sorry, their ugly head.
What, you mean
back
like
onto the
yesterday?
internet, because I'm... Yeah. Yes, exactly. Or today, in a group chat, in the group chat that we had.
In a group chat, yeah.
That was great. I loved that. I'm just here to export some DMs, bitch. No, you ain't. You're fooling nobody. A fucking clown. Fucking clown behavior.
Oh, this is so goofy.
Finish up his loose ends, and that is it. And then there's nothing else after this. What those loose ends are, to tell you.
Right. Tying up loose end implies that once those ends are tied up, this ends. So
Correct.
is there an end point?
There, whatever those loose ends are.
When you say endpoint, do you mean to just helping people, or do you mean to how we run a gallery call? I just want to make sure I know what we're discussing here.
Again, loose ends implies there's an endpoint, so what is the endpoint?
Well,
loose ends.
Okay. The endpoint is going to be dependent on a few factors here, but what I can tell you is while I may not take a step away from the internet, I am going to take a break from anything heavy, because frankly, if I don't, Monsters is going to beat the living stuffing out of me, because I've had a tendency for years of not taking breaks. There's a lot just going on right now. Using the internet as a place for fun or to talk about what I want in terms of what I enjoy, or maybe even like things I'll criticize that aren't about people inherently, I don't think is an issue. The problem is constantly being in these situations and constantly being the mediator and constantly being put around terrible things or vulnerable people. I think that that's got to peter to a stop for the most part. I do need a break, and I do need some time to, well, deal with things one way or another, and that's what...
Wing 999, thank you. Then I must ask, why does every other person that is friends with or associates with him allowed to continue this horrific behavior when they're oddly against it? I just find it weird. Listen, so I don't disagree with you. I think there are legitimate issues with how much people just go, it's Lio. So for some of it, I think it is, I think it's a mixture of things. For some of it, I think it is the fact that no matter how many times people tell Lio, stop, you're a fucking idiot, he doesn't. Some people have just given up, and like they're just like, we don't want to hear about it anymore, but fucking come and chill because we don't care. On the other hand, I think another part of this, and this is what's really annoyed me, and a few people are like, what's Crystal done? What really annoys me is I feel like a lot of people seem to use Lio. They use Lio for a variety of fucking reasons. Whether it is to gain clout, or to put themselves on a stage, or because they need a fucking hammer to hit somebody with. And then, when things are bad, they double dip. They come back and they go, oh no, fuck Lio. I hate that guy. And like, Ponda has just left the mod team of Catslayer. She's gone. She's in the fucking wind. But you still came and had those calls and were like, I want to put myself in this position to help people. You knew what was going to happen. And in the case of Crystal, your whole point of getting involved is because you knew what was going to happen. And you still did it. And you still played both sides. And it's so fucking annoying. And Hidden did this. Like other people involved in the Burger King server did this. Like they all put out their little fucking statements and then fucked off the Supreme Court. And then it went wrong for them, and they came crawling back. And just, have some respect for yourselves. Getsy for the 5. Sorry if I seem jaded in chat. I've been dealing with the LCC for the stupid bullshit for 7 years, and it feels good not to be seen as a crazy person. I don't blame you, though I'll be honest. At least, it is at least funny. Oh, Ponder left. I wonder why before the shitstorm gets to them. Yeah, no, shocking. I can't imagine why. Fuck's sake. Fucking cowards.
What we're working towards right now.
Okay, I guess I will throw this out into the aether as well. Why is it appropriate for you to monetize this?
Monetize what?
Your beefs, your dramas on your YouTube channel. Like your most
Because
recent.
it's his content. Who cares?
The most recent one was Crimson Mayhem, I believe. Were they a predator?
I'll go. Just Mally. I might be able to add to this. Lio definitely had a reputation as a fixer or someone stronger you could turn to if you're in a bad spot. Dumb mindset, but 100% one I bought into at the time. Yeah, lots of people do. And like, listen, people will buy, like, bring stuff to me and be like, Beckett, can you cover this? Beckett, this person did this thing. Beckett, are you aware of this? And some of it's like, and the one I love is when you bring me drama, when you bring me this dumb thing to laugh at. But if you're seriously coming to me and going, Beckett, can you like do this? Like this thing's happened, someone should be held to account. I'm like, have you watched me? Like, I can laugh at them for you, but that's it. Like, I swear to God, I'm not able to do anything else for you. I'm a funny clown on the internet. That's it. Watch me jingle. That's it. Okay.
Someone asks, is this the Discord version of the Stanford prison experience?
Can't away for the $4.99. Who's worse, Nick Rakita, Baldo worshippers, or Liar's Kitten Peanut Sims? Easily Nick Rakita's Baldo washers. I'll say this for the Nick Rakita stuff very quickly because we are going to be doing more of it soon. But I'll say this: through all of this shit, all the ACC shit, I'm watching furries and teenagers and very soy artist types. And do you know what? I've seen less people cry during this than I have during the fucking Rakita drama. And those are old, like, men in their 30s and 40s who are all meant to be right-wingers saving America. Give me a fucking break.
No, Crimson Mayhem wasn't a predator at all.
What was their crime?
Crimson Mayhem lied about people I know and ghosted us on reporting a predator that they promised they would do.
Mm-hmm. And so that's a profit thing then?
No. Did you listen to the call?
I'm asking if it's appropriate for you to monetize that.
You monetize
You can say
things...
yes. You can say yes, like 100%.
Hold on.
This is not a trap. You can say
Which
yes.
one of them plays Genshin?
Sounds like when all of my videos by nature are set up for monetization.
And I'm asking if you think that's appropriate with the nature of some of your videos. You can, again, you can
Yes,
say
it's just
yes.
content, who cares?
Okay, can you be specific in which videos nature we're talking about?
Oh my God,
I mean, obviously
Lio.
there's the Predator ones, but any of the ones that are just like interpersonal beefs or behind the scenes beefs, basically anything to do with like the Cloud Palace things, like those kind of things where there's not, I guess, a very public concern. It's more just interpersonal problems that are becoming content.
Hold on. No, that is a larger problem because those people were being quiet about a confidant of a child predator being around children.
Again, my question is still, is it appropriate to monetize this?
Yes, because that's how the algorithm picks it up, so people are aware of it.
Okay. I dead ass. I just wanted your take on that. Like, you didn't. It's not a defense thing. I just need to know where your moral is on that.
All right. Well, I'll tell you where the rest of my moral is on that, if that's okay. I don't. Anytime I make money on YouTube, I give it to other people. My Patreon's at a net deficit every month as well.
Okay.
Listen, I just want to say this. Of course, Lio's page. I'm sort of. Yeah, he is such a. So good.
Such a fucking martyr.
Of course Lio's at a net deficit. He gave like $8,000 to Peaches and bought everyone loads of shit. Like, of course he's not making any fucking profit off this.
Where's my $8,000?
I did. Okay, so
I be adopted.
I dug into this with him as well. I don't blame Mally for doing this because I did exactly the same thing to Lio. Because I looked at Lio's Patreon and was like, how the fuck do the payments for this work? What comes out? And it doesn't seem like the way it was explained to me. I've got no way to disprove or prove, but in this case, because I've seen his own statements and other people's statements about the money given out, I'll actually believe him that he is probably losing money on this shit. And frankly, even if he's not, he's spending it on fucking action figures. So I mean, fucking who cares, right? It's not like he's got. It's not like he's spending it on hookers and blackjacks, which would be ultimately cooler.
And if you want to know a little bit more of the inside game. The money I've made on videos recently, half of it went to Crystal, and the other half's going to Dorito when we figure out how to get money to you, Dorito.
Is any of it's wife's money? That's a good fucking question.
Again, I was just asking for your value on that, because I didn't know where you stood on it, and it's just something I need to be aware of going forward. And I feel like other people probably should consider that as well. Okay, let me see. Unless Stream or someone has something else they want to throw a reminder for me, I'm pretty much done. I will just say, I guess to your mod team, again, because I think this Discord is bad and I think it should stop. And to your mod team, I think there's sort of 3 stages of moderators in here. There will be people who are actually just here for blood sports. Whether they admit that or not is up to them. Godspeed, enjoy your weird, messy drama. Stop pretending it's
Thank you, I will.
not messy drama. There's some people here who think that they are fixing things from the inside, that you're helping in some way. It's like, oh, it would be worse if I wasn't here to temper it. I'd like to say to those people, I think you're
I'm
wrong.
helping
I
to
think
break
you're lending
it.
legitimacy to a Discord that shouldn't exist, and I think trying this, oh, we're better now, we won't be mean to people anymore, gives others a false sense of security to come into calls where they are going to get hurt. So I think people who are trying to fix from the inside should stop and leave. And then there's some people who genuinely just either believe in you, Lio, or the Discord. I would encourage you to reconsider that notion and really think about it, sit down with yourself for a little bit.
Okay, so this statement I had a bit of an issue with. And I'm going to, I believe Mally when Mally says they wanted this to be public. But this statement here in particular is what got the hairs on the back of my head raising up. Because this sounds like, again, it's like the whole kind of Lumi Peaches thing. Now, I think that's a fine statement to make publicly. It's a weird statement to make to just a mod team, if that makes sense. But because I've seen the DMs of Crystal to Mally, I completely believe that Mally wanted this to be a public statement. It's a bit soy, but sure. And I also agree, obviously, fucking just kill Cat's Eye. If it's not even for accountability calls anymore, if it's just for nerd shit, that's fine. But yeah, kill all this shit.
Just make it nerd shit.
Yeah, because if Lio wants to fight with people, come to Thunderdome. You can do it in Guac Barrel. You can do it fucking anywhere. But you've got a load of people here who clearly cannot handle this. The amount Cat's Eye hasn't even existed this long. I thought it would take fucking longer. But you've had a couple of calls in there that just are a bit fucked. Because there are plenty of people, whether Lio likes it or not, who are there for blood sports. They want the drama, and fucking more power to them. But you're never gonna turn this into a safe place. Forgive me, I am soy and cringe. I know what I am, and I am appropriately ashamed.
You're so cringe.
Listen, I like when people own it. It's fine, based.
Yeah. As far as I know, that's where I end.
Okay, so I will ask a question. Even though this has been talked about and something I'm talking about, and I've already made you aware of this. What will stop a circumstance of a video on me and Dorito like that ever happening again? Because that is the finest case for me of there was every bit of evidence was not true. Like the claims that we were comparing Peaches to Via, Vida, and RT.
Now, we're gonna start. Okay, we're gonna start getting into the Crystal section of this, if that's all right. I think we're at that point. We're at the 1 hour 30 mark. We've made it longer than Crystal and Art did into this, and I think this is the point.
Go us.
Yeah, go us. But now we're gonna get into the Crystal section. We're gonna watch a bit of this, and then we're gonna get to some other things that have happened with Crystal, because obviously I'm not very happy. Because I feel like I've been, I feel deceived.
You cheated.
I was
okay. Yeah, okay. Before you move on, I just want to say, I don't know if I heard it, I don't know if I missed it, I don't really care. The statement that Mally makes about, oh well, if you believe in Lio, if you're friends with him, you should reconsider. I just thought that was so gay. There was no need to say it. There's no need to bring it up. And at some point, I don't know if it was Crystal. Someone told me today. Well, it was somebody else. I'm not gonna bring their name into it. They were like, well, that's not what Mally meant when she said that. I was like, oh my fucking. Well, if that's not what Mally meant, then why didn't Mally make themselves clear? Everyone's talking about, oh wow, you shouldn't do accountability calls because you can't do this. This is an accountability call. Let's not dress it up as anything else, which is fine. But don't, if you can't make yourself clear in a call, why are you doing calls like this? Why are you holding someone accountable who takes other people accountable? Make yourself unclear. Fucking, it's like Inception. Accountability of accountability is accountability.
I think people like the calls. I mean, again, but plenty of people watch Leia, right? Leia is accountability. Leia is an accountability stream. Let's not pretend, again, I don't think she'd pretend otherwise. When she heard the Guac Barrel call, she was like, Beckett's right, I am sorry. We can all be sorry. It's fine. Everyone's cringe. Just at least we're free. But you look at Leia's response to finding out that Crystal's at the end of the Sasu call, going, "Well, that went well." Leia's like, fucking goes hard. We're gonna listen to a bit of that because it's in the Laker call. But yeah, it's obvious that people can go hard. People can do the accountability thing. I don't. That doesn't mean I don't like it. But like you know what? Fucking you do you. But I think one of the things is that, again, because people like doing this, getting rid of Lia doesn't change any of that. If people want to change the community, that's none of my fucking business. I'm not ArtCC. I can barely fucking scribble. Like, if you don't see my art, it's shit. I love it, but it's shit.
You could barely write Leia's name right.
That is true. Like that. But yeah, do you be happy. All right, come on, let's get into Crystal.
No screenshot showed that. It was a very extreme circumstance, absolutely, but what is stopping that from getting to that point again where you would make a video on innocent people?
Well, number one, not letting anybody get so close that they can dictate all my actions without a question or without involving other people. Secondly, there's having other people looking at my things that are not involved in these situations that are capable of looking at it from an unbiased, as best as possible standpoint. If I had people who weren't having Peaches whisper in their ear look at that video, it probably wouldn't have gone anywhere it needed to. Because the people who did had Peaches in their ear, and as well as me having that in their ear, Lumi was all over that script as well and constantly relaying things to Peaches. That entire script was an absolute mess. And so
this is interesting because I want to clear something up because it all gets muddled. Didn't Lumi work on the Crystal script? Monstrous?
I can't remember. I know Peaches did.
Yeah, because Peaches was really worried about it, and this is when the BK server was going on. So it's real interesting that Crystal is asking this question to Lio while having calls with Lumi. Like, and I want to.
Speaking of,
go on.
Oh, go ahead, really quick.
I was going to say, it's
Okay,
so like it's not just that Crystal was on the Lio detractor side, and in the Lio mod side, but also Crystal is on Lumi's side. Just
the two things. Zach says that yes, Lumi worked on the Crystal script, but I've also seen people ask Zach or just in general about the BK logs. As far as I know, those logs aren't coming out anytime soon because there's like because people are stupid and they're like, I've known you for 2 months. Let me give you my phone number in those BK logs. So pretty base, you know? What a great idea.
Yeah. Can you please acknowledge Laker's comments? Is Laker in chat? We are gonna go. We are gonna go over the call. I don't know what Laker's username is, and there's a lot of people in chat.
No. So. Laka said something about hey Beckett, the FCK victim Lio mentioned asked me to clarify this. That victim already told Lio the issues they had with Ren were resolved and not to share their combo. I think they're past.
Okay, yeah, no, that doesn't fucking surprise me. It's not good, but it's the same, like, similar, because again, I don't know a lot of the Rin lore, but I'm going to give you a similarity. When people were going at Kumu, they were trying to use Sliggins to do it, and Kumu and Sliggins are cool. It's fucking ridiculous. Stop doing this. And also, another thing, really fucking annoying, if people's shit is sorted out, don't fucking bring it up like it's a gotcha. And secondly, people need to make up their fucking minds. Either shit from years ago doesn't matter, or it does. You don't get to selectively choose whether you give a shit. Shut up. And again, pick your battles carefully, otherwise you'll end up like fucking Doodle Tones and getting chased off the fucking internet by the people who are trying to weaponize against somebody. Fucking idiot.
So was that video.
Yeah, it was a very extreme circumstance, but it's just a precedent that sets, you know? It's like, you know, when I made that truth and dare claim, which came out to be true, like the second I was like, no, there isn't enough proof, the second someone talked to me about it, I took it down, and I made an amendment, I apologized for it. But when it came to you saw me generally breaking down in a friend of yours server, where I was like, this isn't true, and I was grabbing all the links, I was grabbing everything, and the video wasn't taken down. It was only when everything escalated with Peaches and everything like that we started talking. Like, you saw me directly showing you evidence to the contrary, saying, this is not true, this did not happen, why are you saying this is generally hurting me? but it was still there for a long period of time.
And I told you why.
Yeah, but you get what I'm getting at, like, because
Okay. Let's get into this, because crystals, like, so for those of you, again...
Are we finally starting?
Yeah, we're finally starting. I think we're at that point, so if I have to listen to more of this, I'm just going to get annoyed. Not because of Mally, obviously, because of where we're at. So, those of you who've watched my previous streams, and I know that will be a few of you, for those of you who haven't, like and subscribe. It's an easy plug. Anyway, I'll shut the fuck up. For those of you who watched my earlier streams, you may have remembered the last time Crystal was on, and I said, hey Crystal, you probably need to stop jumping on everyone's streams all the time, and playing, like, you look like you're playing both sides. You've got, like, you're releasing calls against Lio, you're releasing your evidence, your story, all this stuff, and at the same time you're getting closer and closer to Lio, to the extent where you're joining these servers, working with them, you're archiving the Senate, which I'm like, great, go and archive things. Someone asked earlier, like, what's the problem with gathering information? The problem is now, and this is where we're at, because Crystal and the way Crystal has positioned themselves, I'm not sure how much I can trust any information that I get from Crystal, because I don't know whether that information has been, like, carefully, like, worked through to, like, present a narrative that, like, Crystal wants, that's going to make Crystal look good. I don't know whether, because again, like with the Sasu call, did Crystal really go, this Sasu call's fine, or did Crystal go, wow, this is really bad, I should make sure this, like, I should downplay this? You don't know which. And part of it is, like, we're just going to bring up this screenshot. That's Mon's stance. So Crystal's stance on calls, I'm just going to apply it to this, is if one party wants something released, Crystal will release it. So I am going to just release this. Here we go. Monstrous. Like if this whole time I wanted to do this big plan of playing Lio like a fool and using you all or something like that, I would have owned it at this point. I generally wanted to be there in Cat's Lair at the start. That is from today. That is today, Crystal. That's what you're saying today. The problem is that I have multiple people who have told me that right from the off you've said, it's an op, I'm opping Lio, I'm just there to get information from people. Like, when the reason Crystal came into the guac barrel appears to be to get information from Lio. In the lake,
Sorry, it wasn't just to get information from Lio. Like, per Crystal was trying to get information from anybody who had information on Hopeless Peaches. And I had a conversation with Crystal about this, I don't know, 2 weeks ago, about how, like, she didn't need to be an admin in Cat's Lair to get that information, and how it looked like when she posted her whole, oh, I'm leaving Cat's Lair, I have all my information on Peaches. I was like, okay, so did you just use the server to get your information? Did you just use Lio to get the information? Because you didn't need to do that. You could have just asked people, and people probably would have just given it to you. They don't like Peaches.
Yeah, you didn't need this. And again, I'm just gonna play the very start of this guac barrel call, because I didn't know until somebody else listened to this and pointed it out to me. But I found this very interesting.
Okay, yep, recording. I'll be back. Yippee! See ya. Take it easy.
Whose voice is that?
Okay, yep, recording. I'll be back. Yippee! See ya. Take it easy.
It's fucking Lumi! Just, you sat there, and you left it in the fucking call, that you sat there having a call with Lumi! Fucking what? Why? Why would you do this?
And then, so they get on this call with Lumi, and then they jump straight into Guac Barrel, completely uninvited. They just came in themselves. After saying, like, 2 days, or like the day before, I don't want to be a part of drama. I'm tired of the drama.
I just... So, actually, fuck it. Hey, we'll do the chat at the end. We'll do the chat at the end.
Really quick.
Yeah, sure.
Sorry, so someone asked, are any of the Senators, Cat's Lair, Guac Barrel, Supreme Court, or whatever, Lio... handlers, Ada friggin' Snake. So let's just be clear. In Guac Barrel, Lio has no power. No power. He can't ban anybody. He can't kick anybody. He can't mute any. He can't even time somebody. He can't even delete their messages. Like, Guac Barrel is a separate entity from Cat Slayer. We don't hold accountability calls. In fact, we bullied Sasu, like, I don't know, like 2 days after, no, like, what was it, like a week after? Like, it is an entire separate entity by itself.
It is a far harsher server. So I got asked like why I joined, and I'll be really open now. Part of the reason I was invited was because people got sick of leaking shit to me. They're just like, it'd just be easier to have Beckett in a fucking server. And like, the server itself has its moments where it's quite fun, like with Ephraim, because I like taking the piss out of Ephraim to his face. It's much more enjoyable, guys. Okay, it's just more fun. So, and I want to be clear about like Guac Barrel as well. Like, Gallagher's in Guac. Gallagher has now had 2 debates about rape jokes being okay. Like, it's not like this soy, you have to do what Lio says. It's just not. Now, is it one of these places? Go on.
Someone asked, like what is Guac Barrel? And Guac Barrel rose from the ashes like a phoenix. It was created by the old guard of Senate, myself, Weepus, Baiji, Jace, as a place for us to hang out and be able to invite other people into.
Yeah, and
that clears it up.
Yeah, it's a little bit. It's the OGs making their own server. For the 5, Canton, can someone confirm / debunk the rumor that Peaches and Lumi were dating, which is why Lumi had their weird investment in Peaches and against Lio? I've got no fucking idea. I've got no idea. Though, I mean, if they were, I'll say this. Fucking what were you thinking? Why? What is going on? Right, okay, anyway, fuck it. This shit.
Why is it called Guac Barrel?
Why is it called Guac Barrel?
Doesn't matter.
Right, okay.
Okay.
So before we get go on.
No, go ahead.
No, go ahead. You fucking interrupt me. Go on. Why is it called Guac Barrel?
God. It's called Guac Barrel because I don't know. There's some. It used to be called Guac Squad. It was made of like Weebus, Baiji, and I don't know. I think Jace or something. And I don't know. They had this obsession with Jeb Bush, which is why like we'll all say like all hail Jeb and Jeb owns a server, whatever. I don't know, something about. I'm sure if Weebus is in the chat, he'll correct me. Something about Jeb Bush and guacamole.
That was way too much. That was way too much work. Okay. So what we're gonna do first, before we get to that, is before we do this, we're gonna do another call. Okay. Now, I am going to set this up so Mon can actually see it. But there's no visuals for this, so you just can get to stare at my face. Right, okay.
You didn't have to punish them.
Go drink a Starbucks, Mon. Okay.
Yeah.
Right, we'll go to here while we listen. So, this is the... I'm going to keep pronouncing your name wrong. Laka? This is the Laka call. We're going to listen to a little bit of the intro, and then we're going to get to the bits that I care about.
Okay, Laka, feel free to ask your questions.
All right.
Shoot them,
so I'm going to ask, did you apologize to Sasu after this call?
No, I have not been in contact with Sasu since this call.
Okay, so one thing you're going to do after this call, I'm not trying to be mean to you, but I'm just saying this, you owe him an apology right now to go apologize for that call and both your inactions.
Oh, listen, I'm going to be... There is an unfortunate element to this where everyone involved is kind of soy, and I'm going to try and be nice. But there is a point in this call where people are like, slurs are bad, and I'm like, I don't care, please shut up. Okay.
And the behavior in that call, because you were still a moderator, and it was still one of your responsibilities to say something about that action. He deserves a direct apology for that. I'm just being upfront with that, because this is a grave failure on your part, and I am not happy seeing this behavior. Now...
Can someone correct me as well? Like, are these the people who were involved in, like, the glitch tail stuff?
I think I don't fucking know, dude. I actually don't know because this wasn't just Laka in the call. It was like Laka, Hikari.exe, Deathwing, Indy, Zaj, Zage. I don't know. I don't know who any of these people are. I don't even know who Laka is. I just hear the name.
Oh, I will say this as well. So I've heard this through the grapevine, and I'm playing telephone a little bit. But apparently, Crystal wasn't very happy with Laka doing this. Like, Crystal apparently went to other people to say that Laka was grandstanding them. Which is interesting, because after my call with Crystal in Grot Barrel, you'll note the fact that my call in Grot Barrel, my version of it didn't come out. Crystal's did. Because Crystal went to Endless server to immediately share it. I just find that interesting. Fuck my life.
Were you a part of for the Sasu
I was basically all of it.
Basically all of it.
Mm-hmm.
So, I have several questions then.
Laka is an original Deviant ransom?
You said earlier in the previous group chat, when Sasu started breaking down, you broke down. Why did you...
Say,
go ahead.
So I wouldn't say it broke down. That's for one of my part.
Sorry, 1 second. Crystal, Twisted Toybox, Crystal did say this on Kumu's stream 2 days ago. Do you mean Crystal said that Laka... what the fuck? Like, was grandstanding them 2 days ago? Did I miss that? I might have done. Sorry, Mon. Give me a second. Rand. Interesting. Hold on a second.
So.
I'm gonna reshare something to the call. That's interesting. And I'm gonna play this. I haven't heard it before, but we're gonna play it. And then if this sounds right, give me a second. There we go. We'll go live with that. Okay.
I was, because again, like, I'm glad I wasn't cuddled and like be like, oh, Crystal, you did nothing wrong, because I did shit wrong. But there was, near the end, there was some moral grandstanding and being like, are you sure you can handle the Peaches video? You know, so many people rely on you, Crystal. Are you sure you can do this? It's like,
come on, YouTube.
Okay.
Okay.
Sure.
You will.
That's a legitimate question, Crystal. Okay, so here's the problem. And for those of you who've heard Michael with Crystal, I said basically the same thing. Like, Crystal is sat there going, Lio bad, Peach is bad, and Crystal's right. But Crystal is also sat on calls with Rin, with Sasu. Those calls continue, they're there till the end of them. They've been close to Lio in the mod team. They've seen things develop. I think the question of where your priorities lie is a legitimate fucking question. Like, I don't think that's morally grandstanding. You were involved in one of these calls.
I will say that I was very nicely given this call approximately about when it happened. And at first I was like, that's kind of a shitty thing to ask. Why would you ask that? And then after today, I actually wound up, I was like, you know what? No, I take it back. Laka. That was the correct question to ask. That is my bad. So you know what? Actually, I'm sorry, Laka, because I said that was dumb and silly and bullshit. But I apologize because after seeing all the flat out lying, it wasn't even like good.
She was complaining.
Like one.
Hold on. She was complaining about both you and Laka saying that yesterday in Endless server. Yeah, fucking interesting, isn't it? God, like this shit.
Point where?
Hold on. Right. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't like that Laka was trying to kind of do this thing of like, Sasu deserves an apology from you.
Yeah.
I don't think Sasu deserves an apology from anyone.
Yeah, because fuck Sasu. Okay, cool. Right. I thank you for telling me about that. I wasn't aware of it.
So glad.
That's helpful. Right. Let's go
There's
back
too much soy in this stream. Thanks, Evan.
Right. Okay. Let's go.
I started. You know when a situation is awkward and you don't know how to reply to something because it's tense. You're like, oh, I don't know how to handle a situation like this. That's how I was feeling.
Okay, then I'm gonna ask why do you keep involving yourselves in these kinds of situations if you cannot handle a tense situation like that?
That was the first call in the cat's lair.
Okay, because
So,
you got involved in the ring call. So why did you
Only-
then proceed to go into the ring call?
Hold on. Wait a second, what?
This feeling.
Okay, then I'm gonna ask why do you keep involving yourselves in these kinds of situations if you cannot handle a tense situation like that?
That was the first call in the cat's lair.
What's the Sasa wasn't the first call in the cat's lair.
No, Sassy was not the first call in the cat's lair.
Like, loads of calls happened before Sasu.
I can't.
I think
off the top of my head who it
Rifleman was before Sasu. I could be wrong.
Rifleman was before Sassy, and then there was a call before that. I don't know why it's escaping me.
Okay.
Okay, because
So,
you got involved in the ring call. So why did you
Only-
then proceed to go into the ring call if you saw in that moment you couldn't handle it?
The reason I got involved in the Vin call is because I knew Vin was joining the cat's lair. I didn't know why or what it was going to be about. I wasn't explained it was meant to be a one-on-one call. There's a lot, again, which wasn't explained to me. And with that, I made sure that there was protections put in place, like there was a role so Vin couldn't be bombarded by the chat. My goal was to be in the Vin call to make sure that Liar wasn't shouted at or anything along... no, not Liar.
That's a Freudian slip. It's a Freudian slip. I was there to protect Liar, guys. Okay. I'm kidding. I'm not going to make that accusation against...
No, you're
Crystal.
not. You're not kidding. You're not kidding. It's fine.
Oh, fuck.
Vin wasn't shouted at or anything like that. But again, I was only in the Vin call near the very end. Around.
I want to be... Actually, no. For those who've wandered in, I'm just going to do this whole thing where I remind you all of something. This stream, all of it, me having a go at Crystal, wouldn't have happened if Crystal didn't claim that I in some way was being used by Lio as a defense force. Because, and I want to say this very clearly, my position hasn't fucking changed. Just because I'm bored and don't want to turn myself into a Lio hate channel doesn't mean I'm suddenly sat here like Lioconvoy is now a fucking, like, patron saint. Like, Lio does fucked up shit, and, like, I think he should stop. Unironically, not even for a content point. But part of my issue with the Mali mod call is because it's stuff that I've already said before, or because it's stuff that I've already heard before, it's like a lot of the Lio stuff to me where I feel like I'm just going on stream to say the same shit over and over and over again, and then I'll throw myself off something. That's how I feel. But if people want to go for Lio, not going to fucking stop you. Not going to stop you. All I'm saying is in the same way that Akumu is currently dealing with Nezzy, Doodle, and all the FCK stuff, and not talking as much about Lio, it's very much a case where I kind of want to, like, focus in on the community around Lio, because I'm kind of fucking sick of this shit.
10 minutes before I started to speak.
Okay, was this...
Didn't you literally insult Lio to his face since when has Beckett defended Lio? Yeah, I called him a faggot the other day. Yeah,
You've literally gotten us in a yelling match with him.
Yeah, like, okay, so Lio has never wanted to have a public call with me. So I should explain something about this. Lio has never wanted to have a public call with me. That does not mean I've not fought with Lio. And I've got Monstrous and other people who back things up. I don't know if stuff was recorded. But,
I didn't record it.
particularly, and I got asked, what did I fight with Lio about? So I will tell you. The things I have fought with Lio about are Kumu and Gilded, specifically. And, like, those are the things that we have actually screamed at each other over. Because those two things, the way he sees those two, I think is fucking crazy.
Which is funny, because now Gilded's in Guac Barrel.
And now Gilded's in Guap Barrel. But also, I'm kind of shouted out, right? I can't go into every call with Lio and just fucking scream at him, because I'll lose my voice, and it's boring. Okay?
Oh, it's my voice. It's not that precious, Beckett. It's fine.
Okay,
No one will miss it.
Okay, anyway. But yeah, like, again, no one ever heard those calls. Other people have had their public confrontations. I have never called out Lio for not wanting to have that public confrontation to me. That's fair enough. But I never got to have my on-stream, on-camera argument with Lio. But that doesn't mean I never got to have it. And I'm satisfied that I fucking had it. And I was fucking right, by the way, for Lio if he sees this. I was right about a lot, and I continue being fucking right.
Same thing done for
I told
Sasu?
you.
No.
Why wasn't it?
Hey, Cecil.
That's a good question.
Can you answer it?
I don't think I can, actually. Not in the sense of deflection, but I just generally don't think I ever applied to that. It
Fair
should
enough.
have been done.
Sorry, I do apologize for being angry. I am quite horrified that a mentally disabled man was pretty much bombarded in a call. And then I saw another mentally disabled man being bombarded in a call. So now there's two mentally disabled men who I have seen in calls where you get involved in that have been bombarded. And one apparently had protections, but not the other. And now I...
You know what? After Lio's done with Kumo, maybe we'll have a Thunderdome. I'd be up for having a Thunderdome with Lio.
Please.
I would very happily have a public fight with Lio. There are many things that while I am bored and annoyed, I would still argue with Lio about publicly. Because
It'll just be two idiots screaming at each other. I'm so excited.
he's so good.
I'm hearing you're not even sure why that is. But yet, from the first call, you knew that you weren't given all the information. So, why when you went to the ring call, didn't you make sure you got all the information that time, when after the first time, you didn't get all the information about the Sasu incident?
Because I'm naive.
Like, do you mind if I add on
Because
to
I'm
that?
naive. Everyone's naive.
Thank you for the
I
two,
meant, like,
Deathwing.
why
Thanks.
didn't you make sure that what you were being told was the truth after the Sasu call happened?
Because I believe it wouldn't happen twice. I believed because after call with...
I'm sorry, I want to re-listen to that. Okay, so part of the problem is, and for those of you who are keeping up with my fucking Crystal annoyance, every single conversation I ever hear or have had with Crystal is a conversation with, do you ever have a conversation with somebody who's like, who wants something from you, and they will say whatever it takes to get it. Crystal will just fucking agree with you. Crystal will always agree with you. Whatever you fucking say, you got. It's just like, what is your personality? In fact, actually, hold on. Fuck. Does anyone here watch Community? Deathwing. Jesus, I hate my voice in this call. You're fine, Deathwing. Thank you for two, Evan. Beckett will fight you in the Thunderdome. That'd be actually pretty funny.
Please.
No, it'll be. Do you know what? Fuck it. Yeah, sure. Evan will set it up. We'll scream at each other in the Thunderdome if you want to.
Chat always wins.
A chat always wins. So, okay, fuck, what was my point? What the fuck was I talking about? I've been completely distracted. That's not about Crystal!
Oh no!
Crystal! Okay, cool. Crystal will always just agree with you. And for those of you who watch Community, the sitcom Community, there is an episode there where the dean tries to pull an op on Jeff and convince him about night classes. And in the end, the dean just works with everyone. And Annie's like, this isn't being part of a conspiracy or cabal. This is just doing random shit. And that is exactly what, Crystal's not running a cabal. Crystal's not running a cabal. And I'll tell you why Crystal isn't running a cabal. She's she's not smart enough to do the ops. Because if Crystal was smart, she would have never released the fucking guac call in barrel with me. She would have never released it. Do you know why? Because anybody who has watched me for any amount of time knows that I don't tend to leak things from Discords. I wouldn't have put the call out. If she hadn't done that,
in fairness, it would have been leaking. It would have been fine.
But it would have been in sections. It wouldn't have been like the beginning bit. It wouldn't have been her entering. It wouldn't have been something like I'd have put out to put a narrative out on her. Wouldn't have been any of that. So by putting the call out, it means you put me in a position where not only can I talk about it, but now I sort of fucking have to. It's the dumbest shit ever. You should have just shut up.
I meant, why didn't you make sure that what you were being told was the truth after the after the Sasu call happened?
Beckett, I know you said you weren't going to be soy,
Because
but
I
this is
believe
so
it wouldn't
fucking
happen.
soy.
What soy?
Just this whole call is so soy.
Oh, what this soy? Yeah, this call is very soy. Listen, I get it. The people on this call are very feely. It's fine, but there are some funny bits on this call. We are getting to them.
Twice, I believe, because after the call with Sasu happened, I believe that they would have informed people more or told the truth about stuff in relation to things. Again, naivety.
Laka, if I may, do you mind if I add on to your question?
Go right ahead. Let's not yell at them. I do apologize for being angry. I am more angry on the fact that they're disabled people being bullied. I do apologize. I am very defensive when it comes to stuff like that. So feel free to add on to this thing.
Can I ask a question after Deathwing? Because I want to add on to the second.
Hold on, Deathwing 5. You don't understand. I sound like Hiccup from How to Train Your Dragon. Discord fucks my voiceover.
Oh my god.
Called with
fucking
Sasu,
Isher's bullying me in
just
chat too.
Fair enough.
hi,
Let's go in order. All right, go Deathwing first, then Indy, and then whoever wants to next.
Wait, there's the point that Leia's covering right now. Mind if I just quickly hear it out?
This is the bit I want to watch. So, like, Crystal has been brought into this call to, like, by people who are like, hey, you're meant to be, like, the helpful person who's holding people to account. Why have you done this? And Crystal's like, hold on, I'm being publicly ridiculed. Do you mind if we have a quick watch? Oh, fuck my life.
If that's okay.
All right, Deathwing, write down your question, and same with the other one until that point, okay?
And then I'm going to pull out the popsicle sticks so we know who comes next.
You want me to type in sidebar, or what do you want me to do? Or just say it? Okay.
Wherever you feel is appropriate to keep it saved so we can ask directly, because Crystal Flame is trying to look at Leia's stream, because Leia can't contact her because of, Leia's Discord's broken.
Can we skip this
so
whole
write
part?
it wherever you feel will help you remember it.
Trying to do that ever again.
Because do you know what? Here, listen, we got to listen to Mally being soy. Let's listen to Leia being soy.
Right. You're not a licensed therapist. And you are opening yourself up to a lot of legal liabilities here, guys. You better pray to God that Sasu doesn't press charges, because Sasu could
I love this bit. This is great.
press charges.
Yeah, he could.
People in the call like, yeah, he could. No one ever presses. No one's gonna press charges. The internet police are not coming. The internet police are not coming. That you can't call the cyber police. Consequences will never be the same again. Kind of shit. Stop it. No one cares. Fuck.
She's not wrong. She could.
Leah, I wouldn't go there.
Immediately,
Okay,
Leia's
I'm
like,
not
yeah,
an
it's fine.
attorney.
No, I don't know, fucking.
I'll backtrack. Not an attorney. If you guys continue to contact Sasu, it's going to be a problem. It'll be a problem. That's all I will say. If you continue to contact Sasu, it will be a problem. His mother has told you not to contact him. You should listen to the mom.
His mom
You should really listen to his mom. Please don't
Again, at
contact
least
me.
Leia owns
Means
it.
please don't contact
At least she
me.
owns
I know.
Bless her.
I'm not even mad. It's just funny.
My view, I was criticized for being too kind and understanding towards Sasu. Who criticized you, Crystal?
Monstrous.
Yeah, Crystal, who criticized you?
Hold on.
Was it Lio that criticized you?
Hold on.
Who criticized you?
Hold on, Drew. Just gonna go back.
You should listen to the mom. You should really listen to his mom. Please don't contact me means please don't contact me. My view, I was criticized for being too kind and understanding towards Sasu. Who criticized you, Crystal?
Monstrous and multiple different
Lio?
admins.
Was it Lio that criticized?
Again, in this call. Like, fuck's sake. Come on.
Criticized you?
And
Who
Lio
criticized you? I'm utterly curious. As he is considered a terrible person, I don't disagree with that. The criticism was that we weren't harsh enough on him, and that
I want to be really clear on this, actually. Like, one of the things that's a problem with this, on a serious Beckett voice, is people have gone. I know, it's so cringe. People have said, "Oh well, Sasu's an arsehole. Who cares?" And that's true. But like Crystal's arguments for this were, well, we didn't know who Sasu was. We were underinformed. We didn't understand. But that's worse. That is worse. You didn't understand. You didn't know who Sasu was. You knew who Rin was. You knew the history, but you had no fucking idea who Sasu was. You involved yourself in the call as a mod, and then continued to do this stuff and then not talk about it afterwards. You knew the Rin stuff was bad because you knew who Rin was. That's why you were because you were like, if you're that uninformed, and this is why the question comes in, why are you the right person to do this? Right? That's why people ask. That's why we're here.
we had humanized him too much during the interaction. Oh my god.
No.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Upon reflection, I feel that call went too far. Oh, so now you
Oh my
have
God, no
reflection,
way.
Crystal. Now you got reflection. Got it. Now you think the call went too far. As of June 1st, you now think the call went too far. Okay. As he's upon reflection, I feel that the call went too far in terms of the dynamic it created. It seems to have played out like a good cop, bad cop scenario, which was never my intention. That's funny. But that's how the dynamic unfolded. Without me realizing at the time, the entire exchange screams that dynamic upon further reflection. I agree that calls shouldn't have escalated to so much.
So they just sit there and listen to this for a while. Now we're going to go to 17 minutes, okay? It's when we start getting into kind of like the more focused questions.
To see the best in someone that they had recently had a positive-ish experience with, seeing as one of the latest like public things that Lio did was retract the video that he had made on Crystal after Peaches left. Like, it's just all this like nuance that it's easy to say as an outsider, oh, how did you not see this? How did you not see that? But that's kind of how like toxic.
Ponda literally calls it good cop, bad cop. Yeah, I noticed this. It's really interesting that Ponda calls it good cop, bad cop when she's sort of like glazing herself during the mod call. And then Crystal calls it good cop, bad cop to Kumu. And it's kind of interesting that. I don't know. So it's almost like she's picking a side.
Wild. Function. They get you to trust them first, and then it's harder for you to kind of see those red flags, as it were. That's all I wanted to add.
Okay, does anyone actually have a question for Crystal? We're asking Crystal these questions. I get it. I get you want to add nuances, but please, we need to ask these questions to find out what's going on, to properly understand, to prevent these issues. So who has an actual question?
I kind of, it's related to this, but it is a question.
No one has a real question.
All right.
Just, do you remember what your perception was of him at that point?
Who? You said him.
Lio. Sorry.
That is definitely a question.
Because we're speculating on a bit. You probably should have to say so.
I have a... God. Okay, give me a second to think about how to word it. I've been trying to give Lio the benefit of doubt. I wouldn't say that we're friends. I
Oh.
wouldn't say even during it we were friends. We were on good civil terms. After the video he made on me, we could never be friends. You know, for obvious reasons. You can't just make a video slander me completely and then expect to be friends, but I was up for providing a level of understanding. That was my mindset of Lio at the time.
Okay, thank you.
Strike one.
All right. Anyone else have anything to add on to ask Crystal at the moment, or no?
Hello.
Wait, hold on.
Okay.
Lazy Dragon, you have a question?
I just quick question. Do you know?
Just so we're clear, because again, I feel like I've gone over so much of this in my head. Crystal is sat there admitting to opping. Like this is just an admission to ops. Speed it up. All right, we're gonna do a little speed up.
Thank you.
That's all right.
Can we get to the part where someone talks about, I don't know, having a therapist or consulting a therapist for these calls? Because that's the part I want to address.
Was that on the Lacquer call?
It was on the Lacquer call.
I'm actually not sure where it is because I don't have a transcript for this.
Oh, fair enough.
And you interrupted me while I was trying to get through it.
God forbid.
Like
your time is precious.
'Cause I've heard Sasu said something on Twitter months ago, and who basically said, "Okay, this is happening. This is we want this call."
To my understanding, it was Lio and Sass who said that they wanted the call.
Okay. All right.
I could be wrong there, but that's my understanding.
All right. That's all.
Okay. Hickory.exe, you wanted to say something?
Hey, yeah, I got a question. Why did you originally join Cat Slayer, if you don't mind me asking?
What's the idea to get more proof on Peaches? To just, build rapport and get more proof on Peaches, because they...
Build rapport and get more proof on Peaches. Now, I want to ask a question to people, because Crystal's been on a lot of different things, on stages and everything else. When was the last time people heard Crystal talk about the Glitchtail server? Or, do something with, towards helping the victims of the Glitchtail server? Now,
do you want me to go to their Twitter and find out? I can find out.
Yeah. Because I don't see how this has helped. I don't see how this has drawn more attention, because all it is, hey, Catsler's a new thing, Peaches is gone, and also, you're talking to Lumi. Are you opping Lumi as well? Why should Lumi trust you? What the fuck is this?
Who would have useful information on Peaches and, spending time with them and everything like that, the information would just come more naturally. Because most of the people in the cats there, I wasn't aware of, I didn't know them, I didn't know how they think of me. It's if I just spend time with them, they'll gradually get to trust me, and then I could, find out information on Peaches.
Right, and that somehow eventually led you to be on 2 calls in the Cat Slayer, both the Sasu and the Rin call.
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know which one of you, because I'm assuming some of the people in this call are watching. I don't know which one of you was just why, but based. Absolutely fucking based. Thank you, Joy Daly, for 5 gifted memberships. 07, super based.
There's...
Because you
just innate cure. I know again it sounds like bullshit excuses, but
if I might say, it makes the Glitchtail thing look worse. It doesn't. Okay, so I don't. I'm going to say sorry, Mon. Give me a second. I'm going to say to you guys, if you're watching from the Glitchtail side, the same thing I said to Jibs, and Jibs listened, and I swear to God, you are going to have people who are talented and everything else. Just do a video together. Just use your own fucking voices. Don't hand it off to somebody else's. Because I will say, I'll say this. I know somebody else has said this to Crystal. Because Crystal sort of became the voice for Jibs. Why? Jibs is more than fucking capable. And we're not waiting for Crystal's video. We're waiting for Jibs's. You guys have a voice. You can use it. And there are people around who care, who will help you promote it. Okay? You can still speak. You're not fucked. And there are still people who I'm sure care. Again, I'm not an accountability channel, I probably don't. But you still have that ability. Hey, thank you for the membership. Thank you, Devils.
No,
fair enough.
super chat. Lio, or not Lio. Beckett, That's your name, Beckett. So to answer your question, the last thing that Crystal posted about Glitchtail, she posted 2 things on like May 13th. One of them was just a retweet of someone else's information, and the other one was talking about one of Camilla's ex-admins. That's the closest thing I can find so far.
Okay. Awesome.
Innate curiosity, yeah. You like, if I was there and I saw that shit going on, I would be like, oh wow, is it happening again? Is the same shit happening again? Fair enough. You saw it happen again. You had the opportunity to go, okay, stop. Lio, you said that you changed. You clearly did not change in the middle of the call, and you could have defended both Sasu and Rin. You did not. Why?
The Sasu call again was the first call with in the Cat's Lair, so I couldn't do it in the first call because that's the first call for Cat's Lair. With
Again, what? And if it's your first call in the Cat's Lair, shouldn't you be more aware that this sort of thing has happened because you're the one watching it happen constantly from the outside and commenting on it? I said this to Guok. I said this to Crystal in Guok. Like, for those of you who've listened to the call, you'll have heard me say this. Crystal knows how this works with recordings, with everything else, with different calls and the tactics used, because Lio fucking did it to her. That's how this started. What are you fucking talking about?
The Rin call I should have. Gently.
So stupid.
Right.
Oh, this is
And
so
one last thing,
goofy.
from what I remember of the very end of the Sasu call, you kind of, like was trying to sweeten up to Lio's side. What was going on there? You know?
What do you mean?
Oh god, I don't remember exactly the words, but I remember like you, I don't know, I guess you were like egging on probably Lio, and like, oh, Sasu, you're probably not feeling well right now, and you're trying to like downplay the situation. On the I don't remember exactly what words you used, but I remember you were trying to be on good terms with Lio. On the very end of the call.
I need to watch the call myself as well, so just remember what I said, so I can't really answer that at this moment of time.
Do you want the call?
I'm going to go for it because I'm going to have to make a funny little reply.
Okay.
No, I guess the last thing you have to say is that shit, like you clearly fucked up both times, and people are mad for a reason. That's it.
Okay.
Oh my god.
So, Crystal, I understand this is a lot. Just to make sure, are you okay mentally right now?
Yeah, I'm okay.
All right. But why did you have to get close to Lio to get all this information on Peaches? Why are you so driven to talk about Peaches, yet you are going into a situation with one of their biggest supporters? Why did you feel that was a good idea?
Because Lio has provided me information that no one else has had access to and was privy to when it came to all of this.
Considering his track record and the fact he left out information both in the Sasu and Ring call, how can you be so sure the information is reliable?
Good question.
I've demanded proof, like actual evidence, backlogs, and everything like that.
So you have the entire chat log?
I have multiple chat logs to back up everything.
And the entire chat logs that you're talking about from like before the context of what he's talking about to well after the context?
Yes, I have more proof on Peaches than Lio has ever provided on Peaches from Lio.
Alright, I'm just trying to verify things. I do apologize if I'm hostile at all. I'm trying.
It's all good. Again, I expect it, especially, with all this. But like I said, I have already made my distance from Lio and everything like that. I have already stepped away.
Okay. So what actions were done after the Sasu call? Like, what was done afterwards?
After the Sasu call, it was meant to be like we will communicate more, we will talk more, we will spend context behind calls. And again, that was meant to happen. And proof of the ring call, it never did. Hence, why that ring call was, the straw that broke the camel's back for me. I was like, yeah, no, I'm done now. This is stupid. I hate this kind of thing.
Okay. I'm just trying to pick at your brain a bit because I'm desperately trying to understand it. Because especially after he made a video on you, you had to fight with him to get that down. He was more than willing to go after you. And then you went in there to get information on Peaches when you've said, like, you wanted to get out of drama. Like, why was Peaches a situation you felt was needed to put yourself back into a scenario with someone that had outright been very unkind to you?
There's a level of... how to explain? So, it gets explained in the video. But there was a certain level of explanation that Lio has been willing to provide me with proof to back it up that explained his actions to a certain degree. I can explain to a certain degree now that the video on me was basically Peach's video. Peaches had a absolutely massive hand in that script.
And Lumi, who you were still talking to, go on.
So your main reasons to go after Peaches is because the rebuttal video was mainly done by Peaches.
Well, yes, that and everything else they've done behind the scenes, which no one has covered.
Okay. Crystal, if you don't want to get into dramas, why would you go into that call with the Sasu and Rin if you don't want to get involved in dramas?
Good question.
It's an inconsistency. It doesn't make sense. There's no reason I should have been in those calls, and I have been told off.
Let's be clear about something. It's an inconsistency. It doesn't make sense. It makes perfect sense. It's the same reason you jump on everyone's streams, why you're in people's comment sections, why you have to tweet back, why you're like involved in things that are nothing to do with Glitch, which are nothing to do with you or you getting involved in. It's because you are clout hungry. Now look, listen, lots of people are fucking clout hungry, okay? I clearly do things for content. I'm very upfront about this fact. But you know, it's funny, when we were doing the Guac Barrel thing, somebody messaged me during it and was like, do you remember the good old days where you just like, I don't know, make content and people would like you and they'd go and watch it rather than try to get it off everyone else? And it's like, yeah, people are going to have an issue with the fact that this is just a bit clout sharky. And you listen, please, people can like follow a creator and like build off someone else's audience a little bit in orbit. That's fine. But when you're playing literally all sides to see how it plays out, it's probably going to end quite badly. Jesus fucking Christ.
Rightfully so, by people close to me. One of them being Nickel right now, to say you need to stop doing this, yeah. You need to stop getting involved in situations. You want to move forward, then move forward. And it is effective.
Interesting question, hold on. Why is it that these people make drama motivated by revenge? It's two reasons. Firstly, because people are petty on the internet and we have nothing else to do. Secondly, because I have to, like, you know, feed my stifling boredom by making things like this. And secondly, because people
my stifling boredom.
My stifling boredom.
Okay.
I don't know if that's
Relax.
Listen, I get very bored, okay? You're
seen me get bored. You're such a drama queen. You're such a drama queen. Oh my god.
It's so good. But also, like, a lot of stuff gets taken personally. And then people want to kind of push out, like, their explanation, their answer, or they want someone else taken down because they've done them dirty in the past. You can see this with the Peaches stuff, right? Buttons is in lots of people's fucking comment sections because Lio's getting fucked. So Buttons wants to come back. Or Coyote posts something else. Apparently Creepshow Art, like, maybe knocking around. I don't know. It's fucking all kinds of weird fucking shit.
You know what? Buns can go to the Thunderdome. How about that? Buns can go to the Thunderdome.
Cassie,
I'd be happy with that.
Do you know what? Fuck it. I don't know who you are, Cassie, but as you've asked, I'll be nice. Where the fuck are we? And I will put a link in chat. Join here. Join in waiting room and come on. Now listen. For those of you who've never done call-ins on one of my streams before, these are not long kind of call-ins for like 30 fucking minutes. You get like we'll keep it short and sweet because otherwise people say things that are stupid on stream and then it causes some drama. So I just wanna be fucking nice. But that is the link to the Discord. We'll pause. God, someone's pissed off themselves. Jesus fucking Christ.
Can I while we're waiting for Cassie, can I please be like really fucking gay and soy for a second?
Sure, I just have.
Because I don't know when the fuck it's gonna come up. So in one of these calls, maybe it's in both of these calls. I don't remember between the Mod Mally call and the Locke calls. Someone mentions, if you're gonna do these calls, you need to have like a therapist or a mental health advocate or whatever. And my first question is who the fuck is gonna pay this person? Because there is no reason on this fucking planet why anyone should have to do this shit for free when they have a professional career that's like 6 fucking figures, okay? I would never do shit like this for free. This is why I fucking don't. And yet there's a presumption that anyone would want to do it for free when there's no financial compensation and no legal representation because you don't fucking know this person from fucking Tom, Dick, and Harry at the fucking store or whatever, or some other asshole online. And yet we should just ask these people what their opinion, what their professional opinions are in a non-professional fucking setting. It's so gay.
So firstly, Cassie was taking the piss and I bought into it, which is fair enough. And secondly, I disagree with you, Mon, because I think a therapist may want to write a fucking paper on this community. I think it would be a very interesting...
Nobody fucking cares about this community. It's just the community that cares about this community, which is really weird. You shouldn't fucking care about anything. Fucking nihilism for everybody. Nihilism for everybody. Do nothing.
Like, my personal connections, and I have realized that.
Okay. Why was this call, like the Sasu call, only mentioned now? Like, if this call was so bad, why didn't you publicly make a statement prior mentioning the problems with that, of the issues within that call?
The second I was questioned about it, shown by Kumo, I did, reply to it. I'm not going to reply to calls, I don't get asked about them, because I'm trying to focus on everything else.
But the thing I'm asking is, if this call was so bad, why wasn't it publicly disowned and stated, like, this is not okay, and we are going to make sure this changes in the future? Why was a public statement never made?
That's again a good question. It's I can give my set time without using any kind of.
All these questions are such good questions.
Yeah, that's so good questions, Crystal. Why haven't you ever asked yourself any of them?
So it was the idea, as I stated in the Thunderdome, that I was lambasted after the call for the fact that I was too nice to Sasu. I was too understanding. I humanized him too much. So when you get that in my head for long enough, saying, "Yeah, this isn't okay. You shouldn't be as nice," and then a month later is the other way around in a way.
Okay, hold on. Do you mind if I interject a little bit?
Okay.
There's a difference. Interjection. You're like doing an interjection, like jumping in the middle of the conversation.
Yes, you can.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Did you fucking explain what interjection meant?
Yes, you
said
did.
I was being too nice to Sasu. Okay, fair enough. You can be harder on him. I'm not gonna say that Sasu is a good person. Far from it. But when the guy starts going manic, you think like when he like Leia said, when he openly said, "Oh, I feel like murdering someone," you should have ended there. Everybody should have fucking left. And that's okay. You agree? Cool. Why didn't you say anything? Again, we're looping at this, but I feel like it's something so vital, like so important. Like you say all of these things, like, "Oh, I cared. Oh, I shouldn't. I should have been harsher on him." But when someone's on distress, you just didn't.
I'm not saying I should have been harsher on him. I'm saying I was told I should have been harsher on him. I don't agree that I should be harsher.
Okay, so that's a problem. You've been told that you should have been harder on him.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. I was told off for being too kind to him in the call.
What? Okay, again, Crystal, like, it's infuriating because anybody should see that if you've done something to cause a manic state in somebody, because like, again, you can do things to people that, like, seem really fucking mean to you. Like, I'll take the piss out of some people, and they'll be fine. But, like, you can do something and drag up a trauma in somebody and really fucking mess with them. Now, you might say, well, that's nicer than calling somebody a slur, but it's not. It's not. It's far fucking meaner. What are you doing? Like,
Speaking of Beckett, I do have to get going. It's time to go play with the little one.
That's fine.
So I do gotta hop off.
Go have fun. Thank you for hanging out.
Bye.
Bye.
Of course, thank you.
Where's
the end?
Where's the end? Cool button. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, cool. Yeah, now I can leave. I'll stop show. Oh, it all sounds quieter now because I could hear Mon's background noise. Right, okay.
Oh, by the mods in the Senate by Monstrous.
Monstrous?
Yes.
Okay, at that point I would ask, why wasn't that an indication something was wrong when you were being told off for not being harsh enough?
Oh,
it was.
Interesting question.
But then the ring call happened.
Which again I was only in there for 10 minutes where, I say 10 minutes before I started speaking, where I had an emotional reaction, which I have profusely apologized for, and tried to outwin as much as I could afterwards.
Okay, so I do have quite a few problems with this, of basically, I get you understand the Sasu call was bad, but no public announcement of how bad this call happened was ever done. The only times I have seen now when these calls were called out were when they were brought to the public's attention. And I do think that's a problem. It shouldn't have had to take the Sasu call being brought publicly to call this out publicly. Because this is... Crystal, he was crying in that call. Like, I get that you say you kind of didn't really know how to handle that, but at a certain point, why didn't no one in that call say, hey, maybe we need to back off a little? This man is breaking down in front of us. Like you've... Go ahead.
That is something that should, no, I agree. That is something that should have happened. And the call should have never gone that far in any kind of degree.
I'm going to ask, have you discussed this call outside of the Cat Slayer with any of the people that were within that call?
What do you mean?
Have you discussed how you felt?
Have you I don't know, gone to anyone and been like, hey, we made someone cry and threatened to rip out their own eyes. Was that okay? Fuck me.
About it, or like with Ponder, Monstrous, anyone that was in that call outside of it in personal discussions?
No, I keep most of the Cat Slayer discussions to the Cat Slayer.
Okay. So
why would you?
Did you make your feelings known that this call needed to never happen again to anyone in the Cat Slayer?
I I expressed that again, like too many personal discussions were discussed, and that again he got way too emotionally vulnerable. But again, I could have done more.
Okay.
Yeah, we can all do more.
Okay, please let's not beat her like a chicken. So let's try to talk this out reasonably.
Alright, sorry.
It's all good, but like, I appreciate you trying to help with so many situations like the FCK and stuff like that. These are genuinely good things, and I do appreciate you fully. But the problem I'm seeing is these are very serious situations you keep involving yourself in, despite saying you don't want to be involved anymore. And now there are people actually being hurt. I'm wondering, what actions are you going to do now to not only prevent this from happening again, but to make sure you don't end up in like causing this kind of incident again?
It's what I've already done. I've already left the cat's lair, and I did that on the 25th May.
Okay, so we're going to get into a little bit of that later, but I find it very interesting, that question where it's like, hey, what are you doing to make sure this doesn't happen again? Well, I'm leaving. And that solves what exactly? Because weren't you the person to hold everyone to account to make sure this wasn't happening? And also, and we'll get to it, but I think it's quite telling that Crystal doesn't quite know what they think of Ponder. They don't. Well, they're just not sure. Oh, fuck me.
I mean beyond that. I mean beyond the cat's lair, because you keep getting involved into these very serious situations. What actions and preventative measures are you going to do to prevent this from happening again elsewhere?
Well, after I get my videos out, I'm not going to be getting involved in these situations anymore because I can't handle them. Generally, I don't see myself as someone who should have ever been in this position, but that's on me. That's my fault. I'm an adult.
So,
But
do you
yeah,
think
no,
it's a
I
good
don't
idea to make the Peaches video then, if you can't handle it?
The Peaches thing, I can.
How can you be sure?
I'm certain when I'm on the spot, when it's in relation to calls, I'm not as strong as that sounds so cringe. I'm not as well worded as I am in videos. I'm making sure that I'm not rushing the video. I'm making sure that I'm taking time with everything like that. So,
to be honest, when I published the call, I thought Lio be Spurging, not Crystal. Which one? Which call are you talking about? You talking about the Guac barrel call or like the Mali call? I'm just curious, Ron. Thank you for the 5 though.
That's why I feel like we can have a Peaches video.
Okay, so if there's an overwhelming force that comes against any one of these videos, you're not going to freeze like you did in the Sasu call, and you're going to be able to handle it.
Well, argument, not argument, proof on the spot is, Leia replying to the video, not in a happy way, and I'm not freezing up, I'm replying to her.
Because I'm very concerned, because you're telling me in the Sasu call, essentially, you got overwhelmed, you didn't know what to do when this man literally was breaking down, but you were talking just fine during the breakdown as I was watching the call. You were talking about boundaries, and even laughed with Lio.
May 2nd. Fuck, that doesn't help me. Oh, romantic. Oh, okay. Oh, for the Sasu call. Okay, cool, yeah.
During it. And I'm trying to give you charitability, but it's hard when the call shows a different kind of story. And I'm trying to understand that. So I want to ask, Crystal, do you have something to gain from all of this? Like, do you...
Interesting question.
What's your end goal here?
In relation to what? Gain from what?
This entire situation. What is your end goal from this entire situation? What do you hope to gain from all of this situation?
I've been put in a position that not many people have within the Senate. I've been able to get proof and get logs that no one else has been able to get their hands on. My plan is to get my Peaches and Peaches video out and another video out, and then just forward all the evidence to the relevant people. And then I'm done with it. That's all I want from it.
So what do you gain from making stuff like the Peaches video?
The idea that I'm knowing that I'm informing people of their wrongdoings and actually doing a deep dive on it, because right now the public perception of Peaches is they're a bad person, but no one really knows why.
Wait, what?
Just forward all the evidence to the relevant people. And then I'm done with it. That's all I want from it.
So what do you gain from making stuff like the Peaches video?
The idea that I'm knowing that I'm informing people of their wrongdoings and actually doing a deep dive on it, because right now the public perception of Peaches is they're a bad person, but no one really knows why.
They're a bad person, but no one really knows why? Crystal, what the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, people think that Peaches is terrible. No one's really dived into, like, what Peaches did, though. Aside from everybody. for multiple fucking months. That's fucking funny. Okay, listen, we're gonna take a pause here. We're gonna wheel it back. Because I'm gonna bring on Mally. I'm gonna bring on Mally because I want to talk to Mally. Mally, how you doing?
Hello.
Hello. Cool. Can you hear me all right?
Hello. Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
Lovely. Welcome. How you doing?
Yeah, all right.
Cool. How are you finding stream?
Well, we had to play catch up a little bit. I think I'm 20 minutes behind what you're currently talking about, but I'm vibing so far.
So, let me ask you, because I said at the very beginning, which I know you've watched back, so like, I held off on stream because I didn't know who I still don't really know massively who you are, and I've heard a range of things about you, both positive and negative. But because of my impression of the mod call, it wasn't like great. But I didn't know if that was fair. So I started digging, which is kind of how we've ended up here. And I've got some like sort of more specific things about the mod call itself, because I think that's fair. How did this come about to you? How did you end up in a fucking mod call shouting at Lio?
So it's 100% on me in that I'm going a little bit back into my memory for this, but sometime after the Rin call came out, I was getting shitty because I was looking at all of this happening, watching your streams, that kind of thing, and being like, this fucking sucks. I hate everything about this. And I had a thought, I'm like, oh, Lio did those Q&A, like, accountability calls after their video came out. And so I actually was chatting with some of, like, the gals, including Ponder, and I was like, hey, does anyone know if another Q&A video is stream, I'm not sure what you'd call it, platform, is happening? And if there is, do you think maybe I could jump in and, you know, say my piece? And B was like, hey, I can see if there's something going on and organize that. And I was like, all right, cool. And then I immediately regretted my choice because I'm a squishy bitch, so I wasn't so sure I was the right person for this. And yeah, and then B came back to me and said, hey, there's a mod call, you can jump in there if you like. And then I kind of just sat on my thumbs and waited until it was time for the mod call. I'm trying to remember any other important specifics.
Did you tell Ponder what you were going to say to Lio in this mod call?
I didn't send Ponder the little doco I had for it with my questions, but I'm sure I must have like been bitching about my issues. So I'm sure Ponder had like a rough idea.
What was Ponder's take on all this?
In what way?
Well, so Ponder's just left Cat's Lair, and in that call, Ponder's pretty. Again, no one told you about Sasu, which is very weird to me. And then you knew about the ring call, but you didn't seem to know about like the rifleman call, the other call that occurred, and like.
I still don't know about those. Sorry.
Yeah, and this is sort of like what's a good way to put this? I mean, what I see keeping happening is that the people on the edges of stuff, and this happened with with the stuff with Peaches and Lio, the people who sided in the BK server with Peaches very quickly changed their tune and all scuttled back to Lio's side and were like, yeah, Peaches is the worst person ever. And it's this optical cleansing shit. So I think it's interesting because, like, as far as I can tell, Crystal had all the information they needed, right? At this point, they didn't need any more information from Lio. So why come back and confront him?
Honestly, Crystal, for me, I'm not the best person to talk to about Crystal. Obviously, we've talked a little bit, but I don't know much of the ins and outs of all of that. I mean, I could speculate for you, but it would just be sheer speculation.
I don't want to. Yeah, and again, it depends how much you know. So, like, from my side, because the way it looks is like it's an opportunity, right? Bring Mally in. Mally can do the hit, and we all have the nice conversation. Realize Mally's right, and then we all start to fuck off, which seems to be what's happened. And I mean, like, hit Lio based because you're not wrong in the things you're saying in that mod call. And I mean, you've seen me say them live, right? You're not wrong. But I think it's interesting that it's you saying it, not them.
Yeah, I didn't think about it much at the time because Crystal sent me that list of questions they had. And I think there was one in particular I did try to get into that call, but I think I butchered the wording on it or whatnot. It didn't cross my mind at the time, like, why get me to bring this up if it's your list? Because when the call was happening, my only thought process was, oh fuck, don't screw this up. And I was focused more on what I wanted to say. I have different opinions as of today about Crystal. But before today, my thought process would have been, okay, they're scared and they're kind of getting someone else to do it so that they don't get ousted or put on blast or something.
So, like, the way they put it to me in the Guok call is, and the scared or ousted thing is interesting, because, like, when they released your mod call, they were like, well, everyone's unfriending me, and I've been removed from Senate, and it's like, but you want to be separate from Lio. You admit that you know that that's going to happen anyway. Why would you be surprised? So why would you tweet it out? Like, oh my god, I can't believe they're all rallying around Lio. It's shit like this. And Ponder is not a mod, she's still there. Yeah, no, that's fine. But she has stepped down. And it's one of those where I look at it from the perspective of when I asked, because I didn't even know that she'd given you questions, and then I look at it and I'm like, and that's the point where I call Lio a faggot in the Guok call, because I'm like, you can do that. You've got the line to him clearly from the way Lio talks to you during the mod call. You can say things to him, so it just seems weird. To me, it seems like you're getting used as a hammer, and that's fine.
I picked a shit hammer, mate.
A lot of people, I can understand why a lot of people like you in this call. I don't like the context of the call, and again, it's interesting you say that you're like really squishy and you're a bit nervous, because I can see that to an extent where you're like, we need to keep on focus, we need to keep on track, because you seem to be like pushing through. I need to make sure I'm listening to everything. But yeah, it's a difficult one, I think, for people, because they don't realize what it's like to be in a call, in like a one-on-one where you're trying to argue with somebody. It can be hard, especially if you're not used to it. And Lio is used to it. I suppose my question is, what about the ring call in particular made you go, yeah, fuck it, I'm done?
Well, the existence of the ring call, like, obviously there's all the different parts of it where it's like, this is shit. But the fact that ever since, oh god, I don't remember exactly when Lio's video dropped, but the whole thing was like, I'm getting better, we've improved. And I'd already heard that song and dance before February, where everyone was telling me, like, Senate's so much better now, come back to Senate. Like, we don't shout at people and all that kind of stuff. Like, I've been hearing that rigmarole for months and months and months, and then the ring call comes out and it's kind of that thing where it's like, nothing here has changed. The only thing that has effectively changed is that they've been like, oh, we ousted the bad people, like, we got rid of Peaches, we got rid of Lumi, everything's great now. And it's like, no, the problem is deeper than that. The problem is all the moderators from Senate. Like, it's rotten to the core.
Do you remember I said this about Supreme Court? I said this about...
Yeah,
it was like, when everyone's going, we're just going to get rid of Lio, we'll come to Supreme Court, it's going to be great over there, it's Lumi and Peaches and Hidden's place. And I was like, it'll be the same shit. Yes. Different fucking day. And this is...
I said the same thing in February when I made my little bitch fit post on Twitter, where I was like, hey, Supreme Court's a dumb fucking idea too.
It's just, I get the frustration. I think that it's interesting seeing Lio and Guok barrel. I'll be honest, because I got asked this the other night, because obviously, like, Crystal goes around, as people have said in chat, so I'm, again, not leaking anything. Crystal went around and was like, Beckett just interrogated me for Lio. I didn't interrogate Crystal for Lio, I interrogated Crystal for me. No one called Crystal into a call. She went and joined to find information, and I got annoyed. That's why I interrogated Crystal. But it is, someone was like, well, why be there at all? Because it's interesting. And there is, I'm not going to do this thing fucking Crystal where it's all a clever op. It's not. I like drama. I like stories. And Guok's great for that. But far too many. There's far too much of this. There's far too much of this idea that people can get like big off other people, and kind of like Hidden did this with Peaches and Lumi. They were like, this is my chance to get in. They're gonna bribe me with a fucking Discord server, and it never works out. It's the fucking dumbest shit possible. I mean, what's...
Yeah, I don't know why they'd want to. Like, how could anyone watch any of this to any degree and be like, yeah, I wanna be the next big person in this space? Like, is this a weird kink I don't understand? What the fuck are you doing? Like,
well, I mean, I looked through. Do you know, before the Thunderdome stuff, you know, I hadn't done any Lioconvoy content or even really any ACC content since April. I was like, what have I done?
You thought you were out.
I thought it was free. Fuck. You know? But yeah, it's, I mean, do you feel, I guess my question is this. Now that the mod call is out, now that you've got that message out, I think a lot of people have received that pretty positively. Do you feel like, do you feel satisfied, I guess?
I mean, I want to. I said what I wanted to say. It's public now. Like, my whole thing was, like you said, I'm not saying anything new. There was nothing new about what I had to say. It's just, I know that there's this very strong us-them mentality, especially in those spaces. And I knew they were a little bit more charitable to me. So I thought if I say it, maybe someone will actually fucking take it seriously. So in that regard, I'm glad that I've said it and that it's out and all that kind of shit. But am I satisfied? No, I'm pissed. Like, I'm just cranky. This shit's fucking stupid. Like, no. So I will be satisfied out of spite, and that's about it.
Yeah, I think the problem is, like, if Lio wants to have like a nerd server to talk about nerd things, I know we're all joking about the fact that he reads bedtime stories to the chat. Which is legitimately funny. Like, I don't have an inherent issue with that. Like, I'm not here to like cancel anybody or take anyone down. I don't fucking care that much. But yeah, the issue is that if the calls keep happening, and I said this as well in the Grot Barrel thing, it's like the FCK. We can talk about the FCK. I'm really glad Akumu is, because I'm certainly not the person. But there were other servers. I would, you know, it's very... No one's talking about Fuchsia. But, like, it seems like the Fuchsia Butters call happened with Lio, and that never got released, and that all seems to have been dealt with. It seems like everyone sort of just decided, well, Doodles is gone, let's just sort of, like, get rid of Nezzy, who, after the video Akumu put out yesterday, which everyone should go and watch, by the way, yeah, probably fair. But other people will linger around. Ponder was part of Senate. Ponder knew what was going on in Senate. Why would anybody think that the calls in Cat's Lair would have different results if the same people are involved?
I mean, I've always said that. I said this 2 years ago during all the Creepshow Art Peaches stuff back in the day. And people were like, well, now the bad actors have been weeded out. Everything is better now. It's like, no, there's always more shitheads. But people like the idea of a very neat narrative. It's like, we've defeated the evil. And it's like, no, that's how we end up here in another 6 months, guys. Stop being stupid, please. And look, when it comes to those kinds of servers, and I feel like maybe this got lost in the sauce a little bit, whereas I don't think they work. I think they're stupid. But my frustration with them is that they're dressed up in the language of, like, caring for vulnerable people. They're dressed up in PC language, but they're blood sports. And that's what shits me off about them. Like, just do blood sports.
Yeah. Well, that's why I like Thunderdome. It's what it says on the billing. It is just come, have your argument. And actually, like, people can be chill afterwards. You just get over it. Like, because I think one of the things about, like, blood sports that I've liked in the past is occasionally, especially where it's really petty stuff, it at least gets the aggression out. Like, I had a fight recently with a content creator who I used to be friends with. And he'd been trying to revise some history, and I ended up on someone else's stream the other day. having a go at him. And I don't want to cover him. I don't want to talk about him. I don't want to do content on him. But I felt fucking better, you know. And I think there's an element of that where just have the fight. I will say this for Lio. I don't know whether Lio is trying to like improve himself. I don't know whether Lio truly cares. What I will say is that if I want to be charitable, and Lio does genuinely view this as he has to do something because that's his responsibility, and I've said this to him, fucking bad at it. That's part of the problem. And I've said this constantly through a lot of stuff. It's like the potential damage is higher. And I don't know if it's like a mill thing where it's like, if you've got the choice between executing 100 guilty people, but you have to execute one innocent person, like it's better to not execute the innocent person and just not kill the killers. And that's part of my problem here. But this shit's still going to happen. It'll happen in other servers. It'll happen in smaller servers and like bits of the community where people are calling people out and getting angry. Just call it what it is. Call it blood sports. No one.
Well, I think anyone that thinks this is like special, like this event is special, or these people, like it's not. Like you said, this is happening in other places. It's just not visible to specific people. Like this is not special. This is just stupid.
That's fucking end times. So okay, well, I'll say it, and I'll carry on with the crystal stuff because I still need to get through bits of my call with her. But yeah, I mean, would you agree that like? That's a good way to put this. Would you agree that if you're going to kind of go on the side where this is kind of fucked up, similar with the like Peaches stuff and everything, if you're like, because I was really surprised to find out that Crystal was talking to Lumi. I only found this out shortly before stream, and I'm just like, if you're going to talk to everybody, I think it's much hard and like seemingly be cool with everyone and be friendly with everyone, but then go really fucking hard on them. It's like I obviously talk to Monstrous. I've never made any secret about that. Right from the beginning of this, when I started to become friends with Sarah, I didn't go, oh yeah, Sarah's really bad, and I'd never talk to her. I was really open because I thought it was really important that everyone watching knew where I stood with everybody. In the same way that like people said, well, you're friends with Gilded, you're friends with Kumu. Yes, obviously. What the fuck are you talking about? And part of my issue here with Crystal and everything else is like Crystal on one side is saying, I'm just opping these people, that's why I joined Cat's Lair. And then we'll DM Mon today and say, I wanted to be there, I want to be friends with you, I care. And I'm like, well, how can anyone trust you? You know? It's just frustrating. I mean, do you think that's a fair assessment?
Oh yeah. I mean, look, there are people in my sphere that I'm friends with that I know others have huge issues with, and I can't even argue with a lot of those issues. It's like, well, fuck, yeah. But if I, for example, was, you know, besties with B, which I think B and I are Ponder, we're friends. I trust her, we get on, all that kind of stuff. But if while all this was happening, I turned around and I was like, oh, no, I don't support B, like all that kind of stuff, while being friends behind the scenes, like talking out of both sides of your mouth, like, that's kind of fucked up. Like, maybe Crystal just doesn't. I don't know. Maybe they just haven't quite developed that backbone where they can stand by a friend or a decision, where they're in different groups of people, and when they're with those people, they're kind of saying what will appease them. And I don't know if that's a malicious thing. It could just be that they're not cut out for it.
I mean, I say this to Crystal. And I mean, Mon said this earlier. It's like, if you're going to call Lio out for this stuff, then I think it's fair to ask, well, are you going to call Ponder out for that stuff? But at the same time, if you're going to come here and say, B's my friend, that takes a bit more time. I get you. I do. In the same way that, like, it's fine I think it's fine in the same way that when all this drama kicked off with Lio, Sarah was like, Lio's my friend, I'm not sure how I feel about stuff. But that's one of those things of like, but then you shouldn't be making assertive claims about the takes on that person, right? Like that bias should be obvious. And I think that's really, I think that's important because then an audience or random people can know to like can kind of be fully informed when they're taking on board your takes.
They know that bias going in.
Yeah. I just think that's a fairer way to do things. And it saves trouble like this. It will yeah. But yeah, okay. I appreciate you coming on, Molly.
Yeah.
Do you want to shout out anything? Do you have like
Oh god, no.
Okay, cool.
No.
That's fine.
Alright, have
No
fun,
worries.
mate.
Cool. Peace. Okay, cool. Lovely. Let's get back to this. Where were we? Do you think the people in the crystal call were sat there being like, oh, he's not listening to our voices anymore. I don't sound like Hiccup anymore. Like, everyone sounds fine on this call, by the way, so far.
They understand that.
I've had to listen to doodle tones. I've had to listen to so much doodle tones. Do you have any idea how low the bar is for audio quality?
Peter said them wrong, but it's just a messy bunch of videos which have represented that idea. I want my video to be concise and be able to explain Peach's wrongdoings.
Okay, someone has a question. I'll let them ask. They asked in chat. Zaj, you're up.
We have like half an hour left of this. We're gonna be fine, guys. We're gonna do it, and then we'll get to me explaining the fucking crystal call. Okay?
Zaj muted, by the way.
Zaj is typing in sidebar.
Okay.
Okay, I can probably verbalize it for them then if they can't speak it. But okay, so they said, why did you stay neutral with what Lio did in the past or now?
I haven't stayed neutral. There's been multiple times where I have gotten called to him and told him off. There has been multiple times where I said this wasn't okay, but then that's done privately.
But what? Fuck. Do you know what? Like, again, with this whole thing, nobody came to me and was like, I can't believe you're in a call in Guac Barrel and have spoken to Lio. Because I've said on stream publicly, I've spoken to Lio. Like, it's so easy. And in the same way, can come on stream and say shit about Lio that I disagree with, Crystal. Like, it's not hard, okay? If you are worried, Crystal, that if you say shit about Lio and it's going to burn that bridge, that's the position where you should be like, oh, I'm probably not in the strong position that I think I am. Because I'm not worried. I can call Lio a slur. I can say shit to his face without, like, nuking everything or dragging into, like, a huge drama at the moment. Like, you should know your positions better. At the same time, you should be in a position where you are, like, as sure as possible that you are following through on the things that you want. Crystal says to me, God, like, there's so much in the Guac Barrel, we're going to get over. I mean, I said this. Crystal says, well, I care about the Glitch Tail stuff. Why not talk about the Glitch Tail stuff then? Why are you doing all this other stuff? It doesn't fucking help. Because the thing is, I didn't want to talk about Lio, and do you know what I did? I stopped talking about Lio. I started doing Rakita and Gore World and Tipster and other things because I was sick of doing this.
Like, if I have an issue with someone, I like to do it in a private matter instead of making it a public spectacle.
But like, why? This question isn't really anything major, but like, why let Lio believe that y'all were like some kind of like friends, you know? Because that's like the vibe I was getting. Like he probably thought y'all were cool or something.
I was being civil. It costs nothing to be civil with people. That's how I see it.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm gonna ask, when Lio started using a bit of your credibility in the server, why wasn't more firm boundaries put? Like, no, I'm just here to understand what's going on with Peaches. Why was a firm boundary not established?
I know overasserting myself with Lio will lead to situations I don't really want to be involved in. My idea is...
Then why are you there? Fuck. I feel like the people on this call are becoming like... It's like part of me broke as shards of like just the soy emotional sides and entered these people and they're like reading my mind in some way. I wish I had heard this call before today. I still haven't heard all of it. This is one of those rare cases of Beckett's hearing things for the first time with all of you.
Once Peach's video is done, that's a massive line in the sand. We're done. No more.
Alright, Deathwing has a question. Feel free to ask.
Actually, I just thought of two. So, one, why did you continue to, even after everything that was
Deathwing, you sound fine. Shut the fuck up. What's wrong with you?
Presented to the public about Lio and all of the shit that she's done. Why continue giving him the benefit of the doubt? And two, do you intend on interacting with him further as time moves forward?
Answer one is, again, there was information I could have got out of him, which I have, which I'm annoyed that he didn't show within his video. And two, no. I've been interacting with him less and less and less, leaving the cat's lair, DMing him less, and so on.
That's an interesting little statement. Hold on a second. Hold on a sec.
The benefit of the doubt, and two, do you intend on interacting with him further as time moves forward?
Answer one is, again, there was information I could have got out of him, which I have, which I'm annoyed that he didn't show within his video. And two, no. I've been interacting with him less and less and less,
Crystal, you literally had a call with him, and then when you got removed from Senate, went to seek him out to further interaction. Because Crystal comes in and she's like, what about the BK logs? What about this? Do you not think that, like, apparently you had everything. You'd left Cat's Lair, so why are you asking about this now? Why don't you go to somebody else who hasn't burnt that bridge and get them to ask? Because so actually, I asked about the BK logs. I asked about the BK logs recently because they came up. I will say this about the BK logs: if they can be cleaned of all personal information, they should be. That would be fucking great, and then they can be released. If somebody is somebody insane enough to do that, who has them, that would actually be pretty good. I'd be interested in seeing the BK logs.
In the cat's lair, DMing him less, and so on.
Okay. Are you still in contact with Lio for Peach's information, or no?
No, I have everything I can get from that.
Okay. I do apologize. I do want.
Wait, hold on. What was that?
Lair, DMing him less, and so on.
Okay. Are you still in contact with Lio for Peach's information, or no?
No, I have everything I can get from that.
I have everything I get from that. Why did you come into Guac Barrel and then say, can I have the BK logs then? Fucking what?
Okay. I do apologize. I do want to be on at least a good neutral term level with you, because you are trying to help the FCK victims, which I do appreciate. But
that's actually ease my mind.
Do you realize how this may affect how they view you, Crystal?
I'm aware.
Well, I'm trying to be upfront with you because, like, a lot of them are hurt. A lot of them don't know about this yet, and I pray to God they don't get it from a surprise. But, Crystal, how are you going to react when this information gets to the people that needed your help? Like, how are you going to deal with that reaction?
It's one of those things where I'm going to express and again, like, it's one of those things where it's not the same thing, but there is nuance to it with the position I was put in relation to the call, and the lack of information I was told, and then all of that stuff, which again I'm going to have to make a reply to, because again, looking at it without that understanding, it does seem like a terrible call. And it is a terrible call, but no idea of how I held myself within that call.
Okay, so do you have contact with Sasu Frasu?
I could get contact with them.
Okay. Are you gonna apologize to him after this call is done?
Yeah, I could do that.
Okay. I'm just gonna be upfront. Are you gonna give a genuine apology, or is this apology just gonna be because we've asked this of you?
What do you mean?
Are you actually going to genuinely apologize to him because of what happened, or are you only going to apologize in basically, the half apologies because someone made someone do it? Are you genuinely going to express remorse in this apology when you apologize to Sasu?
Or can I add on to this real quick?
Okay.
Are you going to apologize out of pure genuineness, or are you going to apologize because the fire is hot under your ass?
Oh my fucking god. I go by Kirby, please don't call me Buttons, that's tied to trauma. I cannot stress enough how dumb it is to come to this fucking channel and be like, something is tied to trauma, please don't do it. I couldn't fucking care less. Oh my god. Have you seen? Fucking, who cares? I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. If you've got issues, Maybe don't go to random fucking places and talk about it. I don't care, okay? No one fucking cares about any of this, okay? Jesus fucking Christ. I just... I don't fucking care.
I do feel like it'll be a genuine apology. It's like I've not hidden regret
One each of them, okay.
like the call.
Oh, fuck.
That's been something I've been obvious to talk about.
Are we allowed to look over the apology before you send it?
Wouldn't that be more PR-wise, in a way? Like, oh, let me just check that people agree with how I apologize. Wouldn't that be more like the idea of only apologizing for PR-wise?
No, because Sasu is not stable, and we need to make sure nothing accidentally triggers them, because, as you saw on the call, it didn't take much. I do think it is necessary to look over the apology before it's sent, because you are going to be talking to an unstable person, and it does need to be reviewed.
Okay. Because I'm gonna go, because I'm kind of done with this already, but I'm gonna make a...
Hey, God of Lore, looking forward to the LEGO stream. Yes, we need to set it up, it'll be based. It'll be fucking dumb, but it'll be really good. I'm looking forward to it.
Final statement.
How you doing, buddy?
Agreement. I'm in agreement.
Welcome to an even dumber drama than the Rakita Law stuff. This didn't have to happen, Crystal. You could have shut the fuck up.
With Trinket Box, honestly, like, if you're gonna apologize, just be fucking careful, because again, the parents has already made it abundantly clear that they don't want them to be contacted. So be mindful of that. Otherwise, if you're gonna continue to do cover this sort of stuff, I would recommend you be careful. And like, the thing is that this call is going to spread like fucking wildfire. Like, we all know this. Leia's covered it. Kumo's already released it, and there's going to be
Stardust is reviewing it right now.
Yeah, Stardust is reviewing it right now, and there's going to be other people that will review it. So I will recommend that you need to be careful from this fucking point on, because people are going to be looking at you very, very sideways. But and honestly, like, if you want to have any form of like gain any little bit of credibility, like, personal recommendation, separate yourself from Lio completely, because in all honesty, like, he's gonna continue going down this path that we all see him going down. You don't need to be caught up in this shit. Okay? So just separate yourself from this and just be done. All right. Anyways, that's all I wanted to know. Anyways, see you.
All right, have a great night. Next person in is Gil Desadi. I can't pronounce your name. You're up next.
I like that there's a fucking queue. Crystal, what have you done?
Just guilt. Okay, two things basically. I guess you're aware of the shitstorm that is going to come your way.
To a certain degree.
And the second thing is, the way I understand it, the Peatless video and the other one you're going to make are, for you, currently kind of an obligation you want to do before getting out of all this, correct?
Yes, correct.
I think I can understand this. Okay. That is everything. Yes, sir.
All right, that was everything you wanted to ask. All right, Crystal, can I ask, you're aware that people rely upon you, right?
I'm aware.
Why act in such a way when, and like, so many people rely upon you? Why have you done this, considering that now your perception is fucked? It's going to be fucked, and it could harm them. Did you never consider this as a possibility?
It's one of those things again. If you take my actions in a vacuum, in that call, which it wasn't, but if you take my actions in a vacuum in that call, what I was trying to do and how I was trying to approach it is understand what was going on with Sasu.
If you take my actions in a vacuum, your actions aren't in a fucking vacuum, Crystal. Listen, if you look at me in a vacuum of like this one time I was like really caring about somebody, I am clearly a progressive leftist streamer. I really care about all the issues. What do you mean you think I'm a drama channel? Fuck off.
I didn't know their character, I didn't know who they were. I was warned about them, but I didn't know everything.
But you took steps to ban them from your server and stuff as well. And
yes,
that's going to be noted.
I explained the reason in that as well. And you can see how I was against Lio just saying person bad without backing up anything behind that.
I mean, you still, like, slandered them and everything, even though, like, oh, I only heard hearsay from Sasu, so, yeah.
What do you mean?
Well, like, you said, like, oh, I only heard bad things from Sasu, and then you still acted the way that you did, which you didn't, like you said, like, oh, I didn't research it better.
Mm-hmm.
So, essentially, you just did what you kind of regretted, what you did for, I guess that's what I'm trying to say.
I have no idea.
Sorry.
But
yeah, sorry. No, I lost my train of thought. Sorry.
all right, I'm just gonna say this. Please be more careful, because like we represent people that have been seriously hurt, Crystal. And I understand you wanted to address Peaches, but now you've been put into a situation that now your perception.
Okay. It is like 3 hours in. And I want to get to something else. So I want to get to... I want to get to this. Okay? I'll make myself slightly bigger, because again, it's a blank screen. You get to look at something, but... Let's get to the... Fuck, I was going to go over the monstrous crystal fight. Okay. Let's do this really quickly. I'm going to run you through it. I'm not going to show you any tweets. You can go and look them up yourself. So today, Monstrous tweets towards Crystal. Crystal tweets back about the Lumi call, and that Monstrous should release an unedited version that that includes the section where Lumi says, "I don't want this call recorded." Okay? Now, I'm going to... Because I got added to a group chat because of this, which was fun. But I'm going to read to you the statement from that group chat. We'll go back to Big Cam. I'm going to read to you the statement from that group chat from Lumi. Okay? Where the fuck is it? Right. I'm making it clear here before the call, I do not consent to the recording of this call. I've spoken to a lawyer, and due to this call happening internationally, the law that applies is the stricter one of the two. Ireland is a two-party consent area, as is England. I do not consent to the recording of this call. If this call is being recorded, I will leave. I want this to be a productive conversation. If you wish to take notes, that's more than fine, but recording I do not agree to. I will reiterate this in the call also. Firstly, Mon started recording and fucked up with OBS, so they hadn't cut anything, they just didn't catch that bit. Secondly, thank you for the 5. I just wish whoever records these calls would just balance out everyone's volume instead of us having to adjust it as we go along. Yeah, that'd be fucking based take. So firstly, this is Lumi saying they do not want this call recorded, okay? And then Mon records the call. I can't believe you've done this, Mon. As everyone knows my standards, no one cares about recording calls in this community. No one cares about recording calls anyway. Shut the fuck up. No one gives a shit. So I am added to this fucking group chat today. And the first thing that happens in this group chat is I get added to this group chat. I get added. And then suddenly, I get a message in this group chat from Crystal. Yo, Beckett, here's Lumi's personal copy. So I respond, because I don't want to show this on stream, but I respond, so Lumi did consent to the recording, I'm confused. And we go back and forth a bit. But Lumi is sat there saying, I don't want to, this call can't be recorded. I'll leave, I'll quit. Lumi recorded the fucking call herself. Is it himself? Himself. Fuck. So Crystal is calling out, and during this conversation, Crystal's like, oh, well, it's about the release of the call. Well, the call's not out. The Lumi call's not out. And no, I'm not going to play the Lumi call for you. Because I don't care. Like, an edited version of it can come out. Because I believe it contains some information which is not relevant. And that can be edited out. Okay, I'm not going to play the raw. Aiden. Okay, is it Aiden? But my point is, Crystal, no one knew. Barely anyone knew that the Lumi call even existed. And as a gotcha to Mon, decides to tweet out the existence of this fucking call to everybody. I just like... This is so goofy. It's so fucking stupid. I hate it so much. Why must you people do this to me? So dumb. Right, okay. Let's talk about this call. I'm gonna roll a cigarette. I'm gonna roll a cigarette. Let's talk about this call. So, as some of you know, I had a call with Crystal in Guac Barrel yesterday. Now, why was I in Guac Barrel? Because I was pressing Lio lightly. Mind, I won't say I wasn't shouting at Lio. I was pressing Lio lightly about Ponder and Crystal's involvement. I had spent the day, like the morning of that day, contacting people to ask their opinions on Crystal and what they'd see, like what their interactions were like, what their opinions were, because I was checking myself, and I was also asking about Mally, because I was going to cover the mod call. I wasn't sure where like how fair my takes were, so this is what I was doing. And then I saw the clip of Kumu from Kumu's stream. We're going to replay it. It's been a couple of hours, so we're going to replay that. Where is it? There we go. We're gonna replay this. I saw this, so I checked.
Is like, why have they taken such issue with my version of the call being released? Because, like, what version did they send Beckett? Is it an edited version? Is it trimmed down? Like,
well, I mean, I have Beckett added.
Is it an edited version? Is it trimmed down? And I saw that, and I looked at my version. My version of the call is 20 minutes longer because it includes the sections at the end. So I was asking Lio about that, and I was also asking Lio about Ponder, and Crystal just joins. Now, we're going to play the beginning bit again, because I think this is very funny that Lumi's in this call.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, I just want to go to my ghost thingy. Hi, Crystal. Yeah, I don't want nothing to happen that day. Yeah, okay. I'm the one. Whoop.
Oh, also, apparently I'm being punished, but for all of you who care... Okay, that's actually really funny. That's apparently my brony Sona. I like that they made me a unicorn. That's nice. That makes me happy. And they've even got the black and red eyes. Okay, that's pretty good. That's actually pretty good. I'm not even mad. Fuck. Okay, good times. So, Beetle's the best. I love Beetle so much. Okay. Right, back to this. So, Crystal comes into the call.
And Lio's dead.
I'm the one with 200 model kits in my closet, and I've done none of them. But I'm the nerd. Okay. Whatever, Lio. Hi, Crystal.
Hi. Did I do something?
No. No, I was making a joke. I said if drama could not happen on the 20th, that'd be so super cool, because I want to. The Ghost of the Band is coming out with a movie that day of the live concert that I went to, and I want to watch it, and I don't want any drama because I just want to enjoy my movie.
Honestly, fucking ballad.
Well,
Huh?
22nd to probably the 29th. I'm gonna need no drama. Elden Ring DLC.
Okay, well you don't get that. That's a tall order bucket.
That's very hard.
Yeah, a whole week? You're asking... You might as well ask them for water and a wine.
Okay, yeah. If anyone's asking where I'll be around the 22nd to like the 28th, I'm going to be playing Elden Ring, the new Elden Ring DLC. I don't know if I'll be streaming. I'm probably not going to stream video games.
Next, Jesus.
Do you like your new name, Becca?
I do. I really appreciate that, Mon. Thank you.
You're so welcome. I strive to serve.
On a quirky though.
Look how quiet it is.
Very
chilled out. To be fair, I did put you behind Thunderdome on the thumbnail, so I probably deserve it.
I was
I am going to speed this up, actually. Fuck, I hate listening to myself. I'm so cringe. Why do any of you watch me?
I was like,
It's your fault. I blame all of you. It's a great bit where Zach notices that you're behind the thumbnail. Zach's like, this thumbnail's fucking terrible. I was like, why are you doing this? I was like, the fuck are you... Crystal, what the fuck were you playing?
Like, oh shit.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Was that soundboard stuff? Did I just mute soundboard stuff? Fucking hell.
Kieran Cunningham's coming out with more stuff. I'm so excited. Oh my god, how cute. Tap. Where is... God.
So what brings you to Gua?
I'm just a curious little soul, as always.
I'm just a curious little soul. Why are you curious, Crystal? Is it because you realised that you might have fucked up? Is that why you're curious? Fucking hate this shit.
Crystal?
I'm just a curious soul.
Real quick, real quick clarification from things I've heard through the grapevine. I have no idea why PyPy isn't in Cat Slayer anymore. I looked through the audit log, and I can't find out when it was removed.
Really? Like I was like,
I didn't do
generally,
that.
like
Yeah.
because like again, if shit's gonna be like between everyone, sure, that's fine. I don't whatever. But it's like again, I wouldn't do anything fucking malicious with that. Like that's not how I fucking
Well,
roll.
no, but like I
welcome back, Edler. I hope you had a nice. Wait. Does Chris want to say something? Hold on. I didn't realize. Chris, do you want to phone in? You can phone in. Chris, just phone in. I like the way Chris, like Zach's like, I'll roast Beckett for using Canva. Fucking listen, it's easy, okay? It's an easy thing to use. I'm just sat here waiting for Chris to phone in. See, that's where the priorities get you. I'll literally stop content so Chris could fucking phone me. Chris! Come say things. Come say things, buddy. Is Chris still live? Is Chris even still live? Is he just sat there watching me? Oh, fuck me. Is Enla gonna complain about Beckett's super chats again? No, she's not. I apologize to Enla, actually. So.
Hello.
Hey, just very quickly. Enla did nothing wrong. She's based.
No, I know Enla did nothing wrong.
Not to you, I'm just saying generally. Go on.
Oh, just in general. Listen, I've been saying this person's a fucking snake.
Yes,
I've been
bro.
saying it. I've been saying it publicly, and I got pushed back a handful of times, and I'm like, motherfucker. I am so glad Beckett's on my side on this one. Zach, shut the fuck up. I see you in chat. You lost to Leia something. How do you feel about that?
Say that again.
Shut up.
What?
You lost to Leia something, Zach. Shut the fuck up. Like, shut the fuck up in chat.
Enla being just fucking based, always, right?
Dude, this is all bullshit.
Oh, it's fucking insane. Like, okay, so did you see the bit I explained why all this is happening?
I did not. I've been streaming for 4 whole hours, and I was gonna do the call, and I was like, I heard the Illuminati part where it's like Oz Media lost their baby because of the lawsuit, and I was like, bruh, I can't keep streaming.
Yeah, it's fucked. It's fucked. It actually made me question covering it. It's so depressing.
It got real depressing at the end.
It's okay. So the reason I'm doing this is because Crystal went on. The reason any of this happened was because Crystal went on Kumu's stream and was like, I wonder if Beckett's been given an edited version of the Mali call to make Lio look good. So I went and checked. I went and checked and found out that Crystal's uploaded version was 20 minutes shorter than mine, which I obviously then had questions about. So if Crystal had just shut the fuck up, none of this would be happening. But okay, my view is Crystal tried to opt me. That's
Dude,
what I think.
I told you in the DMs this smells like an op. I told you this is an op. This is a fucking op. There's some gay shit happening. The thing is right, and I told you this, and I feel like I've been saying it. All of these people just are too chummy with each other for people that have an issue with Lio.
Yeah.
They're too chummy with them. If you have a legitimate issue with somebody, you're not trying to cloud shark shit, you don't continue communication, stay in calls, and don't say anything when the calls get bad and just sit there and let it happen. It looks like you're cloud sharking for these calls so you can upload to your fucking channel and make yourself look like the hero. That's how I feel about it.
Like when I did the Lio Vlad call, there's no ads on that. And they were turned off and things. I was like, I'm just streaming it for the people who want to watch it and not be in the call. And like when I look at Crystal's calls, like all of them have Crystal's little Ko-Fi thing, and I'm like, that's interesting.
Dude, I'm so glad I'm so fucking happy you brought that up. I'm sorry, didn't mean to interrupt. It was irking me every time I saw the fucking Ko-Fi thing. You broke bitch. Get a job. Oh my god. I'm so happy you said that. It's been irking me. If you care about this shit, you wouldn't put in a fucking link to Dono directly to you.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're fucking right. I'm like,
you're saying the shit I've been thinking.
I had the same reaction you did when you turned to me and was like, I'm so glad you think this, because this is why I was like, yes.
Because I was like sprinkling it out there. I was like, I don't trust this person. Why are they in this call? This is ridiculous. And I would keep like sprinkling it out there, and I'm like, everyone should know that I genuinely don't trust this fucking person. And I was right.
Yeah,
I was
totally
fucking right.
It's totally
no,
right.
but we were both right,
Yeah.
and we looked crazy for a little bit because I got pushback sometimes. They were like, no, Crystal's this, Crystal disavowed this, and I'm like, yeah, but it's a backtrack because they got caught in the call.
Well, it was the Mali mod call that really did it. I was like, you're sat there. You've got no issues with the Sasu call, but you know the Ring call was bad. And I say this to Crystal on the Grot call. She was like, well, why would I then release the Ring call? Because people know Rin. Because it's much more likely that the Ring call will get out than the Sasu call, and you must have known that. And that's uncharitable. I say it's uncharitable, but that's actually a pretty reasonable fucking take, in my opinion.
Nobody knows who Sasu is. The larger videos knew about the Rin stuff. That is obvious. That is blatantly obvious. If the Sasu call... Wait, was Sasu before Rin or Rin before Sasu? I'm trying to remember the timeline on that one. Okay, so yeah, the time... If you really cared, you would put things in a chronological order. Not the one that everyone knows first, then the one after that.
Well, we've still never seen the two calls before that, because there was one call with somebody who, like, wanted to be an arms dealer or some shit. It's really weird. I've never heard it. And then there was a Rifleman J call, and no one has those. If anyone does have them, I'd like them.
True. Also, Zach, I'm just gonna tell you, you are like complete and utter shit to me. Don't try to contact me. There you go. Do not contact me. I genuinely have a disdain for all of you people.
So much mean than me.
I'm just tired of it. I'm tired, bro. I disdain half of this. I disdain this entire community.
To be fair, you also hate Leia.
I don't hate Leia at all, really. I just found it funny to kick her out of that one call and make like $500 off of her.
That was fun. Yeah, that is funny.
It was a great debate. Great debate. Like I just raked in cash. Hey, thank you, Leia, for making me like almost $1,000 richer in like less than a day. I don't hate her. You'll know if I hate someone. Like if Leia was in chat, I'd be like, "Hey, Leia, what's up?" That's not hate. Zach, the second I see their fucking little head pop up, I'll shut that shit down fast.
So what was it about Crystal that made you sus?
Just genuine. It's okay. So here's my position, right? If you care so much about the accountability aspect, and you sit there and go, I disavow this, I disavow that, I disavow this, I disavow that. I talk to Lio, I talk to him all the time, I try to talk him out of this stuff, but you still like just passively let it happen and don't speak up in the calls ever in these recordings and continue to let it go. Then when you get caught in these recordings, you have to publicly go to Twitter and run out there and go, oh, I disavow this call. I disavow the things that happened in here, blah, 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 blah. It's bullshit. Yeah. You are trying to be a part of the content and collect said content for your, in my opinion, your own gain so that you can come out later and be the good guy later and just be like, man, I was there. I'm not okay with it. Then why are you in the call? Why are you talking to these people? Why are you engaged in this shit? If you genuinely distaste this stuff and you disavow it, don't be engaged with it. That's why I was thinking that.
Do you know, it's an interesting one. You'll notice that Jibs is still making a video. I talked to Jibs the other day. It's just taking a little longer. That's cool. But Jibs doesn't want to deal with drama. They don't want to deal with it. That's why they're not on everyone's streams. They're not in chat all the time. They're going and doing their own thing. They're doing gaming stuff and based. Mm-hmm. It's not hard to disconnect. But yeah. No.
But like, you know what it's like when we have to disconnect from people that are completely fucking idiots. Like, you know what that's like.
I know what that's like.
Like, if you genuinely disavow somebody's actions, me and you, out of all the people in this stupid fucking community that we've been covering, Know what it's like to walk away from those people and not engage. Don't engage in the content. Don't engage in the fights. Don't be in calls. Get out of there.
I said this about tomfoolery because I got very pissed at Tom and I went on Rezi's stream and fought with him. But I said to him, when I was done with the drama, I didn't do what a lot of other people did, which is cover tomfoolery content. I didn't keep checking in on him. I was just done. I was like, I never want to fucking talk about you again. I don't want to deal with you again. I hope your fucking channel dies and you fuck off into a pit. I'm done with you. And that's you know, and I was like, it doesn't matter that it will get me like views within like a particular audience that hates him. I was done. And when I said I was done with Lio stuff, like I went back and looked. My last Lio stream was like April. It was like the end of this because I was just like, I'm tired, I'm done, and I've gone and done other things. It wasn't until this stuff cropped up because, and I've said this about the Sasu call, I got given the Sasu call, and I didn't cover it because I didn't want to talk about Lio anymore. I thought it would get out anyway, but like I'm surprised it took so long, but I was just done. And it's not hard to just fucking disconnect from shit.
No, and this is the thing. And in my situation, I will not name this person for obvious reasons. But same thing happened to me. This person went on a fucking tirade. He ended up burning down everything around him and treating everyone like shit. And I didn't want to associate anymore. And I fucking walked away. I burnt the bridge and I never brought it up again. I still don't bring it up to this day because it's not worth my time. I disavow all actions taken by said individual. Why would I continue to associate with said individual even from a content standpoint? Even if I would make easy fucking views off of that person, why the literal fuck would I take the time to give that oxygen further?
Yeah.
Why? Why do that? You're not helping yourself. You're not. You're looking like you're a snake. You're trying to placate to the person that you don't like, apparently, and also placate to the audience that person that doesn't like that person. Like you're trying to have your cake and fuck it too.
Yeah.
Like stop it. Walk away.
And so many people have. Like there are people who've just fully been like, I'm done. And like with a load of this shit in the ACC. And you see this with like certain people. I've heard actually someone said Tipster in chat, but I know who you're talking about. But
I will never stop talking about Tipster.
No one wants to stop talking about Tipster. But actually, Tipster's an interesting one. If Tipster, so again, people who's watched me before, like there's a stream. One of my like streams didn't do very well at the time. It's picked up views over time, but on a guy named Will and his channel, and people are like, why do you talk about Will and his channel? Because he pisses me off. He annoys me. So, like, even though it gets shit views, I'll still engage with it. Now, if I really hated somebody, if I was like, I want you to fucking be gone, the best thing you can do is ignore somebody. Like you just ignore them and you disconnect. And like I left Twitch poll. I was done with a load of people that I was just like, fuck it. And I came over to commentary and things are better over here.
Yeah, it grass is greener when you're not dealing. Well, there's autism, but at least the autism is manageable. You know, but it's just Crystal, legitimately, I wish I told you this when you were in the fucking call. I just did not want to blow up Beckett's spot when we had a call together. But like, bro, stop. Walk away. Stop engaging with this stupid fucking Discord. Get out of there. And my advice to Lio, and I said it before, delete your fucking Discord account. Genuinely. If you just made Gundam building videos for the rest of your life, I would not care. But you cannot continue these stupid fucking calls. You can't have these gallery calls anymore. Crystal can't be involved in the backdrop of all the Lio stuff anymore. They're all tainted. They're all retarded. Everybody, including from Lio to Zach to all these fucking people, walk away. You all have fucked this up so bad for all of yourselves, and you all look retarded. That's why it's easy for me to rake in the views that I do, because you're all so fucking stupid. It's funny to laugh at. Same as Beckett. Like, genuinely.
Yeah, well, look, I mean, it's the honesty. I want to be about content. Speaking of which, for 5, Getsy, have a fun stream, Beckett. I'm going to stick my pole in an anthill to forget about the migraine that's calling Zach crying gave me. Good night.
Jesus. But like, none of this, you don't need to continue down this. And Crystal, I swear to God, when I heard in this call that they were like, oh, I'm like too naive I was too naive to the situation. I almost busted a fucking blood vessel. I was like, you're naive that you shouldn't be in these calls or engage with this shit? Are you retarded?
Do you know the point?
If it's not good for you, don't do it.
Yeah, the point in this call where like I actually started to lose my shit was when I said, well, what do you think of Ponder then? If Lio is a monster, what do you think of Ponder? And Chris was like, I don't know. What? Yes! Fucking what?
Bro, Ponder, dude. I went on a bit of a fucking rant about Ponder. Ponder should not be considered a fucking vocal voice in this community. This stupid fucking outcrop of commentary. How is somebody with 100,000 subs not able to see the optics of the situation? Go, you know what? I'm gonna stop being in these stupid calls and being good cop to some retard in a lion mask. How stupid are you? Also, Edla, you're not tainted. You're good. You're good people. If I did slight you, I would tell you.
Yeah, like I think there are good, fun people in this community who've been good to hang out with. And I also think that one of the frustrating things as well is I think that there are like some people in chat and the community generally who aren't like content creators who seem really fucking chilled out.
Yeah, I can agree.
And like you guys can do better than something shit like Katzler. And it's interesting to watch Thunderdome because I think Thunderdome is just fun. It's just enjoyable.
It's pure blood sports.
Yeah.
Dude, when Lio said what I do isn't blood sports, another blood vessel popped in my fucking skull. I was like, what are you talking about? Then he goes, well, we don't say like mean things or slurs or whatever. I was like, okay, retard. How is that still not blood sports? Like, just because you don't call someone the N-word or the F slur, it's still blood sports. That's what you did.
This is what Crystal said in like her response, right? I did all of this without calling people slurs. And I'm like, do you know what? I don't think I've ever made anyone cry by calling them a slur. I don't think that's happened. I've never called someone a slur and they've suddenly been like, I'm gonna tear my eyes out. Like, come on.
I hope they do. If I call you a slur, I hope you rip your eyes out in front of me. I'll just laugh at you. But like you deserved it at some point. But this is the problem, man. It's like these people will turn around and be like, well, we don't do this thing. They do the thing that is the definition of said thing. Well, we don't do blood sports. What is a call with 100+ people all screaming at each other? Is that not blood sports?
It's absolutely fucking blood sports.
Then why was Lio saying it's not blood sports?
Because Lio believes that like there's a higher calling to this. Do you know? I actually had this conversation. So when I was
savior complex shit. Oh my god.
Well, when I was talking to one of the OGs in Guac a couple of weeks ago, I asked about this, and it was like, and Lio wanted to do good things with Senate. He wanted it to be like, it shouldn't just be for bullying people. It should be for bullying the right people.
Oh my god.
And I'm like, you just end up as a monster. Now I don't know if Lio was always like a fucking cunt with this shit, but like, because I don't care if you do blood sports to people. I don't care if you bully people who like
blood sports was great during the Tonka era, Warski, Ralph. It was great. Like, let's just be honest. It was a great moment in internet history. But the thing is that it was just screaming and yelling at each other for fun. What Lio's doing is trying to change the world with blood sports, which is stupid. You can't change the world. You are not a savior of people if you're running a Discord. I'm sorry. Is a Discord gonna fucking stop a guy from raping somebody? Like, am I crazy thinking that? I'm sorry. The call that you had with that rapist really saved that person.
Do you think that like Discord mods might actually be worse than Reddit mods? I'm starting to suspect. Maybe I was wrong. I spent all this time hating Reddit mods. No, Reddit mods are still worse.
No, they're still worse. They're like what are they? The Reddit mods think that they're like above other people for some reason. They have like a weird kind of superiority complex. Discord mods know that they're fucking degenerate retards. They know at least.
Yeah,
some of them have power trips.
You're aware. Okay, so let me ask you this. From observing stuff and seeing the way, like, people like Crystal have been, do you think that, what do you think Crystal will do now? Because you've been sus for a while.
Okay, so this is kind of like I'm taking the PPP approach, like how they talk about how Ralph can save his channel and he can't really do anything. So this is kind of like my way of looking at how Crystal can handle this situation. And I hope you're listening, Crystal, because this is I wish somebody gave me this advice when I was in the midst of some shit, right? Stop. Ignore it all. Move on. Start making content in the opposite direction, or continue making same content, but not with these people around you. None of these people are going to be your friends. None of these people are real to you. Enjoy what you do as a creator. Stop getting involved in stupid shit, and you'll probably be fine. But now, I'm not going to lie, you look like a snake, and you have to prove that you aren't a snake. And it's going to take a long fucking time for people not to look at you as a snake. But that's me personally and how I view you. But I don't know about the audience, because some people were doing the whole like sucking dick shit for you. I genuinely move on. Stop getting involved in these stupid calls. Stop trying to be Lio's quote unquote Lio's handler. Lio is almost in his fucking 40s. He's a grown adult. He doesn't need some retarded twink femboy secretary, and he definitely doesn't need you. He needs to grow the fuck up and be a man.
Do you know, I'll add to that as well. I think that it's interesting with the glitch people, because Crystal seems to want to be the voice for people, and
she has the same complex as Lio, the savior complex.
It's like, don't just step back, fuck off, hand it to them. I said this to them earlier. You want to help, get them to make a video, hand shove to them. I don't fucking know, but like, I'm not telling you whether to make content or not. But if you're like worried that people think you're a bit of a fucking snake, then yeah, it looks like fucking snaky behavior. Okay.
It is. In my opinion, it is. When you go on a live stream and you're like, oh well, did Beckett get a video and a call that makes Lio look better? That's you, in my opinion, poisoning the fucking well. That's you poisoning the well. That's you trying to devalue another person who has a call that you want to publish yourself. That's what that looks like to me. That's what that sounds like to me. You sound like a snake.
Yeah. Yep.
Keep making content. But this ain't your game. Because you're going to lose badly. And you're already losing badly. Like, fuck.
Also,
how stupid are these people?
I'm going to be honest, and this is quite an important thing. If you're going to look at anybody, here's a general note. If you're going to look at anybody and go, hey, maybe I should try and discredit this person. Like, if anyone in the future is looking at someone like me or like Chris and go, hey, maybe we should discredit them. Stop trying to discredit shit posters. Because also, if someone's coming to like me or Chris for accountability, or like we're going to do anything else, like on the serious side, or like break anything, we're not. We're here to laugh at shit.
I stopped trying to do that. I did that during my quantum arc on the accountability shit, and it got good views and stuff. But then I realized I was having a lot more fun just stopping giving a shit and just shitting on people that deserve it. Like Keffel stuff, Mamba Max, all that stuff. The accountability stuff is sprinkled in there, obviously, but I'm not one of those guys. I don't really care what you do after. You get shit on for your actions, and I am here to shit on that and make money off of you. That's it. It ain't that deep.
It ain't that complicated.
It ain't deep. It ain't that complicated.
And I had this with the golf ball stuff. I'm not going to be able to... I'm not someone who can... I'm never going to be a predator hunter. I'm never going to go after people. And there are people who'll do that for you. That's not me. So the point of coming after me and being like, well, it's Beckett being honest. Why would I lie? I'm just here to laugh at people. I laugh at everybody. And anybody who knows anything about my history, for those of you who are aware of the tomfoolery stuff, or any of the shit that happened in Twitch poll with Wick or other people, being friendly with me does not fucking protect you from, like, me laughing at you. It doesn't. It'll help maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit at the start. But the minute I start seeing snake shit, doesn't matter how fucking friendly we are. I don't...
Right. So Enla, to answer your question, I genuinely feel like this person, Crystal, was just opping. They were trying to corner the market on these lead calls by Lio. They were trying to basically be in Lio's corner and play all sides. And anytime they got caught, they had to backtrack. So that's why I'm saying they're a snake. That's why I believe that they are a fucking snake. I don't trust them. I don't trust them for a fucking second. I don't. And I never will. Because how can you be friends with somebody that you disavow? I'm sorry. Like, if you do shit that I fundamentally don't agree with, you're not my friend. Goodbye.
Man. Yep. Welcome to the fucking world of commentary. These ops are gay as fuck. Yeah, this is the problem with people who, like, do this thing. Like, I don't know what it is where people go, oh, well, you can trust me because I'm pulling gay ops.
Gay ops always blow up in your face.
Against somebody you don't like, and I'm like, okay, well, why would I trust you not going to do that to me?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Fuck my life.
That's the thing that they don't understand is like people that are running ops, they're always gonna run ops. You should never trust people that run ops. Like don't ever trust them with anything. I learned that lesson brutally. All right, I'll let you go so you can continue on. I needed to get that rant out because
you're good. You're good.
I'm so happy that me and you are on the same page. This is why I like you.
Yeah, always. Always.
I'll see you, man.
Have a good night. Thanks, Chris. Okay. God, I love Chris. Wait, what was this? Enla just letting you know that Crystal definitely talks shit on you to me and others. Fuck's sake. Okay, so Enla, because I think you missed this. So I will bring it up again for you. Because this is where, like, my feelings lie, okay? This is, like, a screenshot from earlier. Monstrous. Like this is from today. Like, if this whole time I wanted to do this big plan of playing Lio like a fool and using you all or something like that, I would have owned it at this point. I genuinely wanted to be in Cat's Lair from the start. That's today! After all of this has fucking happened, Enla. So yeah, that's where I'm fucking feeling. But also, I'm not here to tell you how to feel. You guys can make up your own minds. I am a shit poster on the internet, okay? Oh, fuck. Okay, let's go.
It stopped posting on the 3rd, and I'm
Yeah.
looking through it. Oh, I found it.
Oh.
I don't know why, but Asuka is the one that did it.
Oh, that's interesting. How
I
she
don't-
was like, as she was
I don't
saying
know.
to me, how like, oh yeah, no, I had no issue with you, Crystal, just now, and now suddenly
Oh.
kicks Pi.
Okay, I don't know why she did. I'll ask.
That's again really weird. I can't. We had no issue, Crystal. Now now you're like unfriending me. Why are you surprised? I asked this in the call. Fuck.
Ask her later because she's not even on staff anymore. And the reason you got banned from Senate is because I banned most people I could find from Senate. It's archived.
I know, it just seems very.
Like I'm looking at the room right now, and it's only showing me and Norden because Norden went in there to find something.
Yeah.
I literally can't see anybody else in there on the sidebar.
It just seems very coincidental. Like from my point of view, right? That's the call goes public. Then I release the Mali's call because literally Mali asked me to, and then suddenly multiple things happen, like which I've already saw it behind the scenes. But then Pi gets kicked, and then everything like that is like, huh, okay.
Why didn't you? Why didn't you ask?
You're lagging a bit.
Why didn't you just ask?
Oh, it's just like, I don't know, people remove me, people put blocking me, no one came to me. Like, okay, sure, I understand how it wants. There's the people who...
Okay, sorry. Someone sent me something and I have to read it, so I'm going to be like really boring while I read this and just let this bit play. But Beckett speaks in a minute, so it's kind of like I'm in both places and bootlegging my own self. Yeah, we'll go that. That'll do. Bear with me. Bear with me.
do have
Bear with
company
me.
like Sin. They have an interesting approach.
Okay, but the point is, like, you may not have connection to the people who removed you, but if you're concerned about something that's happened in my server, so I haven't removed you. You could have just asked.
It's again, it's not the concern. Like again, like the distance is happening. Like that's happening now. But it's just how people have been coming at me sideways. It's interesting. Not you, just like other people and like your associates. It's interesting.
If it happened, well, Grim removed a lot of people, so that has nothing to do with you. But if it's happening now, why are you in Guac Barrel?
I'm just a curious soul. That's all. Like, you know how I roll with that. I'm just curious what's going on.
Curious soul.
More than that.
Okay. I see we have RC in the call.
Who?
RC.
RC. They're in
RC.
Cat Slayer too? Yes, RC. I think they are a car.
Well,
Really?
hello.
Nobody?
I think
Tough
I've
crowd.
interacted with you a couple times.
Here a beer. Okay. Let's see if I can get something done today. Yes, Gidget, I know you want all the love.
Oh my fucking god. Okay, I won't subject you to more of this. I've read the thing I needed. Just a curious little soul.
I will make it public. I said, like, can I ask you a
You're not
question?
getting Gidget. You can ask me whatever you want to.
When it comes to like stuff with Sin, stuff like that, with how they've been coming at me sideways with people, like, has that have any involvement from you or?
No, he tells me after he does things. He never tells me before he does things.
Yeah.
Again, like, I can't believe that anybody's coming at me. Like, I can't believe anyone's saying anything mean about me. You start this fucking call with Lumi's voice, Crystal. So goofy. I love it.
Why did you make it public? Because Mally asked me to. But why did you? It's like, because Mally asked me to. Again, it's how I've held myself consistently. It's been like, if a main talker in the call asks me to do it, I will make it public. I said it to Monstrous last night. If Monstrous or Asuka or Efron asked me to make the call, no, I wouldn't. Because again, they weren't a main speaker in the call. But if you ask me, or if Mally asked me in that call, it goes public. That's just how I roll.
Well, Gidget, I know you want all the love. I'm not giving you Gidget.
So out of interest, just out of interest, Crystal, did Mally come to you and ask for the call to be released?
No, so apparently, so I figured out it was becoming a talking point. Streamline made a tweet saying like, oh, here's the involvement in the call. Like, okay, why has this suddenly become a talking point? So I reached out to Mally being like, hey, do you know why this is a talking point? And we had a bit of a conversation. And actually,
So I found this real fucking interesting because I said this earlier. I thought if anybody was going to be weird about me covering the Mally call or be like, oh, I should probably release this first, it would be Mally, right? Because it's their call. They'd probably be like, oh, if I need to get ahead of this. And then I find out Crystal's the one who wanted the Mally, who was like, oh, we should release this. Why is it why are people talking about it? That's a bit suspicious, I thought. Fuck.
I was meant to make the call public basically a day afterwards because Mally wanted it like that. I didn't know that. I misconceived what she said to me. So that's why I made it public now because I knew she wanted to have it public. That makes sense.
I have a question on that point. So Melly wanted the call public. How come Melly didn't just do a gallery call?
I don't know. I can't
I
answer
denied
that one.
it. I denied a gallery call because Mally had said previously to me that she didn't want any involvement with any of the weirdos I have to deal with, and I knew putting her in a gallery call with that would make her a target.
Wait, Crystal said Mally let her release the call. Did she? Am I going fucking crazy? When did Crystal... did she say it in this and did I just miss it?
Hey, do you know why this is a talking point? And we had a bit of a conversation. And actually, I was meant to make the call public basically a day afterwards because Mally wanted it like that. I didn't know that. I misconceived.
That's what I remember from Crystal. That's interesting. Okay, I don't know, because people can misremember things. But
she said to me, so that's why I made it public now because I knew she wanted to have it public. That makes sense.
I have a question on that point. So Melly wanted the call public. How come Melly didn't just do a gallery call?
I don't know. I can't answer
denied
that one.
I denied a gallery call because Mally had said previously to me that she didn't want any involvement with any of the weirdos I have to deal with, and I knew putting her in a gallery call with that would make her a target. I think the better question, honestly, is if Mally wanted it public, why didn't she do it?
Oh, yeah. I think I actually asked Crystal this question yesterday.
One of these things I can't answer. That's a question for Mally to answer. It was like literally unlisted on my channel the day of like the call because Mally wanted a copy. And I guess I just didn't understand that she also wanted it public. Hence why it was just unlisted. And now I've only made it public because, you know, I was aware that she wanted it public.
you knew I was going to release it. Hold on. Mally knew I was going to release it as well, because Mally watches me. And I was like sat there going, I'm going to, like, on Kumu's stream as well, Kumu says, oh, I feel really bad because the Mally call's coming out and the Sasu call came out, and I feel like we might be cucking Beckett for releasing content. Firstly, no one is ever cucking me for releasing content. If I mention something, it's because I am happy for it to be out there, okay? Anything that I'm not happy to be out there, or I'm like got a little tucked away, and that is very rare that happens because I don't give that much of a fuck. I just won't talk about it. If I'm talking about something on stream or like I'm open that it exists, I probably don't give a shit about someone releasing it. Also, Goblin is very based with the stuff that they bring out. Like, I'd never be fucking mad.
Sounds good.
I do have a question to ask you, and Monstrous, you guys would be out for later on.
This is interesting. I have a few questions I'd like to ask you and Monstrous if you'd be up for it later on. Huh. It's almost like you've come in to, like, fish for information. Why don't you just DM them, Crystal? It's very... Fuck's sake.
I've got things to do later.
All these little questions.
Like, just next coming days, if that's okay.
Yeah, I'm taking DM me now if you'd like.
Yeah, I can reach out to you with that. I want like both you and like in relation to it.
Okay. That's
Romantic,
yeah,
but
that's, like, something I
you're
would
good as well, Archives. It's all good.
fine. It just depends on, I guess, when the
If your
lawyers
calls I've had
available.
publicly, I don't care about answering them publicly.
No, it's one or more private call.
Okay.
So that's why like I want to talk about a private call. And also, do we know where Zach is standing with the DK logs? Because in Zach, it's probably a question more direct to Zach, but I'm just asking an overall question. Is Zach going to be making the BK log public sooner rather than later? Because it was a month ago when they said they would make it public, and that hasn't happened.
What are we talking about?
The BK logs. In Zach's video interview with Cosmic, Zach said that they will make the BK logs public, and that was a month ago, and that hasn't happened.
You probably forgot.
Fair enough. I'll chuck Zach a message then.
Now, you said it's about a call, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is it the call I had?
So you can't.
Is it the call I had with you and Jibs and Hayden?
No, not that one.
Okay.
Yeah, no, that's not that call. Even though I was in quotation a main speaker in that call, that's not my call to release. If that makes sense.
No, somebody else already did.
Wait, they did?
Crystal, you were asking about it in the Thunderdome. Vlad brought it up. Vlad knows.
Why was no? No, I think Vlad misinterpreted my words in relation to that call. I don't think they were talking about the Jibs call there.
No, they were talking about the Jibs call, Crystal.
They were. Oh,
Yes,
generally, I thought they were in the Sasu call.
So the Jibs call is known about.
Okay.
It's just, okay. So the Jibs call is known about, but as far as I'm aware, there is not a public release of that call.
Yeah.
That's what
But they
Vlad
plan
was
to.
referring to. I don't know is the answer to that.
So this bit's again interesting because there are two people who have access to that call that I'm aware of, and it would be Jibs and Crystal. So when Crystal comes in to say, "Oh, I think it's the Sasu call," Crystal of all people knows what that fucking call is. By the way, I don't, not heard it. I know I've been told about it. I've not fucking heard it. I don't have a copy of it. So it's quite interesting that Crystal comes in, Grot Barrel, probing for information about a call that they're well aware of, that Vlad is talking about. And Lio knows they'd be well aware of it. I'm just, why are you doing this?
The fact that it hasn't come out already suggests that I don't know if there's a plan to. But it's not one of those things that, I don't know. Yeah, it's more that its existence is known about. Whether people have viewed it is something I don't know. And by the way Vlad talked about it, I would suggest that he has not seen it.
No, because I generally thought they were in classical. That is a news to me, generally.
Well, I might have to do something, but we'll figure that out when it comes time.
Out of interest, so you had the Mali call after the Rin call happened.
Yes.
And so the Rin call happened and didn't come out for what was it? A couple of days?
No, the Rin call. posting. I was the one who made that call public.
Okay.
And I think literally the day after. Like, I apologized for it, made it public, made my clarifications.
Okay, so you saw the issues with the Rin call.
Yes.
Why didn't you see the issues with the Sasu call?
So,
Oh my god,
I
it's
did see the
so
issues with
fucking weird reviewing
again,
myself.
I'm not defending my stand.
This Beckett guy on this call, I fucking hate this guy. He's so serious through the whole fucking call. He never says anything fucking funny. I hate him. I hate this Beckett guy on this fucking call.
In the Sasu call.
Fucking asshole.
It's something I am going to be replying to. I have already apologized to Sasu. I've already talked to development parties. I've already had Laka doing that Morley grandstanding thing with me. That was fun. But no, I do disavow the Sasu call. It should have never got to that point.
Okay, but you saw the issues with the Rin call instantly.
Yes.
Nah, Beckett's based.
You had the Mali mod call where the Sasu call is talked about.
That's a good point.
In a positive-ish light from the perspective of Ponder. Yes. And glossed over Monstrous's issues with it, which were very public.
No, that's true.
But
that's a good point.
It looks like you didn't have an issue until like other people began to have an issue with the Sasu call within the last few days.
It's to make you want to be like his child already. Listen, he's not taking applications as I understand it, which is probably for the best.
If you go through my with Couped and Enla spoke about when it was explained to me from a different perspective, I understand huge fucking issue. Like, I understood that. Again, my perspective, which is now being cleared up, but at the time it was the issue with me at the time of the call.
I would probably, I don't know if I'd ever have released this call, actually. I probably would have given this call to a couple of people so they could like, I don't know, take something from it if they were like interested in the questions I was asking, but I don't know if I'd ever release it. Again, Crystal, why would you do this to yourself?
How I perceived it, and again,
Fucking
this
idiot.
is really cool where I reiterate this, so it's not me changing the narrative. It's that I thought the issue what people had with me in the call that I was being too passive. I wasn't being hard enough on him or shit like that. I understand now that it even got to that point where he was mentally breaking down because it inadvertently became a game of good cop, bad cop. I do see how that's an issue. I do see how that call should have never led to that point.
Do you understand, like, it's weird. It is incredibly fucking weird for you to be on the side of watching these things happen over the past several months, logging everything, like recognizing issues with the call. I swear to God, I'm going to stop fucking mentioning, but we all know because Peaches leaked it, and I'm getting sick.
Oh my god, he's so soy. Why is this Beckett so soy? Fucking loser.
Talking about it. With the Rosa call, with the stuff that happened with Kumo, which was actually in some ways quite similar emotional manipulation. With the Raven call, with the Rin call. I haven't heard the Rifleman J call, so I don't know what's in it. But it feels like...
Fuck's sake, man.
There's a level of cognitive dissonance where my...
Yay!
Are you on a computer this time? You're still on your phone?
I am on a computer this time. Man, go me.
Congratulations, well done. Yeah, we'll get you there eventually. Okay. Hold on, let me share this fucking call to the call.
Oh my god, okay.
Trist comes back. We're watching this fucking asshole Beckett talk to Crystal.
Yeah, what a fucking soy piece of shit. Jesus Christ.
So gay.
Well, understanding which I've been isn't how I've held myself within Cat Slayer and how it is. The Vin call was the final.
It's not just Cat.
How are you cutting out Crystal? You fucking recorded this.
Slayer Crystal. You did this right at the start of the drama with your call with Peaches. I mean, you had information on Peaches that you then tweeted out the following day or two.
No. So this is something that is mildly annoying, that people generally haven't watched my video, and then made accusations in it. It was a very fast-moving situation where Peaches downplayed the FCK.
Why are they cutting out so much?
Heavily, to an unholy degree.
Because I don't know. No one can record calls.
Why would they lie to me given all
No one can record calls in this fucking community. Actually, do you know what? Do I even want to watch Crystal's version of this? Because I've got my own version, and it's better quality than this. My version is better quality than fucking qualify. Hold on a second, I need to mute some shit so I can make sure it's the right one. Well, chat can't hear you, so. Okay, it's not that one. Okay. Right. Someone get this Beckett Brit off the stage. True. We're gonna get rid of that one. We're gonna go to Cam, and I'm going to open this in VHC. VLC.
I'm just a curious soul. That's all. Like, you know how I roll with that. I'm just curious what's going on.
Okay.
Yeah, nothing more than that.
Okay.
Don't worry, I'll get to the right place.
So we have RC in the call.
Happy Pride call, Beckett. I love that. That's great. Thank you, Cassie. Bully him some more.
Happy Pride call? Where's Happy Pride call?
Exclamation point, Beckett. Is this not a Pride call?
It's not a Pride call? I don't know. Maybe.
It's pretty fucking gay.
It is pretty gay. Fucking kill me. Okay, let me set that back up in the stream room.
Okay.
There we go. I think we're around this point. When you heard about it, how did you hear about it?
I heard about it from Lio and I heard about it from Lio. Then I worked out the mystery guest, which was Mally, and then I reached out to Mally.
Okay. So again, what's weird about that is you seem to have a problem as a mod for Catslayer, a server that many of us have pointed out is like an inevitable fucking shit show, like quite publicly, right from the off. And it's like your vector for airing that grievances isn't even direct. And again, it's that weird thing of like you came into this call and said, hey, I know things are drifting apart. I'm just trying to see where people are and why people feel a certain way that they do.
I just wanted to be a curious soul.
Like, just want to be a curious soul. It's almost like because again, it's just the optics of giving Melly the questions to ask, so you don't have to ask them. So potentially you're not burning that bridge, but you still get to get the shots in that you want.
Burn the bridge with everyone else, though, Crystal.
A good thing, and the idea that the questions which need to be answered are still being asked either way.
No, because again, if like let me just give you an example. Oh, this bit. Yeah. Hold on. So this is the bit we get to where playback. Hold on, let me slow it down a bit. This is the bit where we get to the bit where Crystal's talking about the questions. Okay, so I just want to do this. It's almost like you, because again, it's just the optics of giving Mally the questions to ask, so you don't have to ask them. So potentially you're not burning that bridge, but you still get to get the shots in that you want.
Isn't that a good thing? And the idea
Beckett,
that the
stop
questions
smashing your
which need to be answered
keyboard.
are still being
Sorry.
asked either way.
No, because again, if like let me just give you an example here. Lio.
Yes.
You're a faggot and you constantly fuck up all the time.
No, you know.
Look, I don't push Lio very hard in this, but I defend that I needle him. I do call him a lot of slurs, I'll be honest. I think I call Lio more slurs than Gilded does at this point.
I think that's true, actually.
Okay. Like, it's not hard to do that and not burn a bridge, but if I went, hey, Monstrous, can you go to Lio and call him a faggot who fucks things up all the time? And as if you're the one who's saying it, so I don't get any pushback, that looks like kind of fucking snaky, right?
Yeah, it can be perceived as snaky. It can be perceived as backhanded. I do agree.
Because, I mean, the position you're in, to be clear, is it looks like you're playing all fucking sides. Now, I think, because I listened to that mod call, and here's my take on the mod call, as a very general thing. I have no issues with people taking shots at Lio. Because I think Lio does a ton of shit that's worth
you could order
shooting
some
at.
Starbucks.
You've just joined here, but I've referenced this on stream. Monstrous has been here for this. Other people support me. I've had blazing fucking rows in this server with Lio.
You're right, you have.
But you know, what's a good way to put this? But I'll go out and say what I think, whereas it seems like you'll say, "Oh yeah, I'll hold this person to account," and then when you're there, it's very chilled out, and you're like, and it's kind of like trying to have it both ways, which
You
is
should have invited them to Thunderdome.
Should have. Crystal was invited to Thunderdome. I want to be very clear about this.
Crystal was invited to Thunderdome, and Crystal declined.
Can you put some Subway Surfers on the screen, please? Am I losing the Zoomer audience? Jesus Christ. Fucking hell. I'll dance or something. I don't know. I wouldn't do that, actually. That'd be fucking ridiculous. Weird, because
Please don't
it's
dance.
like you
wants
saw
to see that,
the
Becker. You
win
got no
stuff happen
rhythm.
on the Mally call coming up. And actually, what's the timeline for that? Like, so the ring call gets released the next day.
You're gonna fucking dance. I was like, no.
Then I leave the Cat Slayer only to find out that there was going to be a mod call. So I joined back to support Mally.
Careless whisper.
Right. Okay.
And then I leave afterwards again.
There you go. Have some dinosaurs.
What the what?
What made you release the wrinkle?
Because
Oh fuck, I need to explain what this is. Okay, so this video is a video done by a guy named Game Dude, who was a game reviewer who went insane, started stalking his girlfriend, had to flee the country, and he explained this entire thing of why he'd never stalked her and he'd done nothing wrong and why the police were crazy through a dinosaur video on the grass, like with a different like dinosaur being like fucking characters in it. It's fucking amazing. It's one of the best pieces of content ever created.
Why have you clicked on this before? That's what it's 2 hours long. Beckett, have you watched all 2 hours of this?
Yeah, on stream.
Oh my fucking god. Sure,
There's another video. There's another video where he's on a beach drinking a Mai Tai from a coconut. And he's ranting about it. And he gets to his parents and he's like, "And my parents? How dare you take my foreskin? That was mine!" It's like the most incredible thing.
Right.
Everything about Game Dude is amazing.
I noticed it myself that it was a terrible call, and I didn't hold myself how I wish I would, so I made it public.
That call wasn't terrible.
Like you jingled keys in front of my face.
We can fucking fight about the wrinkle at a later point. Jesus. Okay. When you have talked about things like what about the wrinkle made you feel like you weren't holding yourself
Shut up
to
about the wrinkle.
the right standard?
I responded. I don't like reiterating points which have already been addressed with people. I don't like doing that. Like constantly saying the same point over and over again like it's new information. I didn't know, because again, I didn't look into it enough, that Vin has already been held accountable by 4 different people for not asking the victims for permission to use their story. I didn't know that, and I held it against Vin as the idea that it was new information. I didn't like that. But during the call, there was multiple points of contention which I wanted to raise with Lio, of how Lio was mentioning Vin's, again, which I have done privately now, where Lio was raising Vin's family, where now I figured out it was meant to be a one-on-one call.
Okay, when did you raise those points with Lio?
In a call, God, maybe.
See, like Crystal says lots of different points for their stopping points. So when talking to, like, I think it's Enla and Kumo. Enla can correct me if I'm wrong. But Crystal says the moment she was done with Zach's PFP, like the porn PFP, she's like, I'm done. It's too much. It's too far for me, guys.
You stop being soy on stream.
Yeah, I can stop being soy on stream. I'm completely done. And then you get like other bits where Crystal's like, well, it was this cool. No, it was this cool. It was this bit. And it's like, well, when was it? When was the thing? Oh, God.
Day after the wrinkle.
Okay. So you raised the points with Lio.
Mm-hmm.
I could, but will I?
Do it in the call, but I didn't because I got too emotionally distracted.
You know you will, Enla.
The point I should have known about beforehand, which is on me.
When did the Mali mod call happen?
Mali mod call happened on the 25th. Yeah, 25th of May.
And the Rin call was, just so I got it.
Rin call.
Before. It was a couple weeks before.
Okay. So, you'd had that conversation with Lio.
Mm-hmm.
You then stepped down from Katzler.
Yes.
And then when Mali was having the conversation, you came back. Now, like, I'm interested, like, in your version of the call, because it's 20 minutes shorter. $2 don't lie to mom, Becky. True.
Oh, yeah, no.
True.
I also...
That's fair.
So that version... Wait, I'm trying to think, because I...
Wait, why are you lying to me?
I cut off when Mali...
I don't know, I just shouldn't lie to you generally.
Recently, like, trimmed out the
Okay.
last bit, because again, it's the Mali call, so... I don't think the other stuff where it became a lot more of a friendlier back and forth is relevant. And like...
So this is me asking about, like, the cut itself, because it seems weird. Now, I want to say, this was confirmed to me, like, independently as well. Like, somebody was like, oh, Queeman Raid! Oh, welcome, guys. Welcome to, like, the most retarded drama ever. That, like, it's impenetrable.
No, this is the raddest drama ever.
Oh, my
We
fucking
have
god.
dinosaurs in the background. It's so rad.
Oh, my god. Yeah, welcome to the impenetrable fucking malaise that is me.
Malaise.
Fucking...
Jesus Christ.
Listen, I'm just.
Put me out of my misery.
Listen, I am so. Yeah, okay, apparently. Listen, if you try and up me, I'm gonna be fucking angry. I'm gonna get dramatic about it. And the more I see, the more I'm like, Crystal tried to fucking up me. Fucking stupid bitch.
Wee. My turn to get up. Wee.
That was so dumb. Listen, I want to reinforce. Don't fucking try it, okay? I'm paying more attention to the dinosaurs than to Beckett. That's fine. This this call we're listening to is me, and like this. Listen, cool version of Beckett is a.
He's in front of them.
Cool version of Beckett is a fag. But what I will say is that bear with me because I know something is being processed currently, which I'm really interested to watch. I've not seen it before. So I'm waiting for that video upload to be done, and then I can watch it. And then we can all watch it together, and I'm interested. It's a super drama, but it's good background noise. No worries. Is that what my streams have become? Background noise to people drawing. Jesus Christ. And end up in the ACC. Then I'll have to kill myself.
And the server, do you
Shit.
Keep most of
Shit.
them know, hence why that last bit was cut out.
With you.
Okay. When were you talking to people in Endless server about this? Cool.
Literally yesterday. Like, as I released it, we watched it all together.
Okay, but you had an unlisted version up already, right? So this is referring to the Mali mod call.
Yes, the unlisted version I made public.
Never.
And then
Mali was on earlier, it was great.
2 hours and 59 minutes.
Yeah, I know, I heard.
But then the last 20 minutes.
I've been here this
was,
entire
like,
time. You
after,
can't get rid of me that easily.
Cool, Beckett doesn't exist, he can't hurt you. Thanks for the 2, Ellington.
Mali laughed, and I asked, do you think this is relevant? Because again, it just divulges into just friendly back and forth and stuff like that. So I didn't think it was relevant to the call. I asked people in the server, do you think this is relevant? They said no, so it's gone.
Oh, okay, but my kid gets left in the stream. Okay. All right, whatever.
It's just, it looks like a really weird cutoff point.
Oh yeah, no, because again, I use YouTube editor to cut out the bit.
Well, no, it's just weird to cut it at all, I guess. It's like I'm like, even if it's not relevant, like you still get a sense of what the call's like afterwards. I mean, it's just one of those weird ones where I've got a call that's longer than yours, basically. So I'm just like
I did myself at one point.
Oh, for the people coming in for the raid who are like, why does Beckett care about somebody having a longer call than them? It's because the person I'm talking to on a stream publicly said that they thought that I might have an edited version of the call because I'm being used in some way by Lioconvoy to defend him. And I was like, well, it's weird that yours is the shorter version of the call then, isn't it, Crystal? Fuck.
Someone said in chat, just hide in the Thunderdome, Beckett. The ACC won't find you there. That's a pretty base take. Thank you. I'm not even gonna try and pronounce that. Whatever your fucking name is.
When the conversation was literally just going on to just talking about random stuff, I did cut it off. So even if I didn't trim the version which is already unlisted, well, already public now, there would be a weird cut-off point nonetheless.
Okay. So when you're looking at kind of how people are viewing your actions now, like you're making a response to the Sasu call. What is your response to the Sasu?
No, not just the Sasu call, just my approach in the Cat's Lair as a whole.
Okay, so what is your response to that as a preview?
In what way?
I mean, well, you're saying that you see a clear issue with the Sasu call with your actions in Cat's Lair. What is that response?
I can shout it to you if you'd like. It's still a draft because I'm slow as fuck with writing script, but
yeah.
Let me grab it 1 second.
Imagine being one of the Glitch Tales lot. Crystal's gonna save us. Crystal's our voice, and Crystal sat there making fucking like response videos to all the shit they've done wrong.
In my turn, it's like fucking what's his face, Oliver or whatever, for fucking holding the book. Please have some attention, Crystal.
This is so fucking stupid.
It's monstrous as well.
Of all the things I've covered, this is potentially the most personal and also the fucking dumbest on this.
And yet here you are, Beckett.
There you go.
Okay. To be fair, Chris, the dinosaurs are my choice. Great, I'll tell you about this drama at some point.
You don't want to know.
Chris would love Game Dude drama if he doesn't know it already. He probably knows already. Oh, fucking past Beckett. Stop reading in silence. Fucking, like, you've got these very strong stances that you've done something wrong and you need to take account for it and reflect on it. You're supposed to be a chosen one, Crystal. True! But then, you know, like, a week passes and then we're, like, sort of back at the same place. Because, I mean, you said, like, you're feeling that distance drawing, but I see these comments and it's a lot of, well, you know, I've enabled Lio's behavior. And if your viewpoint is you've enabled Lila's behavior or you're getting brought into this and you shouldn't have been, then don't you want that distance? Isn't that like...
Yeah, no, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just acknowledging that I'm noticing there is
Going
distance.
in and out of Cat's lair?
I'm not saying like, oh, how dare there be distance? How people dare distance themselves from me? No, all that'd be fucking stupid. I'm just saying I acknowledge that there is.
Yes, it would be stupid. It would be stupid to go on Twitter, Crystal, and call out people for unfriending you and removing you from somewhere where you have clearly, like, said, I don't need to be in these places anymore and I want to disconnect. That would be a very stupid thing to call out, Crystal. It might make people, I don't know, fucking question you about it in a call, you fucking idiot.
Well,
Go on,
and
Mom.
it's ironic because today when I was talking with Crystal, Crystal's like, oh yeah, I'm not friends with anyone from the ACC or the SCC or Senate servers, I used a script to get rid of everybody. Like, what? So why the fuck are we...
Yeah, they've unfriended everyone. Everyone. They've like, pressed a button, bye. Fucking what?
But it's not suspicious, Beckett. Not at all.
Chris Rakita is streaming tonight? Fuck. Okay. Well, that's tomorrow's. Fuck. I'm gonna end up streaming tomorrow.
Distance.
Well, but I mean, you just tweeted out that, like, isn't it surprising that I released the Mali mod call and then people started unfriending me and I got removed from Senate?
Yeah, no, again, because I do find it interesting.
Is that what my mic sounds like? Does my mic sound okay on stream? Is that what I fucking...
Other than you hitting your mic, yes.
Okay, I'll stop.
I'm going to acknowledge that this is what's happening. I find it interesting.
But I mean, isn't that what you want? Isn't that what you yourself are doing?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, if you're distancing yourself from an environment that you think is making you a toxic person, aren't you also distancing yourself, but then also posting screenshots of people doing it to you like it's some big suspicious thing?
No, I'm not trying to do it in that way. It's just that...
No, you still sound British-based. Thank you, Evan.
With a lot of it, but it's just like people who said I could be transparent, I could talk about it, I could make all this stuff public. When I actually do something which seems to go against the idea of what is a good faith way of approaching it, then this response is happening.
Okay, well, it can't be a good faith way way to do it if you're fucking two-facing everyone.
Well, yeah, because Chris is a fucking snake.
He is trying to talk about it. This is the response people are going to get. That's how it feels to me, at least.
Okay, but you can say that, but I mean, it isn't. Well, this is the response people are going to get. Well, that's kind of like the conclusion of that call. I mean, if you're saying that you already left Cat's lair, that you recognize in the statements that Lio is the problem, then you know that's an inevitable bit of distance that people are going to draw with you.
Yeah.
But if it's valid, then why tweet it like it's an accusation?
Because again, like maybe but it's not an accusation. It's a reality. Like there's distance. It's happening. I'm acknowledging that it's happening because people are still asking me questions constantly about my association.
Well, at least Crystal learned something from Lio, right?
God.
I was trying to tell you yesterday, come see, but I didn't want to believe that Crystal you didn't want to believe that Crystal fucking sucked.
Everyone sucks.
Everyone sucks. It's same as Crystal. Like, I thought Crystal was a bit clout sharky, but that's not the worst crime in the world. But this is just fucking ridiculous.
Association with the Cat's Lair and everything like that, even though the tweet on the 25th, even though the distance before that, it's like people are still bugging me about it. It's more like to make distance myself and like, hey, this is happening. This is what's going on.
Well, I mean, the reason people are bugging you about it, Crystal, is because you went from hey, we're going to call out Peaches and Lio and the bad behavior and the stuff that happened on the Jibs call, to, hey, I'm Lio's mod.
I never asked for mod. That wasn't the thing I asked.
Oh my
Well, I'm not
god.
saying that you asked for it, but you utilized it.
Yeah, I did. Generally.
Thanks for just owning up to it. I appreciate it.
I didn't ask for the power I abused, but I did abuse it.
But I did use it, yes.
Fucking so dumb. You know, all the way through the drama, people have always said, why did you get in calls with Lioconvoy? Why do all these people come on these calls and get shouted at and have people interrogate them? Crystal, like, lots of people get called out. They're like, you have to come into this call. You should confront me. Crystal just fucking walks in. So dumb.
Again, there are inconsistencies. I'm not denying that, and I'm not saying that's okay in any kind of degree.
I mean, I suppose my core question is, how can I trust you?
Trust me in what way?
Well, I mean, now.
let's say you come to me and say, hey, I've got this thing that's happened with Lio that's really fucked, and you should cover it. Which, you know, like, yeah, like, people do that all the time, or with other people, and I'm like, yeah, cool, that is funny. But how can I trust that there isn't, like, a ton of other stuff you know about that either you keep, like, because you've got the Senate archives, for example, you were going through them. Like, how do I know that you haven't stumbled across things like that you've gone, oh, well, I'm cool with Lio, so I'm not going to release that bit because I'm cool with him now? Or that...
I haven't done that. Like, I was questioned on why I made the Vin call public. I've been questioned on why I made the Mali call public. Like, I get questioned on why I release things. I've said if I see something I take issue with, it's the same thing I have with features. And even during the FCK situation, I was like, if I see something which is of concern, I'm not going to come to you, I'm going to make it public.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, sure. I'm so glad that you said that, Crystal. Because if I see something of concern, I'll make it public. Sasu cool. Nah, I don't really care. Trust me, bro. Yeah,
that call was good. That was a good call.
It was cool. I'm fine. No issues at all. Fucking hell. Like, what's a good way to put this as well? It's not just Crystal is talking in circles so much. Yeah, because this isn't a solo take. This is a save me, I'm drowning take. I don't know. I was there in real time, so I'm gonna dip. Shout out from. Yeah. No worries. Thank you, emoji. What? But you say that, but your actions are so inconsistent that because you can say that it's like, well, this is my action, but the inconsistencies in your actions make that statement less trustable, right?
The only bit of inconsistency with that is generally the tactical, and I agree with that. That was
I don't like the red dinosaur.
But again, I did come to Lio when I noticed it was a point of talking. I was like, okay, Lio, can I?
I'm gonna be honest. The red dinosaur is actually Game Dude. That's his dinosaur. That dinosaur is very creepy in this video.
Make this call public, and I was told not to because I didn't have access.
I've seen this so many times that I think that's the section where he's talking about like wanting to hug people, and nobody wants to hug him. And that doesn't make him. Okay.
I'm politely asking.
Because I left the cat's lair, so I couldn't download it or make it public on my own.
Chris actually has no self-agency. But you could have made people aware that Sasu Call existed, right?
Yeah, no, I absolutely could have, and I should have, and I don't know why I didn't.
What do you mean you don't know why you didn't? What do you mean?
When you're looking at that, okay, let me ask you this: how do you view Ponder after the Sasu Call? Yes, bet.
I haven't really came to a standpoint on Ponder yet.
Now, you might think, why doesn't Crystal say, yes, like me, Ponder fucked up constantly in those calls, and probably should deeply reflect. Why wouldn't Crystal say that? It's almost like Crystal knew that she was recording this and going to release it, so was being very optically careful what she said about Ponder, someone who she probably doesn't want to burn a bridge with. I don't know. I'm just speculating.
That bridge is probably fucking burned now.
That's not me trying to be flaky or anything like that. Just I haven't really.
But you can see why I ask it,
yeah,
right?
No, no, that's a good question. And this is not me trying to bullshit or
This is my question. This is my question to Mali with the Mali mod call. Like, listen, I'll be honest, and I'm probably going to say this tonight or tomorrow. Like, Mally wants to swing at Lio, based. Cool, I'm all for it. But from what I found from Mally does pretty similar fucking things. So I don't buy this. So I want to address this one because I'm not sure how accurate this is. I think that I said to Enla, what I saw in the, like, Mally mod call was very, like, hard tactics, which seemed quite Senate-y. And I knew Mally had been, like, previously friends with Lio. But as I've gone through this more and more, that take has softened and softened. Until the point, like when Mally came on tonight, I was like, yeah, it makes sense when you're really focused on something because you're trying to be hard and it's not your natural. So, again, this is why I waited, right? It's always sensible to wait. So you actually, like, can stand by a fucking take. It's almost like jumping in and trying to be everywhere with everyone and everyone's friend is a bad fucking idea. These calls hurt people, you shouldn't weaponize shit from Mally. And I don't buy, well, we need to, these calls don't work, they don't achieve anything from Mally. And what I'd like, and what would persuade me is Mally coming out and saying, oh yeah, shit, Crystal and Ponder, I was wrong. They're fucking psychos. I can't believe they didn't tell me before this call that the Sasu call existed. That would persuade me. Because if Mally sat there going, well, Lio's a real problem, because yeah, fuck Lio. Sorry, buddy. But then going, Crystal and Ponder did nothing wrong, guys. That's a pretty big inconsistency for somebody taking a very strong Enla. But also, what's the harm in giving a Lio taste of a Meniton? Ironic, he would later in this call call those tactics bullying. I don't know if I totally agree with that. Like, in the same way that, like, because I can see that other people make that argument. Stardust has made that argument. And if that's what you think, I don't want to criticize you, actually. Like, I think this is one of those things where it's just personal taste and preference. I'd rather not do that and use bad tactics against bad people, if that makes sense. But I think that's partly because I've had to deal so much with leftists who are like, well, I'd never dox anyone unless they're a right winger. And I'm like, okay, fuck off, come on. You're just doing the thing. So it's kind of like that. But again, that's my personal taste. I'm not going to get too up in anyone's like fucking face about it. Moral stance, which isn't just, I hate Lio because he's a dick. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's where my issue lies.
I can give a bit of context as to some of my behavior inconsistencies, which again I'm resolving to.
Yeah, we kind of go over this shit with Crystal and why she was there. Fair, but it also greatly demonstrates why Lio was wrong to use those tactics in the first place. That I agree with, Enla.
Is that the glitch cell victims aren't happy with how I've been approaching things, and it's very much of the idea that
Jesus Christ, Chris.
That I'm the
true.
Head of the
also same.
And
I endorse
ACC and CC stuff, and me not distancing myself or making it publicly aware that I'm distancing myself is going to affect the credibility of their stories. So I'm in a position where I'm both told to talk about the ACC and CC stuff, and told to disassociate from it. So it's a really fucking tricky position I'm in right now.
Well, it's. I mean, okay, I would disagree with you because I don't think it's a tricky position in the same way that someone might come to me and go, like, and I talked about this on stream because I think it is worth addressing. Why didn't I cover the Sasu call? Because I don't want to talk about Lio. That's why I didn't talk about the Sasu call.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you're bored with me already.
Fucking weeks ago, mate. Yeah. Again, do you know? Someone said, "Oh, you seem really like almost chilled with Lio," but you can hear me here literally in this call saying the same thing I say on the stream. I'm bored of talking about it. It shouldn't be a surprise. Now I will say this actually, because I was talking to Enla last night, and I think it's healthy to reflect. And I think I've been thinking to myself through a lot of this. Should I have posted? Enla said flirting. Enla did say flirting.
Yeah.
Should I have posted the Rin call? The Sasu call? Because I got the Sasu call quite early, and when I got it, it wasn't like this big fucking deal to people yet. People weren't happy with it, but I only got it really from the OGs. But should I have? Yeah, probably. I don't really post calls out, but I should have posted for it to be pushed for it to be posted, if for no other reason than for the fucking content. And so I probably would change that.
To be fair, I asked it not be posted because I didn't want, as much as I don't like Sasu, I didn't want this whole fucking spectacle to be put out there for a bunch of fucking people to go, oh my god, you're all terrible people for pushing it this far. And because I just didn't think it was okay to do that. So, to be fair, I'm pretty sure I was the one that gave you the Sasu call. Wasn't I?
No, it wasn't.
No? Oh, just kidding. I thought it was.
No.
I take it back.
No, I was saying Lio was flirting with Beckett Lamar. Yeah. Okay, Beckett, like, I don't know whether Lio is actually just trying to fuck with me, but he is very cutesy in this call. It is not reciprocated. I disavow. Because I don't want to turn my channel into a fucking Lio hate channel. It'll kill my channel. Lio's gonna die eventually. This rate, probably soon. He's gonna get a poisoned pizza.
Hey, don't you ever talk trash about pizza.
But regardless, like, it's pretty easy to make that judgment call of, do I want to talk about the thing that, like, a load of people want me to talk about? Do I want to talk about the thing that no, I he's want to talk about? social engineering you. He's Pavlov dogging me. About the glitch tail thing. Stop jumping on people's streams and trying to talk about Lio, right?
No, that's fair.
Because, like, yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you. You can tell from my tone. This looks pretty fucking bad. And I meant what I said when this started. Like, I think Lio is a fucking issue for people. Like, I think Lio is a fucking idiot. But I also think that it's not just about enabling.
Christ.
People use them as cudgel, and they like the power that comes with being associated with them. And you know what? Fine, people want to have a laugh. There are people... So, like, I do think that one of the reasons that Crystal wants to... Again, similar to Hidden. And I'm not saying they're the same. I'm just saying there were similarities, okay? In motivations. Hidden wanted to stand by Lumi and Peaches because it got Hidden a server. It got Hidden a bit of an audience. I think an awful lot of people want to, like Crystal, want to stand by, like, Ponder. They want to stand by Lio because that's an easy access to a big audience. It's quite normal. You know, you want to orbit somebody who's, like, making good content and will, you know, you can be there and then people will come and watch your shit. It's very cringe. Just make better shit. Yeah, they're fucking great. This Beckett guy on the call fucking hits Beckett guy on the call from the OGs who gain a lot of entertainment out of Lio, and they're very open and honest about it. But you know, if they turned around and started saying, well, you know, Lio's bullying people, that's really bad, I'd be like, yeah, you guys are fucking idiots then because you did this. And it's like, you utilized that power, you gave into it, having criticized other people for doing it. And I would pose to you the question that Mally posed to Lio. What makes you think that you're the person to do this?
To do what?
To, like, talk about glitch tales, to deal with ACC stuff, to hold Lio to account.
So glitch tail stuff, personal victim. Peaches stuff, again, they would have figured out the glitch tail situation, and they caused so much.
By the way, I didn't press Crystal enough on this, but that's not an answer. That's not a fucking answer. What makes Crystal any more competent than any of the other glitch tail people to talk about the glitch tail stuff? The answer is nothing. The answer is fucking nothing. You want my advice and opinion? I'll say it again. Glitch tail people, speak for yourselves. I'm sure people will listen.
Just trust and managed to give Camila a 1-up.
Okay, but you've taken that position that you're in and used it to put yourself on a platform to talk about Jibs, to talk about Lio, to talk about ECC and Katzler. You haven't
talked about Jibs. I've never used my platform in this degree, like, on my channel to ever talk about Lio.
But it's not just about your channel. It's about, like, what you're saying in other places, the fact that you're a modding Katzler. I mean, I suppose the question is this, like, you said that your alt's been banned from the Senate, but I'm pretty sure, could be misquoting you, I'd have to go back and listen. In the Mally mod call, you're like, well, I'm done, I left because I've got everything I need. So again, why does it matter that your alt's banned? It's little things like this, right?
No, it's more the idea of it felt petty. like again, I forgot my main. Like, it was my main what was in the Senate. I forgot it was even in the Senate, but it felt petty. Just like, okay, I've made the Mali Cool public. Now I've suddenly be banned. It's like, huh. That's just how I saw it. It's just like, okay, so I've actually been transparent without like going to people about it, and now people are annoyed at me, even though that's the preset I've said from the beginning. I'm going to be transparent as much as I can.
Well, yeah, I suppose the thing is
As much
this,
as I
and
can.
it's like again, it comes down
That's
to the
doing a
ponder
whole lot of
question.
heavy
And
lifting.
okay, let me ask you this: if you this isn't transparent though, Crystal, you heard that I was asking about the Mali mod call. That's why you went to ask Mali. And before anyone's like, "Oh, that's fucking crazy," people know that I was asking about it. Okay, like I hate this shit. I shut down the talk about numbers on the fucking like Thunderdome thing. I don't care. But the reality is that people watch my streams, people know what I say, people know that I asked for the Mali call. That's not a secret. And Crystal was the one who got worried about it, not Mali. If we, in the future, see a call from Mali doing what Lio does to people that you have an issue with, will you call out Mali?
It depends on my involvement.
This is such an easy thing to say yes to. Just say yes. Just say yes. In the same way, actually, in the same way that if I see Crystal doing some weird things, and even when I was fine with Crystal, like again, the last time Crystal was on my stream, we'd had no problems, and I was still looking at this and going, and what was happening at the time, and going, hey Crystal, it's a bit fucking weird, right? You should probably stop doing shit like this. I wasn't just like, yeah, Crystal, carry on.
Like, if I was as involved with Mali as I am Lio, yes, I would.
But you can't, again, Crystal, you can't say that because you are involved in plenty of dramas that are nothing to fucking do with you. You want to be a drama commentator. I will comment on things that are nothing to fucking do with me, and that's fine. Just say that.
Well, and it's funny because just the day before this call, they were just talking about how they didn't want to do drama, how they didn't want to be a part of it because, oh my gosh, it was so terrible, and just fucking backpedaling on this. So in the call before, Crystal says one thing, the very next day says the exact opposite. Or does the exact opposite, I should say. Does.
Okay. So, in that spirit, does that mean that, like, when you make a response to this, you'll call out Ponder and people like that? Or is it just...
No, it's more, again, I think I...
Wait, hold on. Go and see, Beckett, that's a lie. Crystal said on Kumo's stream that they knew they were going to be banned, but they said they didn't expect it so soon, so didn't like it happening not on her terms. That's interesting.
Generally rephrase my script because you've got the same impression of Monstrous, of the idea that I'm trying to put the blame on Lio when I'm more trying to own my actions, being like, yeah, no, I enabled such, and I said I would do X, Y, and Z, and I didn't. This is on me. This is a more inconsistency.
Because, I mean, don't get me wrong. I've sat here and I said weeks ago that a mod call like this would occur. To Lio's face. I said this would happen. I fucking called it. Again, every fucking time. It's getting boring. And I've told Lio to delete that stuff, actually. Or at least leave it.
I told you.
Yeah, or at least leave it. Like, again, I don't disagree with the sentiment of Mali.
I'm gonna have my nerd server and I'm gonna read stories and you guys can sit on attack.
Then call it a fucking Transformers server and get rid of the fucking galleries.
It's called the Cat Slayer.
Jesus.
It's a Thundercats reference. Everything is Thundercats in the gallery for story time.
Fucking Christ. I mean, okay, so this is like, I'm just being upfront with you, Crystal, because I mean, this is... I just want to correct, because Eleanor was on the stream as well. I don't recall her literally saying she wanted it on her terms, though, but you could get the reference, the inference from it. That's fair. I haven't seen it, so I don't know. I just want to clarify. Talk about this Mali call without talking about your involvement with this shit, because it looks crazy, actually. And, I mean, you saw Leia's response, which was very soy. But, you know, you've lost...
I cannot hear you 1 second. I can hear you again, hello?
I mean, you've lost... Yeah, I mean, like, Leia did the whole I'm disappointed in you thing, I thought you're better kind of thing. Which is very soy. And I'm not an accountability channel, I don't give a fuck, I'm here to laugh at people. But this behavior is fucking clown behavior, Crystal. It really is. It's ridiculous.
It's so goofy.
you know.
Okay. So there is a bit of clowning. I agree with the Sasu thing, but I'm confused on how it feels like it's being held with the Vins. Like literally day after, I apologized. No, it was actually the same day actually where I apologized to Vin in call. I make the call public the second I can. I apologize in the comments. I disavow it. I don't get how that is being held to the same standard as the Sasu call.
I think the thing is that okay, so there's multiple ways I could look at that if I want to be uncharitable, or if I want to be just to like, because you're like, well, why is it being held to the same standard? I suppose the way I'd look at it
how
is
many
this:
cigarettes have you had during the stream?
not enough. You know that people know Rin, and you know that people talk to Rin, and you could have very well looked at that call and gone, it's gonna get out, because you're not stupid. You've been doing this for a while now. You know how these things work. We're at 92% for the thing I want to watch, by the way. Okay, we're at 92%. Fuck, Lio leaked fucking calls.
Right.
In a cut-up measure to fuck you.
Yeah.
You know, so it's not like you're unaware. It's like, again, you might have gone, I needed to release that because otherwise... I do want to be clear here as well, because I'm not wrong. Crystal knows because Crystal was fucked over by Lio, Lumi, Peaches. I still don't know if the second call that Lio had was ever released. I'm still interested to hear that call, by the way. I do think it'll be quite interesting. I don't know if it's out. But yeah, Crystal knows how this works because Lio fucked them over during the start of this whole drama. That's why a lot of people had a lot of sympathy for them. One thing that is noteworthy, I do it in this call. It's incredibly cringe, but because past Beckett does it, current Beckett's going to do it. You like this is like a drama thing. Just because you have sympathy at a point in a drama doesn't mean you'll fucking maintain it. Don't assume. You need to be, especially if you're not a core player. You need to be careful with how that wave is ridden because you will fuck up. Someone else is going to.
No, that is very uncharitable.
Well, it is uncharitable, but you're asking me why would I do it? And I'm like, well, there you go. There's a reason why you do it.
But it just feels like, okay, so Sassical, I didn't release. That's on me. I didn't act as much as I should have. I should have never got to that point. It should have ended way before that point. I completely agree. I get held for that, but then I do everything what has been done. Because again, I was in that Vin call for such a little amount of time. I jumped to end the server during halfway through of it when I was being overly emotional and catching myself out on it. And then I found out, oh no, this information was already known, blah, 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 blah. And then I instantly, before anyone covered it, anyone talked about it, anyone told him to do anything, I say, this isn't okay. Apologize on Twitter, apologize to Vin personally, make the call public, disavow it in comment. Like everything that should have been done has been done in me in that degree. Not because I thought it would come out later, not anything like that. It's literally...
Again, just reiterating, the issue isn't that you'd like... The issue is that you didn't recognize the issues with the Sasu call, which is a failing of judgment. It is. It's just a pure failing. And secondly...
What do you mean? It was the best call ever. It was so good.
Oh my god. Hang on. It's the problem is that you with the ring call, you can come out and apologize, but you still placed yourself in the position to even be on the fucking mod call.
I do not agree with how this call happened. I do not agree with the conduct at the time I was in there. I'm making it public because I still, even today, I have not heard the full Vin call. I've only heard the segment where I was in.
Okay.
Well, the part of the issue there, Crystal, even with that, you're inconsistent. Because why did you disavow the written call?
Okay.
Why did you disavow?
Why did I disavow the win? It's the same reasons I brought to you privately. It was the veiled threat. It was a mentioning of family.
Oh, fuck. Actually, hold on. I've just remembered something that I wasn't able to say at the time because I thought it'd be really mean. But now we're here. Everyone talks about the Akumu Jar Lio video where everyone's like, Jar is fucking useless in that video. And I was actually really annoyed at Crystal jumping in. And the reason Crystal jumped in was like, I've got shit to say to Lio. No one cares. No one cares. People want to hear Akumu speak to Lio. That's why people were fucking there. Not to hear you. And it was just fucking annoying. Anyway. Fuck, let's listen to Lio be fucking soy for 5-10 minutes.
It was meant to be a one-on-one call. It was the idea that you brought a troubled person who you knew had issues with their family and risked them being in a dangerous position. I've made it clear.
We're going to get into all of that. We're going to get into all that again, because now you're not dealing with somebody who's completely exhausted and beaten down, because 90% of what you just rattled off is absolute garbage. And I'm getting really sick and tired of somebody being an absolute open scumbag to people and then getting their hand held when they get consequence. I didn't do a veiled threat to Rin. Your buddy Streamline sure did to me, though, and now Monsters has those DMs. So there's a couple things here. You say you didn't want to get on, you apologize to Rin because you hammered on something they already dealt with. Crystal, you do that to me constantly. You did it in the mod call, too. Anytime we're in a situation, you keep bringing up how I wronged you, which, to be fair, you have the right to do. But you can't sit there and simultaneously say you don't like hammering on the same topic when you do it to me constantly.
Yes, the reason I do it to you constantly because I understand that's a tactic you use to other people. I disavowed my own actions in that call because I did it to Vin. I don't like doing that. The only reason I do it to you is because that's a tactic you use.
But you do it.
People.
You do it to others, so I do it to you. Oh
I
my
need to do
God.
it the same way. Because if that's fair ground for you to do, I will hold you to your own standard.
Lio has this thing that I cannot emphasize enough. You're never going to persuade the other side. Just be like, yeah, whatever. Just be like, I'm happy with the ring call. Fuck off. Because if Lio doesn't care about the ring call, no one's going to persuade him. It's this weird thing. Mally actually, Mally came on and recognized this. She's not going to persuade Lio, and I think the ring call's fucking weird. I do. I'll be honest. I only watched the ring call through the perspective of Akumu and Gilded, and I fucking zone out so much shit. But go on.
Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, look, I just zoned into the funny shit, like the fact she's arguing with a fucking McDonald's. Christ. But it's one of those. Lio gets into so many fucking dramas with things, and should know how the ring call's gonna fucking end up looking. It's frustrating because of course it's gonna be used against him because it looks bad. It is bad, you know. I can go on, Mom.
So Enla asked me, what veiled threat is Lio talking about? So in April, Streamline Workshop and Lio had a conversation, and Streamline says to Lio, I'm aware of my platform and how much messier things may get when bigger creators start stepping in. Please do not attempt to drag me into the situation anymore if for nothing but your own sake. That's what Lio's referring to.
Okay.
Lio perceived that as Streamline threatening to involve herself and her community further if Lio supposedly was going to drag her in.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, all this veiled threat stuff is it's a difficult one because I get the concerns, but also Lio's a known quantity for doing random shit like this. Don't involve yourself. And at the same time, Lio has put out his name and address and told people to come and fucking fight him. It's just fucking everyone needs to shut the fuck up. Rin shouldn't have been in that call. It shouldn't have mattered because Lio does like I don't think Lio's going to get any fucking satisfaction from it. It's just going to be more fucking drama. Also, I want to be really clear with something, Sasu. Offer context and get told to piss off. Coolio, most of you all on commentary are dirty people for using my darkest times for clout, just as bad as TMZ. Most of you are venomous spiders. I want to be very clear about something. I am way fucking worse than TMZ. I find it an insult that you can even compare me to such trash tier garbage, okay? I am a monster, and I'm very proud of that fact, okay? I will cover the darkest shit if it is funny. I do not give a fuck. Look at the channel name, like and subscribe, okay? I know what I am. I don't know why anybody is surprised by this shit. I say it constantly.
Who do I do it to, Crystal?
Vin, prime example, right now.
Okay, hold on. Rin, the person who ran around claiming I'm an abuser. Rin, who ran around getting upset over things that they had no business in. Rin, who weaponized the platform for victims for their own selfish gain. Rin, who is still
villain arc. I'm all villain arc. Thanks for the 5.
Rin, who stalked someone for 4 years and still has to be the victim. No, Crystal, those aren't the same things. You want the difference is I own what I do.
Okay, again, you asked for an example. You asked for someone you did it to. I'm just giving you an example.
It's not an example,
Well,
Crystal, because it doesn't meet the criteria.
You asked, for example, you hold people accountable for actions they've done in the past.
Oh
That's
my
an
God,
example.
Crystal, you said that you don't do that to people, but you do it to people. You specifically say you do it to me because I do it to other people. Which, if you're using Rin, you were doing it to me well before we talked to Rin. Pick a lane, Crystal. And on top of that, I'm going to go ahead because I only got 10 minutes here, so I'm going to go ahead and go on a little bit more. Number one, you.
Now we gotta run. Fuck. Oh, fuck it.
Rightfully, and I grant you this, got upset when I did not monitor and properly moderate the comments in my video on you, where people were saying all sorts of garbage about you to the point.
No, actually, Lio. No, this is so fucking weird. No one. Who cares? Who fucking cares? You're also fucking soy.
Where Zach and I went through and cleaned it up. You have people on that rim call calling me an abuser. Are you okay with this?
No, because I don't review the comments on that one. And again, the only comments I had
Oh my God.
was the comments that you replied on.
Be like the sun is such grass. True.
I only took issue with the ones you replied on.
The problem, Crystal, is that you want things on your end, but you don't follow through on the other end. And you have Streamline objectively lying in the comments of the new call. Streamline says they won't talk to me because I won't listen. I did everything Streamline asked me to do the one time we talked. Everything. And you feeding questions to Mally, because I'm going to be real blunt here. Having finally gotten some rest and re-listening to that call, Mally didn't come in there to try to make a difference. Mally came in there to attempt to shame me and isolate me from other people. Because that's what Mally wants to do, because I have done harm to their friends. Friends who, by the way, have no problem claiming other people are rapists with their staff and not doing anything about it. Mally, who had no problem with Spoctor's ableism, despite being a much larger channel, doing much more harm and having the same type of connection to, never said a thing about it then, and you sat there and you were happy with that. You know, I've done some screwed up things. I'm not done. I'm not done taking this time with you in months.
Okay, I want to be clear about this in the questions, because and I've addressed this before, but I know people are wheeling in and out. The guys are fighting. Because I thought the same thing about the Mally call and the fact that it was separate, but the fact that Mally wanted it public and the fact that Mally is like clarifying further. I know Mon is like, you should have been clear, and I get that, but like, I can see that perspective. I felt a little bit of that myself, and there's context there from the previous mod call, but like, this call should have just gone fucking public immediately. And Crystal, like, conveniently forgot. It's an interesting one, because I don't think Crystal looks good in that mod call. I really don't.
The reason why I'm doing it this time. I have not once taken you to task about anything, despite you lying to Gilded Pooh, saying that I fussed at you about not being mean enough. I didn't fuss at you, Crystal. I had a nice, calm conversation with you. And on top of that, you lied twice in a Lioconvoy call. Number one, you did know about Sasu. It's why you can reference breasts and a beard. You've heard that call. Secondly, you have called me a friend multiple times. You have tried to tell me that you were a safe person that I could vent to because we are in similar positions of authority over vulnerable people.
Wait, has Crystal actually said that to Lio? That's actually kind of a bit fucked up. Actually, that's actually a bit fucked up. Let's fucking. Fuck again. Crystal has said to everyone that they're their friend. That we're all friends. Crystal is saying this today, when she's saying to Leka, "I'm not friends with Lio. I'm opping him." Going to Endless and say, I'm just offing him. Yeah, it's a bit fucked up. Listen, it's very soy to cry when somebody's like, no, I thought we were friends. But still. Tom did this. Fuck, Tom did this to me. Tom did this to me in our conversation. I wouldn't take Lio's word for it, sure. But okay, I know that Chris is going around saying they're friends. I would ask for proof. Yeah, no, that is completely fucking fair. But Tom did this to me. He was like, I thought we were friends. I was like, Tom, we've never hung out. We have never once fucking hung out, Tom. What the hell are you talking about?
Why are you constantly lying to people? I don't understand, Crystal. You want to hold yourself this way? Figure something out.
Okay, so this is the thing I assumed would happen. You mistook my civility as friendship.
You called me a friend! You called me a friend! This isn't my mistake. These are your words, Crystal. We're not playing that game. Not anymore.
Okay, can I finish? So,
go for it.
You've mistaken my civility as friendship. Or I'm able to relate to people and able to understand what they've gone through, especially when we're in similar positions. I'm able to provide that because I like to.
Wait, hold on. Because Endler is very fairly asking for proof, and they're completely fucking right. Give me a second. Let me go back.
Called me a friend. You called me a friend. This isn't my mistake. These are your words, Crystal. We're not playing that game. Not anymore.
Okay, can I finish? So
go for it.
You've mistaken my civility as friendship. Well, I'm able to relate to people and able to understand what they've gone through, especially when we're in similar positions. I'm able to provide that because I like to treat people how I like to be treated. So, again, if you assume...
Okay. Yeah, I need something to prefer. At the same time, like, this sounds to me like Crystal going, well, yeah, I did say to you we could talk about it. Fuck. Stop having friends on the internet. I don't mean that one. You're great.
That we were friends.
I'm sorry, I wasn't
Didn't assume. Didn't assume. You called me one, Crystal. You called me one. You did.
Okay. I don't remember doing that. It's the same thing I did with Doodle Tones, where, again, I said...
I'm not your buddy friend. I'm not your friend, buddy.
I treat
That's
you
your buddy
the same way
guy.
I treat Doodle Tones. We were civil with one another. That was it. It was the idea of, like, in the Cat's Lair, we had the same amount of, like, I could help you, you could help me kind of mentality. That's how I was approaching it from the very beginning. Like, I've asked people in Endless server, and people also assumed as of such.
I'm going to be real blunt here, because then...
The other thing
real-
you said about the lacquer, cool. So, you...
Did I miss Streamline's comments? Yeah, I probably did, Enla. Do you want to retype it for me, or, like, highlight it?
You've mistaken the timelines.
Stream-
I was aware
Streamline
of
said
everything
that
about
their
Sasu
threat was a threat,
after the Sasu call.
not a veiled threat.
Streamline's... Wait,
Super fucking stupid, by the way.
Okay. Hey, look, I like that they own it. Fuck it, I think I like that they own it.
I don't care. I don't care. It's super lame.
I'm not gonna fucking judge anyone for being like, yeah, fuck it, I meant it. At least, listen, Mon, you can be like that stupid, but this entire thing is people not doing not saying what they mean, and it's nice and so many people fucking do this. At least this, look, you may not like it, you may think it's stupid, but at least somebody, like, when Lio's like, that was a threat, at least Streamline's like, yeah, that was a fucking threat.
I was aware.
Okay, I still think it's goofy to say, I'm going to stick my community on you. Ah.
Okay, listen, we can say things that's cringe, but I'm just happy to hear anyone fucking
What are they going to
acknowledging.
do, buy the pizza again?
Beckett only half paying attention to stream chat. It's because listen, I'll be honest with you, certain people, I don't know whether it's like I've got a slight tism, but certain people's names pop out more to me, and then I notice them more. And Endless is one of them.
No, because again,
I literally sat there with you. I literally sat there with you after you banned Sasu from your chat and ran you through everything and showed you the call.
No, not then. You informed me. You showed me enough proof for me to ban them from the server, but again, I only heard all the calls afterwards.
Then you knew the basic of what he did.
Yes, the basic. Again, that's what I said. I knew the basics of what they did. I didn't know all the nuances. I didn't know the multiple calls. I didn't know there's a call in December, which was the breast and the beard call, which I found out afterwards, where I found out that was meant to be the last call. I didn't know that was meant to be the last call. If I knew that was meant to be the last call, I would have completely disavowed the Sasu call from the beginning. Because if again,
or you could have just
Okay, we're gonna get to the point where Lio leaves, and then I've got something for you.
Just not shown up.
I'm gonna steal your essence. I'm gonna steal your essence.
I shouldn't have been there. I should not have been within that call. I'm not gonna deny. I shouldn't have been in the Vin call either.
Because here's where I'm going to say, and then I have to leave because I have to be at another call.
Mm-hmm.
You want to talk about somebody who's equipped to talk about Peaches, who knows more about it? You're talking to him. It's not you.
I
let you, and that's fine because Peaches harmed you. But Peaches didn't string you along for 2 years using their life as weapon towards you.
So I'd rather not conflate victimhood here.
Yes, it is very cringe.
People. You can't say.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that I don't think you're the most qualified. You've got the most information because you've been able to use people to get it. And let's make it clear here. That's what you did. You used people to get the information. And if you're honest about it, who cares? Same concern Becky gives me. Well, if you just want to say you're bullying people, go for it. I disagree because that's not what I want to do. But if you're going to be honest about it, just be honest. Just say, hey, I'm just using people. Instead of running to in-law to ask for clarification or ask for their opinion when in-law's entire reason why she's around, she was defending Nix and Jackie.
Here's a fun one. So I actually reached out to Enla during that stream when Peaches was disavowing it.
Enla mentioned, I fucking... I do not understand why Lio hates Enla so much. Enla barely fucking does anything. Oh, God.
And this is the reason I'm actually on quite good terms with Enla, because we actually came on to quite a good agreement behind the scenes. Because again, I'd rather not say like, oh, I know X and Y about people. I'd rather talk to them directly, and that's what I did with Entler. And there's like Entler has all the backlogs of all our conversations in relation to that. So we agreed to disagree on some points, but they understood my perspective and they understood how I held myself, because Peaches was again the one who completely hijacked the Nynx and Jackie situation, completely misframed Jackie and Nynx to the point where they are also victims of Peaches.
Yeah, you did,
They
Edna.
took my story, ran with it,
Yeah, you
and
did.
now I've had to get in contact with Nynx and Jackie and understand what the fuck actually happened, where do we stand, what's going on now.
One more thing then.
Mhm.
One single more thing then. Do you remember what you told me you would do if Peaches ever came back online?
Yes, I do, and I still stand
What
by
did you
that.
say? What did you say you'd do?
I said if Peaches comes back online, because they are somebody who has intertwined is something, again, I would rather not ever be sad.
Beckett, if you need context for the Nix and Jackie thing, I can provide. Thanks, Anla. Not right now, but actually at some point it's probably helpful for me, but not like tonight. But yes, please.
Because I've told you this in trust. With the stuff you've told me in trust, and the stuff, vice versa, we do not explain what it. But
I'm not asking you
it
to.
has dragged incredibly personal information, said to them in trust, and used it as tea within the BK server, where they were very much mixing offline and online stuff. So I've said they're more than welcome to have that break, to have that escape from being online. They've done absolutely horrible stuff. That's
Cool.
fine. But if they're
Cool.
willing,
I'm glad.
If they're willing, if they're willing to come back online, I'm going to make sure that this follows them to their real life as well.
Okay.
I want to jump up here right now
Let's-
because this is so goofy.
Let's be clear. You probably shouldn't, on a call that you're on, that you yourself are recording, saying, "Hey, yeah, I'd take this to the real world if Peaches comes back, Crystal," because people have done a lot of fucking shit, and they don't deserve. Go on.
Sorry, go ahead.
Go on. They don't deserve to have their real lives dragged into it. Okay, Peaches' life fucking sucks. Like, it already sucks. There's nothing you can do to Peaches. A lot of this is internet drama. Okay. There are obviously people who want to take things to the real world, but generally speaking, those people are the ones that everyone else is gonna fucking hate. And this was an incredibly fucking stupid thing to say. You're dumb. You're dumb. You're dumb. There are no situations other than when people have committed actual crimes, actual serious crimes, not illegally recording a phone call, not being mean, not bullying, like actual fucking crimes, then you involve the police. Other than that, if somebody's mean to you on the internet, put on your big girl pants and fucking deal with it. Jesus.
Yeah. So here's the truth of the matter, Crystal. I don't want to hear dick from you about me bringing up Rin's parents ever again. Rin called me an abuser on a platform they knew they had power on that is also directed harassment towards my wife. So I don't want to hear anything from your mouth about how I shouldn't bring up Rin's parents. They're lucky I haven't called somebody at this point, because I'm getting real sick of people saying the.
Yeah, Lio has done this countless times, Lazy. You're not wrong. But this is also like, okay, if you're in the position where you're like, well, this bad person did the thing, so we're going to do the thing. Fuck off. Actually, fuck off. Like, I've said this before. If you dox people, I don't have sympathy for you, but I'm not personally going to be like, right, I can dox you then. That's a fucking ridiculous thing to say. Have better standards than the people that you're... Sorry, I wasn't telling you to fuck off. I was just saying, like, anyone like that, by the way. Have better standards than the people you're fighting with. Honestly. But yeah, sorry. Shit really annoys me, because I know people who do shit like that. It's fucking so gay. Oh, God.
Rin call was bad. When the truth of the matter is, they don't like the fact that I was angry at an ooh-woo baby person who's more of a snake than any person you've ever met in your life.
Oh, wait, did I glance over a threat? Sorry, hold on.
Well.
Yeah, so here's the truth of the matter, Crystal. I don't want to hear dick from you about me bringing up Rin's parents ever again. Rin called me an abuser on a platform they knew they had power on that is also directed harassment towards my wife. So I don't want to hear anything from your mouth about how I shouldn't bring up Rin's parents. They're lucky I haven't called somebody at this point, because I'm getting real sick of people saying the Rin call was bad. When the truth of the matter is, they don't like...
Oh my god.
Fuck, have I just started zoning him out? I think I might have just started fucking zoning him out. Lio, shit like this is why people have a fucking issue, bro. Stop threatening to phone people's parents. Stop phoning people's parents. It's not needed, okay? It doesn't fucking help. That is, like, that just comes across as a threat. Lio, you also know that everyone records you all the time. What the fuck? What is wrong with you? Fucking stop. Jesus Christ. Thank you, Enla. I really do. I think this is one of the reasons why I was like, I should probably stop covering some of this shit, because I just tune it out. Fuck. Lio's changed. Look, the fact that Lio hasn't... No, fuck, I'm not even going to try. I'm not even going to be... I'm not even going to play fucking advocate. I can't be bothered. Yes, obviously, fucking both of them. Dumb. Crystal, dumb. Don't say you're going to take things into the real world. Idiot. Lio, stop saying shit that people are lucky you haven't called their parents. This is why people think you're fucking psychotic. What's wrong with you? Because also, and to be clear, because you've done this previously, right? You've done things like phone people's parents. It's fucking so annoying. So annoying. Ah. Sorry, someone just sent me a tweet of someone bitching about this stream. I can't believe how mean Beckett is. I can't believe it. Oh, motherfucker, you made me want to cover you more.
Like the fact that I was Indian and uwu baby person who's more of a snake than any person you've ever met in your life. Save the people who preyed on you, and I hope those people die in a horrible fire, and I hope they go to hell for eternity. That I'll be consistent on.
Yeah,
but you do not get to sit here and judge me about bringing in Rin's parents as a point of their inconsistency when you're willing to ruin Peach's real life because they gossiped.
Yes.
It was wrong. You and I are on that, but I don't want to hear it. The Rin call was fine. Doggone, I didn't do a veiled threat. Now I gotta hop on another call with a bunch of dorks. I will see you all later.
See you later.
Bye. So fucking dramatic.
Good call.
Jesus fucking Christ.
That was a cool. Well,
I'm gonna put him. If anybody is wondering, Beckett, how did you miss that? Listen to that fucking statement from me. I just tune it out. I just fucking tune it out. Thank you, Enla. I actually appreciate that. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, Jesus.
How much more do we have to go through?
Right, we're gonna place. Okay, I've been waiting for something. So, I need a second because I'm quite excited by this. I don't know what it's gonna be like, but I was interested as to how. What happened? What happened when Crystal joined in Enla's server? Because Crystal went straight from that call to Enla's server. So let's find out. Because this is an hour and 30 minutes. Fuck me. Welcome to hell, kids. So after that call happened, now if you want to hear the rest of me chewing into Crystal, it's pretty much what I've said on this fucking stream. I've literally just been killing time for this upload, okay? That's it. I hate my life. Let's go.
What's the... wait, never mind.
And I should be clear, because I'm tired and I completely forgot to do that when I started. This comes from Goblin. Goblin is the best. Goblin is fucking amazing for this. Thank you very much. If I've got any questions, I can bring them on. And they will help with stuff.
Unless this is in Kumo's server.
Oh, this is in Kumo's server. Okay, this is Kumo's server. I apologize. I didn't realize. Thank you. Wait, when did this happen then? Sorry, Goblin. When exactly did this take place? What part of Goblin, Romantic Goblin. When exactly did this take place? Last night. Before or after I talked to Kumo? Was it after that? Sorry, I know chat's catching up, so da-da-da-da-da-da. Because I'm interested. After, okay.
Never mind. That was a dumb question.
Crystal says she has a fun update on this.
Okay.
All right.
Don't say it again. Who fucking joined?
Some idea.
Who invoked Crystal's name?
I don't know.
Who invoked this nigger? I wanna know.
Who summoned this nigga like Beetlejuice?
Sadly, it's
fucking Christ.
So, remember
Who
how
invoked your
Laka
name?
did the thing with Doodles where they
I'm gonna need a translator for
framed
this
certain
nigga.
things in a certain way to the victims, and it got the victims to make a collective statement against Doodles, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Joe, don't go near it.
Well,
Don't go near it.
the same thing's happening to me.
Oh damn.
So here's the demands I need to meet. We require full transparency, no matter from what on now. Knowing what's going on is needed, so we can't be blindsided. You will take a step away back from everything. This isn't good for your health. You need to cut ties from the
Here is some money for some more smokes after this. Good luck in the trenches, Beckett, for 10. Thank you, Kairos.
ACC and or any relevant servers, like you said you'd do long ago. You need to pause doing your videos on Camilo and Peaches indefinitely, as with the way you've conducted yourself, there isn't faith that it will turn out to be any justice for the victims involved. You need to remove yourself from the glitched out spaces involving vulnerable people and unadd them.
I'm sorry, this is a really interesting way to phrase this, because being like, you know what happened to Doodle Tones when Doodle Tones was basically leveraging the victims of the FCK to attack Akumu. That's what's just happened to me with Laka. That's
At the moment you are unstable and it will not benefit anyone with a one-to-one communication at the time.
Okay.
We want you to seek professional help.
I'm confused.
X has gone through the systems in the UK for mental health support as an adult and can help you with this so you can find groups or a therapist with time. You are no longer a figurehead of a glitch cell situation. After what has happened with Peaches and your actions, now we no longer see as need to be ahead of it. It's a concept that needs to stop so we can finally heal. You need to apologize to Laka. Your treatment of him is blatantly wrong.
What?
If these demands are not met, or if we find anything that has been hidden from us, the public speculation will not include you, speculation will not include you in the process, and we will handle it without you.
I'm sorry. What did you do to Laka? What did you do to Laka?
Hush, hold on. Crystal, do you see what happens when you play the game?
Hmm?
Do you see what happens when you play the game?
Kuma is so based.
I do, and this is because of the sassicle, by the way.
Oh yeah, but even better. This is what happens when you talk about victims and you give victims power, or you act like the victims are an end all be all.
Yeah.
This is what happens when you weaponize them, and this is what happens when you enable them to weaponize their victimhood. When you guys talk about caring about the victims, that's weaponizing them. When you guys talk about you got approval from the victims, that's even further. Like you played the game, and now you're at the shit end of the stick. They're weaponizing your very participation against you now, because of your involvement in the Senate call, in being in the Cat Slayer.
Yep.
And I heard what you said. Laka was morally grandstanding you.
Yeah.
And you sounded very snarky about that.
Well, they were, so that's why.
Yeah.
Crystal, you're an accountability creator. What are you talking about? They were morally grandstanding you because you're somebody saying I'm a voice for victims on 2 calls where people are being attacked by Lio. Like, what do you... Yes, obviously. In the same way you have morally grandstood Lio. Like, are you fucking stupid? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Fucking what? Like, I'm not morally grandstanding you because I'm not an accountability creator. I don't fucking care. I just think this is goofy. But you are. You care about victims. That's what you talk about. It's Elden Ring. We're all prepping.
Yeah, but you know, like, out of any of us, Laka's the only person that, like, has like a completely clean slate and is allowed to, like, grandstand people.
And has been consistent mostly.
Yeah, like, Laka is someone that, well, I don't personally
Yes.
like
Anime one day.
grandstanding. I can't say
Hold on.
Laka isn't allowed to.
Hold on. I've morally grandstood Lio by holding Lio to his own standard. Yet in the same way, Laka morally grandstood you by holding you to your own fucking standard. What are you talking about? This is your standard. What are you... What?
Crystal, I thought you didn't want to be a part of drama anymore. Why are you here?
I'm so confused. I'm so confused by this. Are you like morally grandstanding against Peaches and Lio? Or over the glitch tail stuff against Camilla? Yes, you are. Like, I'm not here defending any victims. I don't fucking care. I'm not holding Lio to his own standard. I don't fucking care. You care, and therefore people are going to hold you to those fucking standards. This shouldn't be difficult. This is really not. This is so simple. Holy shit.
Grandstand. Like Laka isn't a hypocrite to our knowledge for doing it. So it sounded like it was sort of like a dog whistle specific to us.
No, it's more I just found it interesting than anything.
Okay.
I'm just confused what you did to Laka, though.
Okay, completely separate note. We didn't get sued. We didn't get sued, and our video is back up. Fuck you, Amadeus.
I think it was. I think it was the fact that you guys were shutting Laka down in your server.
What do you mean?
Laka was catching shit in that recording, was he not?
Which recording?
The one where Laka was like.
No, I didn't give Laka much shit, like, at all. Like,
Well,
during
somebody in your space did, right?
that was just me sending an invite link to that thing so people could have that call with me.
No,
So that
but
was
I
just-
mean, somebody in your server during that call was like trying to stop Laka from whatever, and you guys were like challenging Laka when Laka, Laka was right.
For the most part, but it got to the point where points were repeating. Like,
What do you
over
mean
and over
points
again.
were repeating? They were
I would
overlapping.
recommend you... Yeah, no, just same point, just different phrasing.
You know, I don't know. I'm not sure if people know this. But I don't think it's a secret. You know, Kumo took a break. You know, Kumo took a break. He recognized in himself, hey, this is really this is messing with me, and I need some fucking space. And he took a break. And he was like, we're not talking about this, because I went and played Remnant from the Ashes with him during when he was doing this. And he was like, I don't want to talk about drama. I don't want to talk about anything that's going on. I just want to break. I want to give myself space. I took a month off. Yes, and based. Smart. I'm sorry, if Kumo can recognize when they need a break and take it, everyone can, okay?
If there was some overlap or not, then like fine, but it seemed defensive. I mean, I've seen just how snarkily you've commented about like Laka like moral posturing to you, and I can only imagine like what you might have said in confidence. And the reality is, everyone likes Laka, everyone trusts Laka. So if you have said anything nasty about Laka, I don't think anyone's gonna like hold you to it, or not hold you to it, but be shocked, because like Laka kind of hears everything.
No, not to my understanding. I mean, too snarky or anything like that about Laka.
Okay, let me be honest. Other than call it, like, again, I'll say how I see it. I've seen Laka in chat tonight, and I'll be like, this shit's really fucking soy. I'll say it to, like, well, not his face or her face. I'm sorry, I don't know which one was you on the call, and I don't know what your pronouns are. But, like, I'll say it openly. But, like, yeah, I don't know. Have you said this? Has Crystal said this to Laka? I fucking know. That's fucking interesting.
Okay. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm not a fan of moral posturing and grandstanding, but
Yeah, Space
I don't think
Kumo.
Laka was out of pocket.
Where did you guys go? You guys are all the way up there. How the hell?
We rode our horses.
We're at the elevator.
Wait, I'm
We rode the
confused.
merry
Laka, see him? Okay, cool.
Who
So-
sent you those lists of demands?
The glitch victims after a 4-hour call.
Yeah, I don't blame them, actually. I don't fucking blame them. I think that's a completely fucking reasonable thing to do. Because it looks like you don't care. We checked. The last time you tweeted anything about this was in May. It was like the middle of May. So stupid. Oh, I'm gonna rip my own face off. I'm gonna sasu myself.
Oh no.
This yeah, someone would make you guys aware of
Seems
that.
a little excessive, but
Well, it's the game you engage in.
Yep. Well, I lost the game in the end, I guess.
Yep. Don't play it.
Could say that.
Stay still by game, win skibbity prizes.
The only thing I disagree with Laka is Laka demanding Crystal apologize from Enla. Yeah, I get why. I get why from Laka's perspective, Crystal should, but yeah, I fucking... Here's my take on apologies. If you're sorry, you should apologize. If you're not sorry, you shouldn't apologize. Don't just apologize because it's like... Because fake apologies suck. Apologies aren't to make you feel like you've done the right thing. Like, they're to make the other person understand that you understand what you've done wrong. Okay? If I'm not... I've done shitty things and I'm not sorry for them. And I've done some things which were, like, and I feel really bad about them and I apologize immediately. That's how you should treat apologies. They're not like some magical get-out-jail-free card.
I don't know, Crystal. Honestly, I don't really have any comments for you.
Turn based
aside
on
from
that.
Like you managed to piss off Beckett of all people, and that's kind of hard to do.
Alright.
Kumu's actually right here. That's so based. Yeah, it is actually quite difficult to annoy me. Like, because again, I was open with this. I was really pissed off. I think you can hear it in Chris's voice as well. This shit really does annoy people. It's like doesn't happen very often, okay?
He's such a sweet little fella. He's not really one to like get mad like that. Like he just likes laughing at people, and he actually was on your side to begin with. So
Kumu's so fucking based. Chris should I hate everyone.
So if I do feel so, it's most likely going to happen. That's why.
So fucking hot in my room.
okay. Well, it's up to you. Up to you how you go about it. Where's Goblin? Goblin!
I'm sorry.
over here.
I'm sorry. I'm lost.
Hold up.
Okay.
I'm gonna touch you. Get over here.
I'm literally a fucking wetback. I gotta turn on the fan.
I'm coming.
are you going to fulfill the demands? Like,
Most likely, yeah.
I would say fuck it.
Why?
Just publish your fucking videos and leave.
No,
Ooh, that's a
let
take.
Crystal decide. Honestly, like I said, play stupid games,
True.
win stupid prizes from the other participants. Clearly,
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah.
There's definitely a I told you so.
I'm back.
yeah, and I'm not. I'm not
Joe
doing
is
it.
touched. Poor Joe.
Kumo?
That's my thing. Is like, you have to really piss me off for me to want to rub your face in it, and
Mm-hmm.
you haven't really done that. So even though I told you so, it's like whatever. And now you know.
No, I know. Yeah.
I don't know why I have to have so many "I told you so" moments lately, though.
I know how Kumu feels. Also, I really can't. I'm so gonna play seamless co-op with these guys. I'm really excited. I'm so excited for the Elden Ring DLC. It's gonna be so good.
So it happens with like fucking everyone. I'll like tell them, and they're like, "Yeah, I don't really agree," and then they'll have to find out the hard way.
Yeah, I did. Definitely did.
I'm the harder way.
Well,
But yeah,
it's not like
I'll
your
update you
life
guys.
is really gonna. It's not like this is really gonna affect your life. It's not the end of the world. You know.
No, it's
Oh
not.
no, I
It's-
can't make Glitch Tail or Hopeless Peaches videos anymore. Fuck.
No, it's more like I'm
it's over
not
for
allowed
me.
to associate with any
Start
ACC,
chats.
CC, or any associated server, such as your server, Endless server, anything like that.
Sorry, I didn't catch
It's
that
not like
properly.
this is really gonna affect your life. It's not the end of the world. You know.
No, it's
oh
not.
no, I
It's-
can't make Glitch Tail or Hopeless Peaches videos anymore. Fuck.
No, it's more like I'm
it's over
not
for
allowed
me.
to associate with any ACC, CC, or any associated server, such as your server, Endless server, anything like that.
I suppose Endler is ACC, isn't she? That's fucking... I don't know. Endler does fucking karaoke and coffee streams. That ACC? I don't fucking know.
I don't.
She's a VTuber. I don't know how that
If
counts.
you want to stay or not, or if you choose to stay or not.
Yeah.
It's a fucking hangout server. If my server is on the list, that's kind of.
Why do these people get to have power over other creators? What is this shit? So the reason, okay, very cringe, not defending it, but the reason is if you put yourself forward as an advert, not anything. Oh, that's not true, Ella. The reason is if you turn yourself into a content creator that's like your thing is like I am for these victims, those victims are going to want you to handle things in a certain way. And while I think that's very cringy, I kind of actually agree. Like if your whole thing is like I'm the voice for these people, yeah, they get to dictate to a certain extent how their voice is being used because their voice is your like backing, it's your power. If you're attached to a community or like or a specific drama, that can get you a lot of clout, right? So you're basically borrowing somebody else's victimhood for your own, like, propulsion.
Funny. It's
Why be honest when you can lie and eat hot chips? Fair enough, Reckon. Thanks for the two.
just
our
a
evil
hangout
lair.
server.
Oh, you were a massive talking point, Kumo.
Oh, really?
Yes, because because I hang around with you and I don't challenge your views, that is I'm
Challenge my
completely
views?
condoning you. Yes, because I don't
Oh,
challenge your
God.
views on pronoun, that I don't challenge you on the racial
My
thing.
views on pronouns? Why
Yes,
why do
'cause
you
I
need to
don't- yes.
challenge it? If they have a problem with it, why don't they
Yep.
challenge my views?
Yep. This is
Like,
what I mean.
Why don't they challenge my views? Why is it your job?
I don't fucking. That's what I was saying. It's
Like,
not
my
my
views
job.
on
I'm
pro- not
I'm
only that-
I'm sorry. Again, I don't disagree with Kumo. I don't, because if you,
Because he's using pronouns.
yeah, but people are going to do what like they fucking want. But the fact that I use pronouns, I know lots of people who I don't think are actually transphobic. They're just dicks sometimes. But like, the fact that I choose to do something doesn't mean I expect every other person I know to believe and do exactly the same fucking things. Okay. But I also want to be like clear. I was in a hurry to upload this. I would have audio balanced it. You're fine. You're romantic, Goblin. You're fine. This is great. So what's interesting here is the fact that you're coming to bitch to Kumo about the community that you're meant to be representing because they're unhappy with how you're acting and saying, if you don't change, we don't want you representing us. I think their list of demands are very cringy, but I actually think that's fair enough. That's completely fucking fair. What is wrong with you?
My views on pronouns are incorrect. Like I have a very good take on pronouns. Like I don't understand what part of like this benefits you more than you know do they not get.
Like again, I push back on it in the idea of why would I come into Kumo's server on Kumo's stream and challenge him in his space on his views? That would be stupid.
You're not gonna get fucking, I don't know. First of all, if this was like a radical fucking echo chamber, yeah, that would be extremely stupid. But why it's stupid isn't even that. It's stupid because it's just fucking programming. None of my views are actually problematic. Like there is nothing problematic about telling people that this outright statement that you must respect everyone.
I'm sorry, I have to read this. If you want autism awareness every month, just come to my server. Christ, Emma. Beckett's stream literally caused autism, so it's autism awareness stream every Beckett stream. I hate it here.
Pronouns, no matter what, is fucking retarded, because then you leave yourself open to engaging in sex acts under false pretenses. Something a bunch of fucking internet victims should probably take serious.
Also, after talking to Laka a bit and such, my opinion changed, and I agree with you and Kumu now. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, like, again, people can hold their own opinions. If people think I'm wrong and that Crystal should never be held to any kind of standards by the community she's, like, representing, that's, again, fine. I think that's crazy, but that's just me. That's it's just a theory. It's just a game theory. Fuck, kill me. The tightness is getting to me. It's been a long stream, kids.
That's probably one of my one of my hottest takes, is that there are people that weaponize, like, these progressive movements to do very shady shit. And as a result of that, you can't enforce this the way you do.
Yeah.
His views. Like, what the fuck do they know about my views? Okay, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Now I want to bully your glitch tail victims, to be honest.
Actually, funny
I
story
come in
about
and
that.
misgender all of them maliciously now.
Go on.
Back last year, one of two of Kumo's calls were actually his views on being trans, and I was actually recently reminded of this. He actually had some very positive views, but just had a bunch of questions. And he got dogpiled for it in the call.
Yeah, I heard about that. That's worth noting, because that fucking sucks. Like, especially when people, like,
yeah,
because you know what, I think Kumu can be an edgy asshole, but I think Kumu is generally a pretty chill fucking person, actually. And, like, Kumu is surrounded by people who are neurodivergent, who, like, are different or belong to a minority group. He doesn't fucking care. He just likes the person.
Yeah, he's friends with you, Becca.
He is friends with me. He's friends with a fucking British ginger person. That's tolerance for you. We can see the two are busy playing Farmville to pay attention on his phone, to pay attention to chat. I fucking wait, what? No, I was getting messages. My brain's broken. Also, I saw you all writing "oil up Beckett," and I decided quite quickly I didn't want to know what the fuck you were talking about. So I tuned it out. Okay.
They really know what bigotry is. I'm gonna take it beyond that. I'm gonna threaten to rape them and make them dress up like the gender they wish they weren't. Fucking challenge me on my views.
I wouldn't.
This is why I'm a
I'm gonna
villain.
make you wear formal attire.
This is why I'm a villain.
Cut off all their hair if they're a trans woman. Tell them their makeup looks ratchet.
Or go put on a polo shirt.
But
I can't hear that at all.
I just think, one, you should do what you want to do. If you want to follow these demands, then go ahead. But at the end of the day, it's like, who cares?
What the fuck are they gonna do? You're the one with the platform.
Yeah. Just
I
stop
don't know.
giving
Like,
a shit at
I'll
the
think
end
on
of
it.
the
I've been
day.
given 24 hours to
Oh, I think you said "fuck me" and chat responded. Fair enough.
to these demands, by the way. So.
But
It's work.
wait, what are they?
Wait. What was the or else?
Again, can't fucking remember. It's like, oh yeah, no, we're gonna fully drop you, not associate with you, or anything like that, and then make a whole public statement on how much pain this has caused the victims.
Damn, look at
Oh,
that.
okay. So if you don't meet our demands, if you don't agree to meet our demands, we're going to character assassinate you and cut you off.
That's
That
crazy.
is an order.
That's just.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
take
you know what?
you
I'll
on it.
rationalize this for you. You have two choices. One, you let them cuck you, and you just like you commit to the bit, the accountability bit, and weaponizing victims bit. So now you can either continue playing by their rules to finish the game, or you could commit to the opposite extreme and go on your villain arc. Which would be, I don't give a fuck. I've learned my lesson. I learned my lesson that I shouldn't have played the game with you guys.
And just be normal.
And I think those are your two paths.
Yeah,
you know?
two choices.
Just like
I said, I'll
either let
think
them
on it.
cuck you or you stand your ground.
I mean, like, Kumu's not wrong. Kumi's not wrong, and to a certain extent, Crystal has multiple paths. Crystal could like crawl back to Lio because Lio will forget about everyone because, or at least bring them in because he's dumb. Like, listen, Lio's like still got.
Where's the lie?
Listen, I fucking. Like, or Crystal could just become a drama commentator and just do random shit, or Crystal could become a victim advocate person, or Crystal could go and hang out with Lumi. I don't fucking know. Crystal has options.
Kill me.
Just like
like I said, I'll update you guys on my.
Oh fuck! Hold on. Where were we?
Wait.
So bad. It sounds like a.
Are we listening to this entire call?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I'm hopping out then.
Okay. Night, monstrous. Good night. Fuck. Where was I? Where was I?
I'm...
Goblin, I'm going by your gameplay.
Yeah, I'm.
Distance, focus.
I'm a
hailstorm outside.
I'm a.
Grab this.
My brain broke. Do you know why my brain broke? It's because I was about to pause and ask fucking Goblin why she is randomly rolling. Why are you rolling? Goblin was like, you can take the piss out of my Elden Ring footage. And I was like, I'm not going to do that. It'll be fine. I'm too far ahead, apparently. Thank you, Goblin. It'll be fine. And here we the fuck are.
So. What?
Okay, let's go back a bit more.
She tried. And like you have my wisdom and like my situation to be like, oh yeah, if I ever do anything wrong, I'm not apologizing.
Oh fuck! It's because here we are. It's because Goblin had to go back down to the elevator to go down again. That's why. Okay. Goblin. It's like bunny hopping back in. Judging your gameplay so hard. But your fashion souls is on point. Your fashion souls is really good.
just like
Like I said, I'll update you guys on my choice and everything like that. And
honestly,
really how I see it, I've got.
I mean, we don't really care if you want to leave. It's like
Fair enough.
whatever.
Yeah, who are
You never really pop in and like.
Yeah, because I've been too busy being backhanded to Liar, so.
it'd be kind of based to see you
I
just
don't know
drop
about
the
that one.
mask, though. Just
Yeah.
it'd be kind of based.
Careful, don't become too based. You might detransition.
Shut the fuck.
Your dick might grow back. It's like a
Fuck Christ.
flower.
Goblin, no!
I got two.
What are we gonna do
But yeah.
without the Grand Wizard?
Go on.
And I will speak to you guys later, depending on my
Alrighty.
choice, of course. Thank you for your time.
Okay.
Bye.
Hey, peace and love. Hope you're okay.
Shut up.
Shut up, nigga.
Shut up, nigga.
Shut up, bitch, nigga.
Oh my fucking god, guys. Okay, is there more to this call? Hold on a sec. Fuck's sake. Oh god. Oh, okay, no, we're good. We're good, that's it. I told Mom we were going to listen to this whole call and now we're not going to do it. Crystal leaves her. Okay. Oh, that's not good. Rest are sticking around. Okay. Based. Is Beckett in chat or is he watching a video? I'm disconnecting from reality. That's it of Crystal. Oh my god. I do think it's very funny that Crystal came into chat and was like, I've got an update on this. Oh, that's bad timing. She joins back, I think. Okay, not according to Goblin. Listen, this has been a really fun stream. It is longer than my normal streams. God, this is nearly at 6 hours. Fuck. Okay, yeah, no. Thank you all for your support tonight. As always, like and subscribe to Cope and Seethe. It's really cool to have a nice, chill Thursday. I'm going to be back on Saturday. I've got a couple of things on docket to cover. I'm not sure it'll be more RCC stuff. We'll see if anything else develops. Here's the tagline. Don't go on streams and ask whether I'm being given edited content to make someone look better or try and cast aspersions to what my motivations might be. Don't do that, because if you do, I might do something like this and might just run through everything and make sure that whatever credibility you fucking had is fucking dead, okay? Not for any gay accountability reasons, but because fuck you and I have time, okay? Listen, big targets, small targets. If you're a clown, I'm gonna fucking laugh at you. Okay. Right, Thunderdome time. Yeah, we should do Thunderdome at some point. I need to find someone to raid us into. Who is live? Wait, what's this? It's muted, and you can't see what I'm looking at, but I don't know what he's doing now.
I think we probably talked more about Palestinian kids dying than anything else.
Oh, I don't care. Not about Palestinian kids dying, obviously I care, but like I don't care about tomfoolery talking about it. I was interested for a second. I thought he'd be doing some drama stuff. What are we gonna send you to? Where are we gonna send you guys? Queenman's not live, is he? I'm not just... No, because Queen raided me. What the fuck am I talking about? Okay, cool. What's this? Is he ending soon? Let's find out. I'm just trying to be like, is Jim streaming now? Oh, fuck it. Fuck it. Does anyone have any suggestions that they want me to send someone to? Because I don't know. Don't know what I've got here. Fuck, is it so early that everyone's just gone? Everyone I talked to were all my friends. That's a good fucking question. Right, okay, cool, fuck it. I'm gonna be lazy. I'm not gonna raid you into anyone. You can all go to bed or do things. I will, however, leave you with a song. I will find a song. I will find a song to play that will be good. We'll do this. Ah, yeah, bass. Okay, thanks very much, so much for all this stuff. No songs. Oh. Send them to Brian Mullins. Jesus fucking Christ, man. TV, right, okay, shut up. Go to bed. Thanks very much, I'll see you Saturday.
I'm hoping that I'll be somebody one day. Not just a lost cause halfway house. I want a big green lawn that goes on. And a family that loves me, yeah, that would be so sweet. Lemonade in the shade and cold brew iced tea, yeah, I can picture it now. I'm gonna make it somehow. I wasted too much time trying to be myself and trying to be like everybody else. Cause I thought what I wanted was be wanted by the wrong crap. That part of town going nowhere, hellbound, chained to the same lame brain. Wanna be daydream, just a loser with a bad team, yeah, but that's all in the past now. I'm going fast now. I've been knocked down, kicked around, losing my footing all over town. Fell flat on my face right into the ground. I've been lost all my life, but I finally found out of the storm and into the clouds. I'm homeward bound, I was lost and found. Hoping that I'll be somebody one day. Not just a lost cause, nowhere town. I want a great big house with a loving spouse. And kids that really love me, yeah, that would be so sweet. Lemonade in the shade, and cold brew iced tea, yeah, I can picture it now. I'm gonna make it somehow, I'm gonna make it somehow. I've been